evening to all of you. My name is Surya Dharma, Chairman of METI, Indonesia Renewable Energy Society, as the host of Indonesia Renewable Energy Conference and Exhibition 2021. I would like to welcome all of you at today's event. This event is conducted to support learning on geothermal development in the region of Asia Pacific in energy transition toward net zero emission. In 2020, the Indonesian Renewable Energy Conference conducted one whole day session for Geothermal Summit amongst high level and the CEO. Today, we facilitate for the Asia and Pacific region. The event is collaborating with all of Renewable Energy Association, including INAGA, for this session and fully supported by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia. Thank you, Pak Haris. Welcome, Director of Geothermal from Ministry of Energy. Thank you also to Pak Priyandaru, the President of INAGA, for support of the event. I would welcome to all of you from Asia and Pacific region. Special thanks to Andy Blair, President of IJ, Professor Roland Horn from Stanford University of the US, Jeff Caranto, Chairman of Asia Pacific Regional Branch of IGA. Thanks also to Pak Yuniarto, President Director of Pertamina Geothermal Energy. Welcome with thanks also to my colleague, Luis Negrin from Mexico, as well as my classmate, Jose Luis from El Salvador. Geothermal will play a very important role in the energy transition that might be used as the backbone of energy transformation from coal into clean of energy from renewables. Please use the forum for the benefit of our community and country as well as the green world. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. Terima kasih Pak Dr. Surya Dharma for the opening remarks. So before begin with another remarks, I just would like to request if possible, because of the time schedule, we would appreciate if the remark can be addressed between 10 to 12 minutes, and then will be followed by the question and answer. All right, let's hear now first speaker, the remarks from Bapak Priyandaru Effendi, the President of Indonesia Geothermal Association. Bapak Priyandaru Effendi, the time is yours now, please.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Sanusi. Let me pick up my slide. Okay, everyone see my slides now?
Okay, we got it.
Okay, good morning, good evening, and good night for everyone, for distinguished participant here. Terhormat Bapak Haris, Pak Surya Dharma, and Pak Sanusi as a moderator. Thank you for hosting me as the chairman of Indonesian Geothermal Association. Today I would like to present you as requested by the Committee on the Readiness of Private Sector in Indonesia to develop geothermal. So let me start, because the time is limited. Let me start my presentation here. So let me start with the Indonesia energy transition. So basically it was designed to shift forward from the dirty energy to the decarbonized energy sources. Of course, that is going to be renewable, clean and safe. And government, as such, already issued or enacted the President Decree to support that as a national energy blueprint, which is targeted the energy mix scenario in 2050 based on complementary, not competition. And also the decree, the target of geothermal to be 7.2 gigawatt in 2025, and then 10 in 2030, and ultimately in 2050 to be around 17 gigawatt hour. It's a very, very ambitious target. And government, back in the Paris Agreement, already made its commitment for the emission reduction, which is everyone knows called the NDC, on the reduction of 29% in 2030 and up to 41% with international supports. And this is a binding commitment. And as mentioned by Sanusi before, that the net zero emission is targeted by country, aim to be 2060, and still a long way to go, especially in meeting geothermal target. And we believe that implementation of the energy transition from fossil fuel to renewable will be a key strategy for Indonesia energy development to support sustainable national development in the future. Okay, next is, let's see the geothermal investment opportunities in Indonesia. So everyone has been known that we are being blessed with the abundant geothermal resources, amounted around 24 gigawatt hour, and as with the government's ambitious development program, and target, and before pandemic, the country is supported with the economic growth in the range of 5 to 6%. Although this year is anomaly, and normally is the electricity growth is about 1 to 1.5% on top of the economic growth. And also we have a strong government political will to support renewable energy resources with two reasons. First, the sustainability and emission reduction. And to support that, it requires a lot of investment to develop, of course, resource. And we believe that most of the investment are coming from the private investors. So this meaning the presenting enormous investment opportunities in this country. And also we are supported by great interest from multilateral institutions and commercial banks for project financing, because geothermal is so sexy for the renewable energy basis. And we also supported by relatively conducive investment climate. We already conducted 4 times of direct presidential election, and all resulted in very peaceful. And next is, sorry. Yeah, sorry. So many interrupts. Okay, this is about the country updates today, and sorry, the slide is not so good in my part. I'm sorry. Okay, current installed capacity now we are making about 2175 megawatt, and we are still expecting additional about 95 by the end of the year to make the total capacity of Indonesia becomes 20 to 70 megawatt next year. And government currently is finalizing a presidential decree with the aim with the aim of the expectation for the investors' interest to invest more money to support geothermal energy. So hoping this decree will provide strong support to accelerate Indonesia geothermal development post-pandemic. And government has commenced the drilling program, the risking program, that basically to improve the data, the information on the subsurface. And the aim of this program is government try to take some risk of the exploration risk, and aim to have geothermal tariff to be more competitive. And as we know that the presence of COVID-19 already has made some delays on the project COD and holding up some investment. And we hope that pandemic will soon to let us catch up with what is left behind. Okay, this is where the 2175 is coming from. So this is the list. It's coming from 14 geothermal working area. The biggest producer is coming from Star Energy after the successful acquisition of Chevron. They are now making 870 megawatt, and then followed by Pertamina Geothermal Energy with the volume of 670 megawatt, and finally the third rank is Sarula with the volume of 330 megawatts.
Pak Rendaru,
yes.
Maaf itu slide-nya kok nggak jalan, masih halaman pertama terus.
I don't know. This is so many interrupted in here. Can you see now?
Yes. No.
Okay.
Move to the
Okay. This one was before when I was explaining about the where the 2175 of installed capacity coming from. Yeah. And then next, last about 2 months ago, PLN and government has issued a new electricity business plan, which is called Green RUPTL. Why it is called green? Because this time the composition of the contribution from green energy is 51 point something %. So it is more dominant compared to the fuel, to the fossil fuel. And also this assumption, this RUPTL assuming that the demand for the next 10 years will only 3.5% per year. And the note of the new RUPTL, the increasing of renewable energy will not trigger the increase of the production cost of PLN. And as you see here, that by in the next 10 years, we are targeting 33.55 megawatts. It is much reduction compared to the national energy policy. As I show you here in this graph. In this graph is I'm showing you the one that being set in the national energy policy, represented in the blue line, and the green RUPTL represented combination between the green, which is the actual condition, and also the blue, lightly blue or a little dark blue. And then this is the red one is the incremental. So it's basically we are in the national energy policy, we were targeting 10,000 megawatt in 2030, but now the government has reduced the target of the geothermal in 2030 to only 5,000 level. So now let's talk about the target itself. Will it be achievable? And I would like to see from the progress that the country already made so far. So the country so far has made the average of development less than 100 megawatts per year. The country starts of using the geothermal back in 1985. And today, 1985 with a volume of 35 megawatt, and today we are at 36 after we are still at 2170 megawatt. So it is so slow, knowing that we have a lot of resource to be developed. And then government in the last 10 years already awarded more than 20 geothermal concession, and lots of efforts already been made by the government to provide the incentives, and we thank you for that. The government is aiming to improve the economics of the project, and some more are coming, and lots of space, but not many developers are currently commencing the exploration. Developer, I guess, are waiting in the position to wait the sweetener that may be offered in the upcoming presidential decree. And then why the growth, the speed is so slow? Because we are still facing the challenge. The biggest challenge is we have the disparity gap, and disparity between the buyer's affordability and the expected of project economics. The buyer affordability itself based on the average production cost, while of course the developers is expecting the return is based on the economics of the project. So we have the discrepancy between the affordability and the economics of the project. And government is also still looking for the best development scheme that results on frequent changes in regulation. And unlikely these frequent changes creates uncertainties to the investors. And we are also dealing with still with the single buyer. And government wants us to build B2B negotiation with the buyer, and it requires of course determination, and sometimes time is unlimited and long the time, because of one of the problem is we are requested to do the B2B negotiation directly to the buyer with the single buyer. Okay, and then what next? Next is about of course, if we want to progress the geothermal development, we have to find the equitable tariff resolution. First is, of course, we have to reduce or to zeroing the disparity of the tariff. So make sure that the tariff is acceptable by the economics of the seller, and also acceptable by the buyer in terms of the affordability side. And we are also expecting a technology breakthrough to make the cost and risk, cost more competitive and risk more eliminated. So the combination between the reduced cost and reduced risk will result in competitive, more selling price from geothermal energy. And we also requested not to have too many change in the regulation anymore, to provide legal certainty to the investors. And there is one scheme that now is being initiated by the government. Is about the power wheeling. So everyone is waiting for the power wheeling scheme to be implemented soon. This is basically now we can pick our own buyer by only paying the toll fee to the PLN for using the transmission.
Pak Pri,
Yes.
Sorry, maybe you need to scroll, the slide. Still
Yeah,
not working. You must.
Not working anymore.
Yeah, must scroll. Maybe you forgot to scroll the slide.
No, I already scroll.
No, yeah. Oh, okay. I don't
This
know.
one?
Yeah, still. Okay.
I don't understand why. This one?
Already conclusion udah. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Before this one. Okay. Now the conclusion.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry for this. I don't understand this. Okay, so the conclusion is to respond to the INDO EBTKE CONEX with the readiness of geothermal investor to boost the development of Indonesian geothermal. It's basically under current Indonesian, of course, boosting up the investment sector will significantly contribute to the economic recovery post-COVID-19 pandemics. And for sure, given the economic viability, geothermal sector hereby declares its readiness to boost the investment in Indonesia. And we know, I hope that everyone sees my way forward, yeah, how this one I put it back. Yeah, the most important is we would be able to resolve the challenge that now have been facing by the country. Then that I believe will make the economic viable to develop or to boost up the geothermal development in Indonesia. So I guess that's all from me, Pak Sanusi. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Pak Priyandaru Effendi, the chairman of Indonesian Geothermal Association, for actually very interesting presentation. But maybe due to some technical problem. But it is okay, I think, But as I mentioned early that after this we will open for the question and answer for 5 minutes. If anybody would like to address the question, please do so. Are there any questions from the participants? All right, if not, and then I would like to ask Pak Priyandaru. Pak Priyandaru, you mentioned about the competitiveness of tariff. What do you mean by competitiveness of tariff? And this is, do you have the number, or you have, what is the comparison?
Well, so far is government says that geothermal tariff is not competitive because governments compare it to the other renewable sources. Yeah, of course, geothermal would like to always make the tariff competitive. Yeah, we would like always to make the tariff competitive. Why? We do a lot of effort to do the efficiency. Of course, if there is a technology breakthrough to make the cost more efficient, of course, we would like to use it. But however, today, this is the best we can make, yeah, because the difficulty is Indonesia not only dealing with the geothermal sector, but now we are also having the opportunity to develop oil and gas sector as well. So every time that oil and gas price is increased, then it will affect the cost of rig in Indonesia. So we have to compete with the rig provider, yeah, to support geothermal or the oil and gas. So when the oil and gas price is reduced, of course we will get the benefit because they will put more offer on the discount. But today cannot because the oil and gas is now is fighting to get more rigs. So we have to compete with them. So that's one of what I'm saying, to be more competitive. So those kind of effort or initiative to make reduction on the cost and the efficiency and so on. So that's what I call it competitive. So to make the cost of selling price in geothermal, can be, or at least is can be reduced. Can be reduced further with what we are offering today.
Okay. All right, Pak Priyandaru. I think I got Pak Erwin Kasim, maybe right hand. Pak Erwin. Ya. Halo, Pak Erwin.
Ya, silakan.
Silakan.
Mengenai bahasa Indonesia, Apindo.
Ya, silakan Pak.
Oke, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pada Pri dan Bidadanu.
Iya, kawan itu.
Kami melihat bahwa pengembangan geothermal di Indonesia sudah cukup baik on the track. On the track, cuma mungkin yang mungkin perlu ditingkatkan. Saya lihat.
Terima kasih, aku telepon dia sekarang. Ya, terima kasih Bang. Itu kawan itu. Dulu waktu dia mau jadi calon DPD, dia menghadap sama aku.
Admin itu ada suara lain itu, tolong.
Kawan Apindo Jawa Timur.
Masih ada 3 gigawatt. Mungkin karena demand juga belum mendukung, karena walaupun potensi geothermal itu besar, tapi kalau demand penyerapan di daerah-daerah tertentu juga tidak ada, harus dikirim ke grid PLN yang jauh, jaringan 100 kilowatt itu adanya di Jawa, sehingga juga agak sulit bagi pengembang geothermal kalau itu jauh dari load center. Nah, kira-kira selain sharing yang sudah diberikan oleh pemerintah, sharing risk dalam bentuk eksplorasi di awal sudah bisa membantu resiko bagi pengembang, kira-kira ada resiko-resiko apa lagi yang mungkin diharapkan bisa di-sharing, dimintakan dari pemerintah selain eksplorasi? Itu aja mungkin pertanyaan saya dari. Terima kasih Pak.
Ya, sebetulnya geothermal, pengembangan geothermal ini bukan kita bicara risiko itu hanya di eksplorasi saja Pak, tapi pada saat eksploitasi maupun make up itu kita deal dengan risiko juga, walaupun besarannya tidak sebesar pada eksplorasi. Contoh untuk drilling, untuk well saja, di eksploitasi situ tidak 100% sukses, masih ada potensi kegagalan. Karena sukses itu di eksploitasi sekitar 80%. Kemudian di make up saja, mungkin bisa tanya saja sama teman-teman kita, terutama PGE, sudah banyak melakukan make up. 11 sumur yang berhasil saja belum tentu kita dapat. Gitu. Kadang kita tidak dapat volume yang kita harapkan. Gitu. Jadi risiko itu associate dengan panas bumi itu bukan hanya sekedar di eksplorasi. Jadi kalau government hanya melakukan eksplorasi di upstream, drilling di eksplorasi saja hanya berharap bahwa tarif itu turun signifikan, saya rasa belum tentu seperti itu, karena kita harus menghadapi resiko-resiko kemudian resiko juga untuk bangun EPC-nya juga kan resiko steel segala macam juga masih ada kenaikan harga segala macam. Jadi memang, dan sayangnya kalau kita itu sebenarnya sama dengan oil and gas Pak, kita itu sama dengan oil and gas, cuman bedanya kita deal sama satu buyer. Nah sehingga kalau di oil and gas harga kita bisa di-treat sebagai komoditas, kita bisa jual ke market dengan harga itu adalah market, sementara di geothermal tidak bisa. Sehingga kalau resiko-resiko tiba-tiba kita tidak antisipasi dari awal, maka itu akan membuat keekonomian kita bergerak turun. Nah bergerak turun otomatis sementara tarif itu sudah di-set dari awal tidak bergerak gitu. Nah itu beratnya di situ. Tapi kalau di oil and gas, kalau ada resiko yang tidak kita teridentified, kita bisa terakomodir oleh harga market yang sometimes yang selalu berfluktuasi, kadang naik kadang turun gitu.
Jadi boleh menambahkan lagi sedikit Pak. Karena memang komoditas geothermal berbeda dengan oil. Kalau oil bisa diangkut dengan kapal. Kalau geothermal steam tidak bisa diangkut dengan kapal. Jadi memang harus dibangkitkan end produknya di tempat. Cuma kendalanya untuk evakuasi energinya harus melalui jaringan tegangan tinggi dan itu juga membutuhkan cost infrastruktur yang mahal sekali untuk mengkonek, mengkaitin ke jaringan PLN. Nah, dari diskusi selama ini dengan pemerintah, seberapa jauh komitmen pemerintah untuk membantu pengembang untuk mengurangi resiko tadi, selain di eksplorasi juga resiko di operasi and maintenance-nya. Karena pemerintah juga berkepentingan untuk bisa memenuhi target net zero emission di 2060 ya, atau 50 kalau bisa cepat. Tanpa adanya intervensi dari pemerintah memang agak berat, kecuali ada malaikat datang ya, bahwa sekian juta dolar diberikan kepada pengembang. Itu tidak mungkin. Jadi perlu ada diskusi dengan DPR barangkali upaya-upaya apa yang bisa dialokasikan dari anggaran negara, dari APBN, untuk bisa dialokasikan membantu pengembangan geothermal ini jauh lebih cepat lagi, terutama di daerah-daerah yang jauh dari load center atau dari bisnis manufacturing yang membutuhkan energi besar. Itu aja mungkin Pak. Terima kasih.
Setuju Pak, setuju.
Oke, saya kira karena time juga, mungkin saya sudahi dulu remark dari Pak Priyandaru, President of Indonesian Geothermal Association. With that, I would like to thank you, Pak Priyandaru. And with that, I'd like to move to the second speaker, remarks by Bapak Insinyur Haris, Director of Geothermal of Directorate General Renewable Energy, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, with the title of the presentation, Roadmap of Geothermal Development in Indonesia as the Way Forward for Energy Transition by 2050. Bapak Haris, time is yours, Pak, please.
Thank you, Pak Sanusi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Izin nanti saya mix aja Pak ya. Bahasa Inggris, presentasinya sih dalam bahasa Inggris, tetapi mungkin nanti saya akan mix saja.
Oke, Pak.
Ya, thank you Pak. So allow me to share. Pak Sanusi, saya punya waktu berapa menit ya Pak ya?
Seperti biasa Pak, 10 menit. Kali ini karena kita dikejar waktu, nggak mungkin sesi tanya jawabnya saya skip dulu Pak.
Baik.
Oke.
Izin Pak, ini sudah muncul di layar Pak?
Ya, sudah Pak.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you Pak Sanusi. So I would like to start to inform that the energy situation in Indonesia now. So now we are still dominated, our energy supply is dominated by fossil energy. So 89% of our electricity energy supply is from coal, gas, and then also oil. And then only 11.2% from renewable energy. So this situation is actually, we try to maximize the use of renewable energy and minimize the use of energy fossil, but that's the spirit of our transition toward net zero emission by 2060. And then we are also have information related to the potential of renewable energy that we have. So you can see here in the right side, we have a much potential for solar, hydro, bioenergy, wind, geothermal, and also ocean. So you can see the total of our potential that the utilization so far is only 10.9 gigawatt available for us. And then I think in line with our effort to toward net zero emission by 2060, we try to maximize the use of renewable energy and minimize the fossil energy, like we already mentioned before. And more specific in oil, actually, now we depend on oil is about 31 or 32% in 2020, and you can imagine that now we consume about 1.5 million barrel oil equivalent per day, but our production only not only 700,000, so that we have to import about 800,000 barrel oil equivalent per day. So I think we try to reduce our import of oil, and then also actually for the LPG, by maximizing the renewable energy implementation, especially for bioenergy. This is the picture of our renewable energy electricity so far in 2020. We have implementation about 10.5 gigawatt, and we targeted by 2021 we will have about 11.3 gigawatt. So majority of our electricity from hydro is more than 6,000 megawatt, and then the second large is geothermal. And we are also trying to accelerate solar PV and also wind, because in this picture, the progress of solar less than 200 megawatt so far installed capacity, and wind also. So we try to accelerate for the next 10 years. I would like also to highlight our concern in the climate change aspect. So Indonesia already commit in the Paris Agreement, and then also last month we are also, our president also in the COP26. We are still informed that Indonesia is still committed to reduce emission, to achieve the Paris Agreement target, and then also toward net zero emission. Some of a principle in the net zero emission we try to develop in Indonesia, like renewable energy development. So we try to increase, maximize the potential that we have. And also parallel with the increasing of renewable energy, we try to reduce the use of fossil fuel, especially for the coal power plant, because you already know that the total capacity of electricity now is about 70 gigawatt, and majority of coal around 40 gigawatt. So we try to reduce the use of this all of energy fossil power plant before 2060, and we try to maximize 100% of renewable energy by 2060. Some instrument that we try to do, like a carbon credit, a tax and trading, and co-firing of coal, and then there's also coal power plant retirement. So this is a program that we try to do. And in the demand side, we try to also enhance the utilization of electric vehicle, and also in the household, in industry, we try to increase the use of electricity in the activity, and then also carbon capture and storage we try to consider and to be used to reduce the emission from coal power plant. Some of this is the framework of how do we develop our energy in transition period toward net zero emission. So in the left side, we are still using fossil fuel, and then the big portion, about 89%, and then 10% from 11% from renewable energy. And in the transition period, we try to develop green energy by implementing some strategy for the existing technology, like coal power plant, where we are trying to develop a co-firing by using biomass to reduce the use of coal. And then also we already implement for fuel is B30 for diesel, and we try to increase this share in next year, maybe to B40. So we are also try to phase out of coal power plant, and then also diesel power plant. So for the short term, I think the diesel power plant will be reduced. We have 2,000 megawatt now in implementation, and try to replace them by using renewable energy. And the existing renewable energy, we try to develop as much as possible, hydro, wind, biomass, geothermal, even ocean energy, because now ocean energy is not being developed. And then many others program that we try to do in terms of transition toward net zero emission. In the demand side, we are also try to develop electric vehicle, battery system, even hydrogen, and there is a potential also to use nuclear. And then all of this process we try to implement also smart energy, energy efficiency, smart grid, distributed generation, and many others program to increase the efficiency of system. And more specific in geothermal, actually we already know that not only for power plant, but geothermal also can be used directly to support the economic development, to support the small scale activity in the rural. So we try to develop also, not only for the power plant. Why geothermal? I think we already know that geothermal is reliable. because they can provide electricity and with the capacity factor from 90% to 50, for 95%, even 100%. And then stable because it's a non-intermittent power plant. Long lasting because we already implement for the Kamojang more than 35 years, and then now still very good operation, and many others. So that's several reasons why I try to develop a geothermal. And the next reason is actually because Indonesia is the second largest using have a potential of geothermal, and now the second largest using the geothermal also. Regulation already more complete in the geothermal energy compared to other renewable energy. From law to the ministerial regulation, we already provide to develop and implement geothermal in Indonesia. Yes, this is related to the development plan of power plant in next 10 years through RPTL 2021-2060. I think Pak Fiandar also already mentioned before that this is the first green RPTL because from the total planning of power plant capacity until 2060, about 40.57 gigawatt the total. So we try to develop to more than 20.9 gigawatt of renewable energy, so more than 50%.
Gigawatt yang dihasilkan bisa lebih besar.
Between renewable energy
dan
and
tentunya
fossil
lebih
energy
ramah lingkungan dengan mengurangi penggunaan bahan bakar fosil itu sendiri.
More than 5,000 megawatt and the fossil is about 4.5 thousand megawatt. And yeah, it's similar with the other island in Indonesia. So I think this is one of our commitment to support the renewable energy to achieve the net zero emission, to achieve our target in emission reduction as the target of a Paris Agreement implementation. So we hope that we can develop this program, and then so we need also collaboration not only in the government but also from other stakeholders. Related to the distribution of potential of geothermal, so we have the capacity, the total capacity that we already identified for the potential is about 23.7 gigawatt in Indonesia. So it's from 357 location from Sumatra, Nusa Tenggara, Java, and Sulawesi. So, but different level of status. There is you can see here that there are still in the status of data, speculative, hypothetical, and also in the research. Yeah, this picture mentioned about the existing power plant for the geothermal power plant that already in operate, and then the planning to expand. So you can see here, so we already implement about 2,185 megawatt in implementation, but we are still have potential already in the existing site, and then we try to develop soon. And this is our roadmap for the geothermal development until 2035. And then based on the RPTL in 2021-2030, we try to develop more than 3,300 megawatt until 2030. And then the government try to develop a government drilling and also providing funding access for the geothermal development, especially in the upstream side. And then also set on enterprise synergy, and we try also to optimize resolve in existing working area, and many others program that we try, including also to formulate the pricing for the renewable energy. this is the target for long-term target toward net zero emission, especially for the geothermal. We have from 23 gigawatt potential we try to develop until 18 gigawatt until 2060 for the geothermal, and then you can see also how much budget needed. Related to more specific what we try to do in terms of policy regulation, development, research and technology toward net zero emission, we can see here in the data in this diagram. So from 2021 to 2025, our target is still to develop 1.4 gigawatt additional capacity, and then now is still in the ongoing activity. And in 2031, until 2040, we try also to develop enhanced geothermal system. So because we know that there is also potential, very huge potential of non-conventional geothermal development. So we try also to explore more how do we also develop this non-conventional geothermal to meet our electricity demand. Yeah, I think this is the additional information related to the how do we also try to develop a non-conventional geothermal system. Now we are already known several technology in an enhanced geothermal system, and we try to explore more. Potential to use geothermal to produce hydrogen, also green hydrogen, also is possible to be done. And then some of private company and even also for Pertamina try to explore how to use geothermal to produce hydrogen. So I think this is also one of the big issue for the net zero emission. Indonesia has a big potential, not only for the geothermal actually, but it's possible also to explore the use of solar to produce hydrogen. Because in Sumba, I think governor of NTT already announced that they have more than 20,000 hectare is available to develop its potential to be developed of solar PV in Sumba, and then can support the electricity, including also to support the hydrogen production. Several challenges for the geothermal especially, but in general for renewable energy implementation. Yeah, it's more specific in the geothermal, so we are also challenging related to the area located the potential of geothermal, because in Indonesia there are some conservation area, global heritage area, so it needs to be considered. And then also we are still in the situation that the geothermal business is considered as a high risk. And the cost also to develop a geothermal is still high, because the risk is still we are still do not max so far, so we cannot maximize the effort to reduce the risk. But now in the progress also, because the government already has a government link. Social issue. This is also one of the interesting issue, because geothermal, yes, we know that the geothermal is green, but several society still mention that geothermal has potential to have bahaya, like in Lapindo. So some people mention about that, but actually we try to explain to them that it's very different between Lapindo and geothermal side. And also related to the demand. Yeah, so far it's a PLN or always mentioned about now we are oversupply. Yes, we oversupply. Currently we oversupply because the low demand due to the pandemic, and then but I think for the next years and several years on we are still have a normal demand. So government strategy, so several strategy that we try to do, accelerating the government exploration drilling. Now we are on progress to finalize 2 sites for the drilling in Nage and NTT, and also in Cisolok and Sukabumi. This is the first case of our government drilling activity. And then we are also try to synchronize our effort with the other ministry, like Ministry of Public Work related to the water utilization, and also Ministry of Environment related to the license in the conservation area. Regulation for the pricing of renewable energy try to conclude, and many others effort we try to do to develop more, to accelerate more of implementation of renewable energy, especially geothermal. And yes, we cannot do itself, but we try to collaborate with the stakeholder, academic, private, community, and then you already know that not only business entity, government, but we also need to involve university, NGO, even community, and also important also media. So that's my presentation. We can start to the discussion. Thank you very much, Pak Sanusi.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Pak Haris, for the really interesting presentation. I see my watch now, almost close to the 10. But anyway, Pak, there is a chat box. Maybe Pak Haris, can answer the question in the chat box so everybody can see that. Because I would like actually moving to the next speaker. But please, I think I can make a few notes from Pak Haris. I mean that quite interesting. I mean that from 2020 to 2035, that geothermal capacity must reach 3,000, about 3,300 megawatt. That's quite ambitious target. Kemudian, and then also the other interesting that government will do the drilling. I mean to reduce maybe the risk, and then also providing funding access and synergy with the state-owned enterprise, and also the new, I think one is a hydrogen production. But there's few notes that I can pick up from Pak Haris' presentation. Once again, Pak Haris, thank you very much. With that, I'd like to move to the next speaker. This will be a keynote speech by Miss Andy Blair, the President of International Geothermal Association. With that, I would like to give to Miss Andy Blair the floor. Miss Andy, please.
Thank you, Pak Sanusi. Tēnā koutou katoa. Nau mai haere mai ki tēnei kōrero. Hello, everybody. I'm Andy Blair. I'm the president of the International Geothermal Association. I also am a director for a company in New Zealand called Upflow. Firstly, I'd just like to say I'm currently in quarantine in Auckland, in New Zealand. So I apologise for any interruption with the Wi-Fi, and also I have a New Zealand accent, so it may be difficult to follow. So I'll try and speak slowly. It's good to see you all. I've had a number of interactions with our Indonesian friends and colleagues, and it's nice to see your faces. I'd like to say hello to my fellow board members, Priyu Tami, Nanette Suryatini and Surya Dharma. They are your voices on our board. And today I'm in quarantine because I have been at a number of different global events recently that will help me, help inform me, and what I'll be very short. Just relax. It's not going to hurt your brain. All I'm doing is I'm talking about what is the focus for us as the International Geothermal Association for the next couple of years, and where we're looking. So to start off with, can play a really significant role in decarbonisation efforts, whether that's through electricity generation or direct use for heating, space heating, or industrial direct use. We all have a number of examples that we can point to. In New Zealand, for example, there's a project called Asaleo Care. It's a tissue production facility. When they changed their gas-fired boilers to geothermal, they instantly reduced their emissions outputs by 46%. So we know that this is an effective tool for decarbonisation. So now I'm going to show a presentation and I'm going to test the technology and hopefully I can make that work. A lot of Zoom training over the last year, so hopefully I can make this work. So, and if someone could just give me a thumbs up to show that they can see that, that would be really good.
Yes. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
The pictures.
They're very pretty, aren't they? And I've just come from one of those places at the top left-hand side of about that in a moment. So I'm going to, hopefully you can't see my internet connection as unstable sign. I'm going to talk to you today about a few different things that are at the front of our minds at the IGA. I'm going to talk about how we're moving to The Hague in the Netherlands. I recently in Glasgow, so I'll talk about the commentary and thinking about geothermal's role as far as COP is concerned and decarbonisation and keeping the world under that 2-degree target. I'm going to talk about a project we're focusing on geothermal, and then I'm going to highlight another project which is a social impact fund that we're focused on in the next year. And then, of course, the really present voice in our community at the moment is, and topic is the oil and gas transition and how we're going to, and what we can do during that process. And then the last thing, which is really important for us, is how we're raising our voices in the global space. So maybe to start off with, just to explain where the IGA sits in the ecosystem. You have your own local Indonesian Geothermal Association, which is very strong, and the IGA is not here to get between local, national associations. We are the body that sits and talks to the global discussions. So we take all the parts of our national associations, our regions, and we try and participate in those global discussions to drive greater uptake of geothermal around the world. So we are part of the. So first of all, yes, we have moved to The Hague in the Netherlands. And some of you might be saying, well, that's a strange decision. Why did you do that? There are a number of reasons why we moved to The Hague. Independence, we think that that's a good position for us to help. There's a very strong support from government there to support our global initiatives. It's a diplomatic heart around the world, and it really supports our need to also embrace the heating side of our geothermal industry. We need to embrace all aspects of our industry and realise the roles they play in decarbonisation. I was in The Hague last week, actually, and we had a really warm reception from the community there, from politicians to the local groups, key suppliers, and they've got district heating and direct use, and I'm really excited about us becoming a true part of the community in the Netherlands. And I think a really important thing that I would like to bring up is that in the past, the IGA it's been suggested that we've been too European focused, and I can say that it's really important now more than ever that we are a strong global voice, that it's really important that we're a voice for the whole of industry, and that voice is made solid by the Asia Pacific region. And it's such a powerhouse that we need your voice and flavour in our organisation to make sure that we're talking in a way that will have true impact in a global place. So that is a real focus for us. We've been talking with our Asia Pacific, West Pacific branch about how to lean in to our organisation in an operational way so there is greater influence on our. So stay tuned for that, and I'm sure you will see more of the discussion around that in the future. So this is a shot from COP. This is the action room. COP was an amazing experience. I don't know how many of you have actually attended a COP. It's a very different space. I've spent lots of time in scientific conferences and events and business conferences and events, but being at a diplomatic event is very different. There were 42,000 people, I think, and the weight of the pressure from the community really weighed heavy on us, knowing that we all have to come together. We have a very important job to do for the whole planet. I think the key messages that I took away, and I'm still processing the discussions and the information that I had. It was 2 weeks. It was 8 till 10 p.m. every day. It was crazy. And so in the not too distant future, I will share my on COP, but just some high level takeaways for me that really stick with me was that we really need to focus on decarbonising the world, and that we cannot leave anyone behind, that we need to take all of our communities with us, and that we have to do it now. There is real urgency. There is no time for us to sit around and debate what we should be doing. We should be doing things imperfectly right now because we don't have time to wait. And we know that geothermal is more than a simple substitute for other generation types. We know it has more benefits. We know that it can create economic development opportunities. We know that it can provide access to water. We know how important it is for the whole spectrum of well-being for humans. We are loud at present in this global decarbonisation space because we fit those categories on what needs to happen. I think with you is that there was a common discussion around all of the renewable energy technologies, wind, solar, us, in the geothermal space. There were lots of comments around the regulatory timelines and the barrier that they are to uptake. And I appreciate Park Harris when he spoke about the regulatory changes and totally endorsed the need for focus in this space. When we think about technologies and science and engineering development, we know we have moved forward so fast in such a short period of time, but there seems to be a lag in the regulatory space. And if we truly want to get those big targets for carbon, we can't wait 7, 8, 9, 10 years to get projects online. We need to think about those frameworks and how we change them, because just putting more into the current frameworks are not going to get us where we need to go. We need to be pushing for change, radical change in those spaces. So I support that thinking and look forward to seeing the developments in the space for Indonesia. So valuing geothermal. So this is a project that we have recently kicked off and we're currently scoping up. This is a shot from the Syrian geothermal greenhouse in Kenya, where they're growing flowers for the world. So we always hear this commentary about levelized cost of electricity and how in the geothermal space I am, from my perspective, I'm always defending geothermal when that conversation comes up, because wind and solar are very cheap. They are very cheap. And so as an economic calculation, cost of operation over operational time, geothermal can often not fare well in that discussion. In my country, New Zealand, it does, in other locations around the world, but in some places it does not. And what is frustrating is that that discussion does not account for all of the cost of operation. If we think about the cost to the environment, the cost to social and cultural infrastructures and frameworks and people, it doesn't account or think about that. It doesn't talk about end-of-life disposal. It doesn't talk about supply chain and ethical supply of raw materials. And so this project, Valuing Geothermal, is a global project that we are developing, where we're going to gather information about all those other aspects of geothermal around the life cycle analysis. So we have that information and stop talking into the LCOE part of the discussion and have the facts to say, this is why geothermal is important, because of economic development, because of these things, and be ready to have that conversation about the true value of geothermal. And we all, geothermal enthusiasts around the world, know that when we start talking into that space, we will win every time. So here's a shot from a small project in El Salvador. And they're basically using condensate to water cacao for a commercial operation, and they hire 600 women from local villages to work in this operation. So this image supports a social impact fund that we are currently developing. So we are looking to create a $50 million social impact fund, whereby development banks and other donors will provide funding into this fund that we will administer, looking to create catalytic investment in small direct use or other geothermal projects, the space where it's very difficult for some of those big organisations to really tactically invest. But we know our communities, you know your geothermal communities, you know where a small amount of money for a community social focused impact, where that would be helpful and how that can provide the oxygen to have real impact. So we'll be talking about this more in the coming year, and we'll be looking for you all in Indonesia to lean in on this and tell us where the good places are that we should be thinking about to create social impact with this fund. And then, of course, the broad discussion we're having the whole way around the world about this transition from the oil and gas sector turning their faces to geothermal. This is, people are talking about this all the time, and I think that it's really important that we don't shy away from this conversation, and that there is real opportunity for us in the geothermal sector, that it's not just about how do we find oil and gas people jobs in geothermal. I think there is a cultural move that we have to make and say the future is really important, that geothermal is present and strongly present in a sustainable future. And the oil and gas sector has really smart people, they have really good advocacy, they have lots of funds, they have a really strong offerings for us to support our future aspirations for geothermal. And so we're looking at the IGA ways to create spaces where we can have conversations and discussions to make sure we're doing this in a smart way. And we will all be focused on this in the next 12 to 24 months. This is, this transition and discussion is happening really quickly, but it's important that we're thoughtful about it and that we aren't scared to have really tough conversations. And finally, it's really important for the IGA to make sure that we're raising our voices. And I'm probably a good advocate for that, because I'm a person with a loud voice and I like to raise my voice and be present. But I think it's really important that we are visible and that we are present and that we need to be at the tables where influence is happening, and we need to be where key decisions about energy are being made. And it's no longer okay for us to sit in our community and talk about how awesome we are, because we are awesome. We need to step outside of ourselves. We need to share the benefits of geothermal with the rest of the world. And we can't wait, because the world needs it, and we deserve it. So I challenge you all in the next 12 months to speak at a non-geothermal event, workshop, or a meeting, and start spreading the word about geothermal on the outside to the others. Obviously, raising our voices means that we at the IGA need to lead global discussions on things that really matter. We need to provide advocacy and a political, academia, industry, the whole range, the whole gambit of the whole geothermal community. And one of the key events for us is the World Geothermal Congress. And I'm actually surprised to see you, Roland. It's actually surprised to see Roland upright and looking awake, actually, because the humongous amount of effort that Roland put into our recent Iceland WGC, this man deserves a whole year off. But for us, it's a very important event. It provides the place for us all to come together and share. And we're really looking forward to the World Geothermal Congress back in Asia. The Bali event was amazing. In April 2023. So the call for papers will come out early next year, and I look forward to seeing a really large delegation from Indonesia, because you have a lot of experience and insight that the world needs to hear about. So in closing, I would just like to say thank you very much for giving me some time to speak. I hope you all understood what I said, but there's obviously a real focus for us in the next 12 months that we need to be forward and leaning in and participating in global discussions. We need support from our country, people, all countries that are geothermally focused. And I look forward to more engagement with you and your community in the next 12 months. So, kia ora koutou, and I look forward to seeing you hopefully in person sometime soon. Thank you very much.
Oh. Thank you, Miss Andy. Very, very interesting on this presentation. I think what I can maybe make some notes that you are talking about the missions of AGA in the next few years maybe, and then of course there are some interesting that you mentioned about focusing and the urgency for the carbonization, and then also on the value geothermal, how to interact with the community, social impact, and also the great thing that you mentioned about there will be a funding for $50 million available to be maybe used, and then fasting technology development. On the oil gas transitions, maybe good. So I think the main talking about how to move the culture, human resources from oil and gas to geothermal is quite interesting also. So to change their mindset maybe, and rising on voice, of course. This is the determination of IGA, I think. And talking about the challenge and the beauty of geothermal. With that, I'd like to thank you, for very, very interesting presentation. I would like, to everybody, to all participants, to give applause to all the speakers, this morning speaker. So on behalf of the board of Indonesian Renewable Energy Society, we would like to express our gratitude and appreciation for our distinguished speaker, Pak Priyandoro Effendi, Bapak Haris, Ibu Andi, who have spent their time with us to share their experience, knowledge, and perspective on geothermal development in Indonesia toward net zero emission. Once again, thank you very much. Okay, terima kasih. With that, I would like now to continue with the panel discussion. We are a bit now asleep on the time schedule. We do hope we can manage the time schedule until we complete our session today. This will be very, very interesting panel discussion, as we will hear also from a different expert and countries from USA, Mexico, El Salvador, Philippines, and last but not least from Indonesia. After every speaker finish their speech, and then I think we will have a few minutes for question and answer. With that, I'd like to begin the first speaker on this panel discussion. That will be Professor Roland Horn, Stanford University, the former president of IGA, with the title of the role of geothermal in USA toward energy transition and net zero emission. Pak Roland, please.
Very good. Thank you very much for the invitation. So I'm going to talk, first of all, about the United States, but in the context of the global production of geothermal. So I'm going to take some information that was presented at the World Geothermal Congress by Jerry Huttra, John Munn, and Annika Toth. So this is where we are in 2020. We've now reached just about 16 gigawatts. And what's important, the reason to show this slide, is how much the geothermal industry continues to expand on an ever-increasing upward trend. And those numbers are actually collected from these two World Update papers that were presented at the World Geothermal Congress that were assembled from 89 different country reports, including Indonesia. And if we look at what's been happening in the world over the last 10 years or so, we can see the steady increase in geothermal. But what's been important is that the increase has not been uniform. There are 3 or 4 countries, Indonesia is one of them, United States actually is another, where we have continued to increase our production of electricity. And if we look at the total installed capacity of the top 10 countries in the world in 2020 now, Indonesia has sneaked ahead of the Philippines to come now to number 2. But importantly, Turkey and Kenya, the other countries that were so rapidly expanding, are now number 4 and number 5. So in those places we have substantial increases. So looking at all of the countries in the report who have added electricity since 2015, Turkey was actually number 1 in additions and Indonesia is number 2. This is the actual number list. But it's important to note that the United States, although we seem to be kind of creeping along rather slowly, has had substantial increases in production over the last 5 years as well. And we shouldn't talk only about electricity. We have many applications of geothermal direct use, as you all know. And if we look at this picture of the energy demand, the thermal energy demand in the United States below 260 degrees, this is all energy, not just geothermal. What we can see in here is there is a substantial requirement for thermal energy associated with heating buildings and air conditioning and things like that. But most importantly, the temperature at which that energy is produced is rather low, 40 to 80 to 100 degrees centigrade. So those are energies, thermal energies and temperatures that are readily accessible in geothermal resources around the world, including in a lot of the United States. And because of that, the geothermal direct use capacity of the world has also increased in an ever upward slope. And if we look at the total of the world, we can see that we had, I showed you before, 16 gigawatts of electrical production from geothermal. We have 107 gigawatts thermal provided worldwide by geothermal. And if we look at who's doing that in direct use, a lot of the countries that you see listed here in the order of production. If we look at the countries per head of population, there is a strong dominance of the Scandinavian countries, with New Zealand kind of sneaking in there at the bottom, and Switzerland as well. And this graph goes from right to left. This is the increase of the different kinds of geothermal applications at worldwide direct use. And what you can see from here is that geothermal heat pumps is a particularly prominent one. So let me sort of draw back my attention now to the United States, which is what I promised to talk about. If we look at the life cycle emissions of all electrical production in terms of CO2 produced per gigawatt hour, what we see here is that geothermal, wind, and nuclear are actually the three lowest on this category. In terms of solar and hydro, they have some CO2 production in manufacture. And what I want to draw your attention to now is the states of California and Nevada. California, of course, is where I live, but also because of the distribution of electrical production in the United States, although we have production now in 5 or 6 different states, California and Nevada are the highest. And what I want to show you here and add emphasis to is how much the picture has changed, even in the last 10 years or so. So we go back to 2010. This is the distribution of all electricity generated in the states of California and Nevada. So just for reference, the state of California has a grid, a state grid, which is about 32 to 35 gigawatts. So it's roughly the same size as Indonesia, which is around 40, I gather. So what you can see in here is that the renewable energy production in 2010 in the state of California, including hydro, was about 30%. But importantly, geothermal made up 6% of all electricity generated in the state of California, as well as 6% of all electricity generated in the state of Nevada. And at that time, wind and solar 2010 were not particularly prominent in our state. I also like to draw your attention to hydro, which in 2010 produced 33,000 gigawatts hours. So if we move forward to 2013, I draw this to your attention now. This is only California. 2013 was the first year that wind actually overtook geothermal. So geothermal remained about the same actually throughout all the diagrams I'm going to show you. So wind began to pick up in 2013. I also draw your attention back to hydro again. If you remember 2010, 33,000 gigawatt hours. In 2013, 3 years later, it fell to 23,000 gigawatt hours per year. And if we switch to 2015, another 2 years, again, while we're still talking about hydro, let me draw your attention now, it fell to 13,000 gigawatt hours. So it went from 33 to 23 to 13 over a 5-year period. The reason for that is because we had a very long drought in the state of California. We don't have too much rain here, especially at that time. And that gives emphasis to the fact that although we associate wind and solar to be intermittent resources, hydro is an intermittent resource as well, but on a longer time scale, at least in the state of California. And what you can see now in 2015 is geothermal still making up 6%, and now for the first time, solar actually overtook wind and geothermal as well. And finally, this is 2017. These are the last numbers I have to show you. Geothermal remains about the same. Hydro jumped back up to 43,000 gigawatt hours because in 2017 it started raining again, the drought was broken. But geothermal was steady at 6%, and importantly, the state of Nevada, our neighbor, increased its geothermal production to 9% in 2017 by expanding continuously its development of new resources. And that's important on a worldwide philosophy, because actually the resources of the state of Nevada tend to be rather modest temperature, 150 degrees or so, much lower temperature than California. And the fact that Nevada has been able to increase its production and geothermal percentage so much is very promising in terms of what can be achieved in the world. And if we look at a 24-hour period in the state of California, this was about this time of year a few years ago. On that particular occasion, at noontime, the state was producing 45% of its electricity from renewables, not including hydro, which in our regulations is not actually counted as a renewable. So what you can see here is a very prominent increase of solar in the middle of the day. That, of course, happens everywhere. But what the result of that is that we now have a very difficult grid to control, because in the middle of the day we have too much solar, and as the sun goes down towards the end of the day, the state of California has to add 13 gigawatts of production between 4 in the afternoon and 7 in the evening, all of which has to be made up with rapidly deployed production. And the control of a grid with such a high fraction of intermittency from wind and solar is a challenge in the state of California today and in many other places as well. It's currently achieved by basically making a large amount of storage available. And you might imagine that the battery storage, we have pumped hydro storage as well, but battery storage, you might imagine to be charged during the day and discharged at night, but that isn't the way it's used at all. Battery storage is used to basically provide short-term supply while the rapid spinning gas-fired plants are ramped up. And what that means for geothermal is that we have a new requirement, at least in the United States as well as in many other places as well, not for baseload power, but for dispatchable power. And we have several good examples in the United States of the use of geothermal in a dispatchable way. This is the plant in Puna, Hawaii, which is, of course, part of an island grid, so they can't export or easily import electricity. And when they have too much demand, they have to actually throttle back the geothermal plant, which they do actually by bypassing the geothermal fluid past the plant. And in Nevada, they also have some interesting hybrids. This is the one at Stillwater, which is a three-way hybrid. It's a geothermal plant, it's a solar PV, which are co-located but not thermodynamically connected, as well as solar thermal, which is thermodynamically connected into the plant. And this is another innovative plant, actually all geothermal in New Zealand. This is Rotokawa, which is a combined cycle flash and binary plant, which has a much higher efficiency than most of the steam turbine plants that we use today. So overall, to summarize what I've had to say here, we've had a lot of significant changes over the last 10 or 15 years, a lot of new countries and companies, but as well as that, a lot of new technologies that have been implemented to allow for greater expansion of our resources. And as we saw in the state of Nevada, lower temperature resources have been recovered in an effective and commercially successful way. So with that, I will conclude, and thank you for your attention as well as the invitation to speak.
Thank you, Pak Roland, for very, very also interesting presentations. And what I can note maybe that you're talking also about the direct use, the impact, then talking about the speedy, development of geothermal in a few countries, and also in long term, talking about the problem also with the hydro, and at least, but you're talking about now not only about base load for the geothermal, but dispatchable. I think just a few notes that I can pick up from you. But anyway, with that, I would like to open for the QA. Let me check on the chat box. Okay, there is a question from Bawa Santoso. What is the long-term operation impact while implementing the direct use in geothermal power?
Yes, so in the United States at least, we don't have too many applications which are so-called cascaded. We certainly have them, but unlike in other countries where they're making use directly of the waste heat from the geothermal plant, we don't have a great deal of that, mainly because the geothermal plants tend to be in rather remote locations. So to get the thermal energy for direct use is a more challenging task. So there are, as you know, many useful applications of that in other countries, but not too many of them in the United States. We have some, but not too many.
Okay. Are there still any questions from the participants? If not, I would like to ask, that you mentioned about, are the new countries, that also now play in the geothermal, like Kenya and Turkey. How do you see them? I mean, why did they can, making progress on this geothermal development, whether maybe they have a very, very low tariff or any other, maybe that make them to choose geothermal. Thank you.
Yes, I think the first point is the one that Andy made. The governments of the world have woken up to the fact that they need to move quickly in renewable energy, not just recently, but actually quite some time ago. And therefore, geothermal developments have been encouraged and even supported by legislation in many countries, including, as you just mentioned, by feed-in tariffs. So in Turkey, for example, the feed-in tariff was a very prominent way in which they were able to expand as rapidly and as much as they actually have. But that's been the case in other countries as well. So feed-in tariffs have taken away the risk for a lot of developers that have made them willing to make the investment into geothermal energy. And I think that's the reason why we see the increasing rate of expansion that we've seen in the last 5 years.
All right, thank you. That's quite clear. Yeah, I think that's correct. I mean, the last one, I think, before we move to the next speaker, you mentioned about the solar, the need of, battery storage, how do you see that, the battery storage, and then there is also like a hybrid between geothermal and solar.
So we have increasing amounts of battery storage in California, at least. The difficulty, of course, is that it's very expensive. So the possibility to produce large amounts is a little challenging. Interestingly enough, one of the rays of hope for battery storage comes from the electric vehicle market, because after the batteries have been used in electric vehicle for a number of years, they're not very suitable for electric vehicles anymore, where they have very rapid charging and discharging, but they can still be used for grid-connected storage. So if you like, these are old batteries from electric vehicles, and we accumulate those over time, and they become a much more economic way to do grid-connected storage.
All right, okay, it's very interesting. Okay, Pak Roland. Again, thank you for your, very interesting presentation. Because of time, I think I'd like to move to the next speaker. Once again, thank you, Pak Roland. See you sometime next year, maybe. All right. I would like to move to the second speaker now. Okay, now I think we are ready to hear from Mr. Luis Gutierrez Negrin, former BOD of IGA, Pak Negrin, from Mexico. The role of geothermal in the energy transition of Mexico and South America toward net zero emission. Okay, Mr. Gutierrez Negrin, please, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome everyone to this talk. Are you watching my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I am going to talk about Mexico and South America, but before, let me start by saying that to me the role of geothermal energy in the energy transition is similar to other renewable energies, which is try to replace as much as possible fossil fuels in the generation of electricity, and of course trying to contribute to this seventh Sustainable Development Goal of the United Nations, which is related to reduce the energy poverty worldwide. But of course, as you know, geothermal has this specific and unique feature between among all the renewable energies, which is that the geothermal power plants can operate continuously with none of the intermittencies due to daily or seasonal variations which are common in other renewables, practically all the rest of the renewables like solar and wind. So, having said that, let me move to our region. Here you have the main tectonic plates in which the world, the lithosphere, is divided. And here you have the main zones where the currently commercial geothermal reservoirs are located. I mean the hydrothermal type of geothermal reservoirs. As you can see there, and probably many of you know, they are located, these resources are located in the margins of the contacts between the tectonic plates. So our region is here, is Mexico and South America and a little part of the Caribbean. Here you have the same region in more detail. Here is this part of the American continent, which the zones where the hydrothermal reservoirs are located, and I am talking. I will talk about specifically about Mexico. These countries and island from the Caribbean that you can see here, and only 7 countries of South America, which are Venezuela, here, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile, because are the countries that have an interesting geothermal potential. Currently, the installed capacity in all of this region is only a little bit more than 1,000 megawatts installed in Mexico, in Chile, and in the Guadeloupe Island, which belongs to France. That represents practically 7% of the total of the installed capacity worldwide. In this region, we have here the geothermal fields in operation. We have 5 geothermal fields in Mexico and 1 in the Caribbean, with the installed capacity that we can see here: Cerro Prieto, Las Vírgenes, Domo San Pedro, Los Azufres and Los Someros in Mexico, and the geothermal field of La Bourgeon in the Guadeloupe Island in France. And here is the location of the only geothermal field in operation in the South American continent, which is Cerro Pabellon in the northern part of Chile, with 48 megawatts. Here we have some basic data about the countries. In the case of the Caribbean, we include here all of these countries that are presented here. And you can see here the population in million people, the gross domestic product in billion dollars, the total power capacity, the total installed capacity in each country, and the total greenhouse gas emissions expressed in million tons of CO2 equivalent in 2008. All the data are for 2008, excepting for Mexico, which are for 2020. So here we have the gross domestic product growth in the last 20 years in the region. In this case, I am presenting only the Mexico and the South American countries. I have not enough data for the Caribbean countries, but in general terms, you can see that the GDP has grown in this period of 20-21 years an average of 40%. I don't have data for the electric sector, but in general terms, in the region, the electric sector growth is more or less the same that the gross domestic product, a little bit more in some countries. So here we have the evolution of the greenhouse gas emissions in the countries of the region in the last 10 years. In this case, you can see here all the countries. Again, the Caribbean is composed of all of these countries that you can see here, can see there. Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, Saint Vincent and Grenadines, and Saint Lucia. The scale is in million tons of CO2 equivalent. This is the total for the year 2008, which is 2.5% of the world total. Of course, I am talking about here the greenhouse gas emissions only from the energy sector, not the total, no? Which includes transport and so on. This is only the energy sector, which is where geothermal can impact. No? Here we have the geothermal potential the estimation of the geothermal potential for the country. In Mexico, you can see there is around 2,500 megawatts. The Caribbean is around the amount that you can see there. The Caribbean, in this case, composed of those islands and countries, and the total estimate potential in these 7 countries of South America. The total of the region is between 8,000 and 11,000 megawatts in general. So in this slide, I am presenting the current geothermal installed capacity in each of these countries. In this case, is the Guadeloupe Island, not all the Caribbean. The potential in each of these countries, the current installed capacity in 2018 for most of the countries, in 2020 for Mexico, and the share, the proportion of this geothermal potential compared with the total installed capacity in each country. You can see that in some countries it's barely 1%, like in the case of Venezuela, or 2.8% in the case of Mexico, but in other countries like Chile, Colombia, and Bolivia could be around 15%. And here I am presenting the current share of clean energies in the electricity, in the total installed capacity in each of these countries, expressed as a percentage, a share of clean energies. You can see here that in some countries like or island, the island Guadeloupe, is only 20% of clean energies. In other, like Colombia, is currently 70% of clean energies, mainly hydroelectric energy, but also some wind, some wind, some solar. The average of the country in all these countries is 43.2%. I mean, the total clean energy in the region is that percentage. And please take into account that I am talking about installed capacity, not the electricity effectively generated in the region, just the installed capacity, which is not, of course, the same thing. But and here I am presenting how, if we in some way could use all the geothermal potential that has been estimated in these regions, how that would impact the share of clean energies and reduce the share of fossil fuels in the region. Here we have in light green the current share of clean energies in each of the countries and the Guadeloupe Island, and the total in the top part. And in dark green, we can see how the share of clean energy could be improved if all the geothermal potential could be used to generate electricity. No? So, in general terms, the current share, which is 43%, could be 5 points more if we can use all this potential. And remember, please, that I am just talking about the conventional type of geothermal resources, not EGS, not superhot, not another unconventional geothermal resources that, of course, the region and all the world has also. So, my main conclusions and comments about the situation is I am presenting here. So, but I would like to make the emphasis in that the geothermal potential in the region could provide at least 5% more in the share of clean energies in our region, Mexico, South America, and some countries of the Caribbean, and that would be, in my opinion, a good contribution to reach the net zero emissions goal. So that is all. This is a picture of the largest geothermal field in Mexico, which is Cerro Prieto. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis, for this kind of interesting presentation. It's quite interesting talking about the South America that also have significant geothermal resources. With that, I would like to open for the question and answer. In case there is a question from a participant, you please do so. If not, while waiting for the other questions, I would like to ask you. You saw that Colombia really had, they have maybe around 1,000 megawatt, but until now, I think there is no one geothermal, installed in Colombia. Do you know what's the main reason on that?
Well, the main reason is that during long time, Colombia was more of an important part of the electricity generation came from hydroelectric plants. No? But since some time ago, maybe 10, 15 years or more, or more, they started to explore more the geothermal potential. You know, one of the biggest geothermal potential in the region is from Colombia. So they have a lot of opportunity to use those resources.
Okay. In Mexico, I think also they have more than 2,000 megawatt, but current installed capacity only around 1,000 megawatts. Is Mexico going also, to develop more geothermal power plant or change to the solar PV or other, of power plant?
Like in all the world, I am afraid the main development of clean energies in Mexico is in solar and wind, of course. But now, when in Mexico, the main development of geothermal resources has been made by the government, by the governmental company, which is called CFE, Comisión Federal de Electricidad. The current government, the current federal government, is trying to reinforce the activities and the budget of the CFE, and of course, among the projects are geothermal projects. So we expect that we will have a more important geothermal development in the next years, not only from the government, also from some private companies, but mainly from the government.
Oh, how is the tariff mechanisms in Mexico? No?
We don't have any feed-in tariffs or specific stimulus for not only for geothermal but not for clean energies. We have just one mechanism which is called Clean Energy Certificate, which is a part of the fees that the consumer pays when the energy comes from clean energies. But nothing specific for geothermal. Is the same for solar, wind, geothermal, and so on.
Okay. All right. Because of also time, limitation, I would like to move to the next speaker. With that, I would like to thank you, Luis, for this also very interesting presentation for the South America and Mexico. How are they going to, also to contribute on the net zero emission in the future? With that, I would like to move to the next speaker. I think the next speaker will be Mr. Geoffrey Caranto, the IGA chairman of AWPRB. The AWPRB role in supporting geothermal towards net zero emission and highlight the status of the Philippine geothermal development scenario. Mr. Caranto, time is yours.
Thank you, Pa Sanusi. Thank you for that introduction. Good day, everyone. I'm honored to be here. And thank Pa Surya and the organizers for the invitation to speak in this conference. So I'm Jeff Caranto, the current chairman of AWPRB. I'll explain later what that means. And I also represent Energy Development Corporation from the Philippines. So may I request our organizers to share my slide, please? There you go. So the next slide shows the AWPRB composition. Please go to the next slide.
Slide berikutnya, tolong admin. Admin, yeah.
Okay, there you go. So yeah, let me quickly introduce the AWPRB, who we are. We basically are the regional branch of the International Geothermal Association, founded in 2006, composed of members from different countries. So we have here Andrew from New Zealand, Grim from Australia, Samantha also from New Zealand, Varun from India. We have representatives from Indonesia who are composed of Buninik and Pionis, Hiroshi from Japan, and most recently we also invited a representative from our friends from China, Geothermal Association, and this is represented by Professor Pang Songhe. So he's now attending our meetings as an observer, not an official forum member yet, but that's something that we will work into that. So, AWPRB has been quite busy for the last for the last year, even in 2020 when during the lockdown. If you go to the next slide, we'll show you what we have been doing to keep our members properly informed, and also to be active in connecting to our membership. So back in 2020, even during the lockdown, we started our webinars. We basically focused on exploration and resource monitoring. And this year, we already conducted 2 webinars, and these are all being conducted for free for all the members and even the non-members to attend. The first one this year was on mineral recovery and geothermal branch, and the second one, which was recently completed, was supposed to be just looking at Japan and how geothermal development has been progressing in Japan. But this was expanded into the importance of government policy in geothermal development, not just in Japan but in other countries, including Indonesia and the Philippines. And as I mentioned, we've been in communication with our friends from China through Professor Pang. We have connected to him, to our Chinese colleagues, to expand the reach of the regional branch. And this is very timely since they are also busy preparing for the World Geothermal Congress that will happen in 2023. So if there's any indirect net zero emission being provided by the regional branch, it is through this educational and international technical exchanges. And these webinars have been well attended by representatives in the industry, not just in the geothermal industry, but other industries as well from all over the world. So we would like to thank the PRB board forum members in supporting all these initiatives, and also, of course, the members of the national associations. Now, moving to the Philippines, which is the second part of my topic, the next slide shows the installations of the Philippine geothermal projects. We have more than 1,900 megawatts of installed capacity, as mentioned earlier by Roland. And we have had that capacity for about a significant period of time already. Now, we can say we have some small additional increments every now and then, but no new large geothermal development projects of over 100 megawatts, unlike the developments in Indonesia. All of these 7 developed geothermal fields are located in the different regions of the Philippines, from north to south. These projects are developed by only 4 private companies. EDC, Energy Development Corporation. We have the Philippine Geothermal Production Company, Aboitiz Power, which is in charge of the power plants, and Maybrara Geothermal. Now, there are other companies that are venturing into exploration. They have drilled some wells in the past, but none of this have progressed into development and to power plant installations. And I'll tell you what, I'll explain to you in the next slides. Yeah, so the next slide basically just shows our installation. And this supports what I've been saying earlier about, we have been there at 1900 megawatts, thereabouts, but we have been there for more than 20 years, so 23 years. Look at the table below. We have very high targets from 2011 to 2020 of more than 1,000 megawatts, but we actually just installed 82, not even 83 megawatts for a 10-year period. And for 2021 onwards, we actually have an ongoing installation of binary plants, which I will show you later on. But for the last 10 years, we've only seen minor growth in the geothermal industry. And the next slide will also explain why. Okay, I'd like to stay a little bit more on this diagram, because if you'd see, this diagram shows 10 years of growth for the Philippine energy installations from 2009 to 2019. And we've grown significantly in terms of installation. We produced close to 62,000 gigawatt hour in 2009, and now we're more than 106 gigawatt hour, almost double. In the graph earlier, I showed that the renewable energy industry, we have a new law that happened in 2008, and that spurred the growth of the renewable energy industry. So if you see in 2009, we have almost zero solar, wind, and biomass. The hydro there is basically the dam hydro. These are not the runoff hydro. Geothermal at that time contributes about 17% of the total installations. And coal comprises about 26% of installation. Now, going to 2019, we've seen an increase in the other renewable energy technologies like solar, wind, and biomass, primarily also because of the drive of the government to provide feed-in tariff for these new technologies. Now, mind you, geothermal was not included as part of the feed-in tariff by the government because it was identified already as a mature technology at the time. So the new technologies that came in, the solar, wind, and biomass, and the run of hydro were given fit primarily because the government wanted to spur interest. So while the renewable energy industry was busy installing those small units of renewable energy plants, look at the coal installation. Can you go back to the slide before this, please? Yeah, okay. Look at the coal contribution. The coal industry was also busy installing new coal power plants, such that in 2019, they comprised more than 50% of the total installation generation for the total energy mix of the Philippines. And obviously, because of those large installations all over the Philippines, the contribution of renewable energy, geothermal, and other sources have significantly reduced. Now, if there is something that the Philippine government would need to do to contribute to the net zero emissions, just looking at this diagram, 2019 will provide a big inspiration already, because that 55% of coal contribution is significantly contributing to our global emissions. So if we wanted to target NZE, net zero emissions, we should target that. So what is the government doing? If you go to the next slide. Yeah, the government has been implementing several initiatives. So given the current situation, there's a renewed drive by the government to develop again geothermal on top of all the RE initiatives. So there are several initiatives here on basically on process improvements, ease of doing business. They're putting all permitting into a virtual one-stop shop, and improving the process of contract awards by the Department of Energy. On top of that, the next slide basically shows also the initiatives by the Department of Energy doing their part to spark interest in geothermal exploration in the Philippines. The next slide shows that the new projects that were tendered last year in 2020. Can you go to the next slide, please? There you go. There were 5 geothermal projects located in Luzon that were bidded out by the government. Relatively small capacities, as you can see there. Only 3 of those were sparked interest by the private sectors, from the private sectors. And these are the ones on top: Taclan, number 1, Puting-Lupa, which is number 3, and Mount Labo, which is number 5. So these have been awarded last year, and hopefully we see some movements in the exploration of these projects. The next slide also shows some of the initiatives that were that we've seen from the government last year, primarily because of the effect of the pandemic, when all the import of coal and oil have been affected. Then we have to rely on our indigenous energy resources, and that was one of the awakening by the government that said that realized that we have to be more self-sufficient. We have to be more independent, making sure that we can generate power internally within the Philippines from indigenous resources. So that's why the Department of Energy put a moratorium on the development of new coal plants and focus more on renewable energies, specifically on geothermal and hydro. So that's a big step from our Department of Energy last year. The next slide shows the installations that I mentioned earlier, new geothermal installations that are underway. There's been COD'd last year, NTP'd last year, started last year even during the pandemic. And these are the binary plans of DDC. These are optimization plans, 29 megawatts in Bacman, and another 3.6 megawatts in Mount Apo. These are small units, but at least it adds up to the total geothermal capacity in the region. We expect these units to be operational in 2022, next year. Also, the next slide shows the local Geothermal Association, NGAP, also recently had the second Philippine International Conference, and where the Senate Energy Committee Chairman Senator Gatchalian was the keynote speaker, and this is also an initiative to spark the interest of the private sectors, plus get the support of the government in providing support to geothermal. So some of the initiatives or ways forward that were identified by Senator Gatchalian are highlighted there on the right area, where also one thing that I would like to highlight is that there's a possible geothermal fund for a public-private risk-sharing mechanism that is being discussed within the government. So that's hopefully that's something to spark the interest. My last slide, the next one shows, what are the targets? Can you go to the next last slide, please? Yeah. The Philippines also has NGE targets, but geothermal continue to be challenged, and even at that level, the Philippine government is continue to provide some interest, especially in providing the private sector some support in terms of geothermal exploration and development. Project economics has been a huge barrier in geothermal development in the Philippines, and I think it's almost the same in other parts of the world where FIT does not support geothermal. But global initiatives like net zero emission provide strategic directives that the government can support. But for the Philippines, we think we need to do more. Private companies do their share in getting the NGE targets, like the EDC, for example, or PGPC and the others. But the government has to collectively integrate all these initiatives to make it more viable for the Philippines, at least to reach that NGE by 2040 and 2050. With that, I thank you all, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, Pastor Nusi.
All right, thank you, Pak Jeff. Also interesting presentation, talking about the Philippine law and Philippine target on this net zero emissions. I would like to open for the question and answer. If there is any from the participant, please do so. Let me check in the chat box. So far, but I would like to ask you, Pak Jeff, I didn't, maybe I missed that. I didn't see the new net zero emission target for the Philippines, in this case. What year, I mean, that you can reach that net zero emission?
Yeah, I think we're aligning, the Philippines is aligning itself with the global target of 2040. Okay. 50% by 2040 and then 100% by 2050. I think that's the target.
Wow, that's faster.
Yeah. And hopefully we can reach that. I think again the findings replacement power to replace that 55% coal would be a big challenge. I mean, it's good to always talk about renewable energy and all this baseload technologies. Even hydrogen, for example, is being talked about, but we're still very early stage for hydrogen. So we need to look for alternative baseload to replace that 55% of coal contribution to the grid. Yes. And yeah, it's not an easy task, but we have until 2040 and 2050 to find that out, and we need to start now. Okay. And geothermal should be able to contribute to that.
Yeah, I think so. But faster than us, 2040 and 2050. If I may ask again, how much the renewable energy trust fund, that's available, is that from international assistance or for your own?
Yeah, that's a good question, Pastor Nusi. None yet. We don't have anything similar to what Indonesia had for a time on the geothermal trust fund or financial mechanism, and that is something that the government is trying to put together in discussions with other local and international financing institutions. At least the first step that we did is last year, NGAP was able to initiate that discussion with the DOE to be able to come up with a mechanism that can support geothermal, such as the financial mechanism. Because as far as the law is concerned, geothermal is not eligible for FIT. So we need to find other means to be able to get that support, financial support. And we think, the government sharing the exploration risk for drilling would be a big step.
Yeah, seems like us, right? So, anyway, is there any issue on this conservation of forest or whatever? Before, like a Mount Apo, it was also restricted area, right?
Yes, pa. Well, it's always an issue, but it takes time. But eventually, once we get to convince the environmental authorities that the companies who are entering into these national forests are responsible enough to take care of it, then the applications get granted. So there is, it's not easy, but it's not something that's impossible to do.
Yeah, we can understand. There is always a dilemma, we need energy or we must sacrifice the conservation. Well, Pak Jeff, anyway, I have to move to another, speaker again, because of time limitation. Again, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. Just stay with us, and maybe we have another discussion after that. And then with that, I'd like to move to the next speaker. That will be by Mr. Ahmad Yuniarto, the President Director of Pertamina Geothermal Energy. Pak Ahmad Yuniarto will talk about the role of Pertamina to support geothermal development in Indonesia energy transition target. Pak Ahmad Yuniarto, the time is yours, Pak, please.
Thank you, Pak Sanusi, and hi to everyone. Appreciate and thank you for joining these sessions. And we are talking about the topic that is very close to our heart here, geothermal, and how geothermal could contribute to the achievement of net zero emissions. In Indonesia, it will be in 2060. And it's more importantly also that that I would share what Pertamina's commitment is and what we are going to do going forward in contributing toward the achievement of net zero emission in Indonesia by 2060. Pertamina created a new focused business unit called Power, New and Renewable Energy. And Pertamina Geothermal Energy is part of this new business unit. That the mandate that we have is actually to work together with all the stakeholders, all parties within Indonesia and also globally, and leading Indonesia's energy transition. And for that, Pertamina is very much committed that from 2020 to 2024, actually allocating 9% of total Pertamina's CapEx for the development of new and renewable energy. And that percentage, that allocation, that commitment is actually well above average of international oil companies' commitment in developing the energy transitions. And hopefully, by putting together and committed a significant amount of capex, that Pertamina will be able to quite swiftly ramp up our capacity in new and renewable energy, and through that we lead the energy transitions and impact in the achievement of net zero in Indonesia. And specifically about the geothermal, essentially through direct operations and joint operations in Indonesia, Pertamina is energizing Indonesia with around 1.8 gigawatt of available green geothermal power. And that is quite significant because 1.8 gigawatt that Pertamina is participating directly and through joint operations is actually almost 90% of current installed capacity of geothermal power in Indonesia. And that is the contributions and the role of Pertamina. And for Pertamina Geothermal Energy, we have an aspiration to be a world-class green energy company. What does it mean is that if today we are solely focusing on geothermal electricity generations, in the future, by 2030, we are looking to diversify our portfolio that is still based on geothermal resources development. However, we are looking into beyond geothermal energy. We are looking into participating more in carbon abatement business, and it's also participating in a global ecosystem of green energy. We would like to impact on the emission reduction at least to the amount of just over 10 million tons of CO2 per year, and we're going to grow our base capacity in geothermal from today of direct operations of 672 megawatt into 1,500 megawatt by 2030. So that incremental growth in installed capacity that will allow us to contribute even more in the energy transitions and in pushing the achievement of net zero in Indonesia. What we do as well is that not only looking into the growing the business, but deliberately, purposefully, we would like to grow as well the impact that we have in environments, in social, economic, and do that with excellent governance. And definitely, we are linking our business practices, what we do, with the achievement of a sustainable development goal as well. And it's not only on energy-related sustainable development goal. As I said, that we would like to have a significant impact here in Indonesia, creating an environmental impact, a socio-economical impact, and we do that with strong and excellent governance. When we are talking about specific impact in geothermal, I think my colleague from other countries, other areas, mentioning the importance of geothermal and its dispatchability, the availability, the stability as a green baseload, and it's similar in Indonesia. I always visualizing Indonesia, personifying Indonesia, and the link of the geothermal work area from Aceh all the way to the eastern part of Indonesia. You can draw a straight line, and that is the backbone for Indonesia energy security. And it's not only for the energy transition, but it's also for energy security. It is very, very important that we keep pushing forward the value of geothermal to be a green baseload in Indonesia. And with that, we are also in growing our capacity. We try to maximize the value of the geothermal resources through co-development, meaning that it's not only tapping the energy from the steam and generating electricity from the steam, but at the same time, we would like also to generate power from the brines. And immediately, we have in the pipeline that 365 megawatts, and out of that, about 190 megawatts are the power, incremental power that will be generated from our brines. And then in the next part, bringing us to 1.5 gigawatt is additional 460 plus megawatts that we're going to develop between 2024, 2025 to 2030. At the same time, to think about the impact of geothermal, not only in energy transition, but it's also in reducing emissions, is that as geothermal developers, we ought to become the catalyst for the energy transitions and decarbonizations. by extending the value chains of a geothermal beyond electricity. You know, if we move, and we are working at the moment on a pilot, we are moving toward extending the value of geothermal into co-generating the green feedstocks. Then we have the opportunity to multiply the impact of geothermal in decarbonization, because we are able now then to help other industry sectors to do decarbonization as well. Not only through the electricity, but it's also through the provisions of green feedstock, the like of green ammonia or green methanol. And this is in addition of green hydrogens that we could also produce from geothermal resources. So the idea of beyond electricity, beyond energy, it is the basis for what we believe to be our impact in becoming the catalyst, in becoming the accelerator as well of energy transitions and of decarbonizations in Indonesia. Thank you, Pak Sanusi.
Wow. Well, thank you also, Pak Manjunato. Talking about Pertamina and then talking also about Pertamina geothermal energy, the target whatever is very impressive and to be catalyst, ya, Pak, ya. It must be, Pak, because Pertamina always the leading in the country. It should be, I think, fair enough. But Pak Ahmad Junato, let me check whether there is a question in the chat box. If not, and then while in the meantime, I would like to ask the meaning of strategic partnership, Pak. What is this about? Whether any private sector can enter that, or only between the state-owned enterprise? Please, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Sanusi. It's a very good question. That it is very true that to achieve our aspirations, we won't be able to do it alone, right? And hence, a strategic partnership is one of the directives that we will pursue. And when we are talking about the strategic partnership, it is not limited only to other state-owned enterprises, Pak Sanusi, but is also open to private sectors. And when we are looking at the strategic partnerships, of course, first of all, we are looking into a potential strategic partners that will bring complementing capability, that will help us in developing further our capability, matching capability that we don't have at the moment. Second, we also seeking a potential strategic partners that will help in accessing to technology, new technology, innovations for developing a geothermal resource.
Wow.
And third, definitely also we are seeking for a potential strategic partners that will give us access to a different market. And when we are looking into green feedstock, for example, we have to look full value chains of that particular business line, right? So it's completely different than the business of generating and selling electricity. So it is very important that we have the right partners, the right strategic partners that will help us in accessing the market, develop the market, and grow the value chains of a green feedstock. And of course, last but not least, we also seek for strategic partnerships that will help us in obtaining very competitive green financing.
Oh, okay, Pak Ahmad Junato. Yes, quite clear. Has PGE, started with the direct use? Because also you are talking about the geo-agro industry and tourism, whatever. That I think will be more on this direct use. Yes, Pak?
Correct. And that's an opportunity that is awaiting to be developed here in Indonesia. Pak Sanusi, you know very well that pretty much all the installed capacity, all the development of geothermal resources in Indonesia to date are for indirect use, which is basically for electricity generation. And we have applications. For example, it is still in a small scale, right? But we have been working with the local partners in one of our work area, in our operating area, Pak Sanusi, in using the geothermal power to help increasing the yield for potato farming. Okay, and that methodology, we call it geothermal, geothermal, it actually has won a certain patent here in Indonesia for a unique application of a geothermal power in helping potato farmers increasing the yield, right? So this is an example that we need to push together within the ecosystems in Indonesia. We need all Pak Haris from ministry and the private sectors as well, the universities, the communities. We all need to push together in looking and is actually applying the benefit of geothermal for direct use. Ecotourism, for example, it is a very wide open opportunity here in Indonesia.
Yes, quite true, Pak Yunarto. But in terms of commerciality, on the direct use, how do you see that? Because we so far, I think, to my understanding, still have no like a clear regulation on direct use.
Correct, and we all are waiting for the implementing guidelines for direct use, right? But I think we need to approach it this way. Yeah, what we believe is that the concept, the pillars of co-development, co-productions, and co-processing, that will be the key in addressing the economics of the project. What I meant is that we cannot treat each of those projects in isolation. You are dealing with the direct use in isolation of the rest of it, right? I think the opportunity to improve and to de-risk in terms of the economic of the project is by applying those three pillars: co-development, co-production, and co-processing simultaneously. When I could generate electricity, what else that I could generate? Right, and then if say let's start with the steam. I could generate electricity from the steam. I could generate revenue from the steam. Can I incrementally add power from the brine? Right. So of course, the economic of the brine will help, because the cost of developing the brine now will be less compared to developing the brine itself, because you already have the initial development through the steam. You have steam, you have brine. What else that you can generate, right? So you extend value chains of a geothermal. That will help the economics.
Okay, Pak, quite clear, optimizing everything, right, Pak? But there is a question, from Pak Bawa Santoso. Seberapa besar tambahan investasi untuk membuat cold water injection well jika PGE menerapkan direct use di PLT?
Yeah, thank you. And I think we still calculating it at the moment. Honestly, I can't really share the exact figure. Right, but I think the initial figure, it should not be a showstopper. Right, we are talking we're talking millions, but it should not be a showstopper. Yeah.
Oh yes, Pak. Yes, this is because really like a new issue, Pak. But anyway, in the presentation for 2020 to 2024, I think Pertamina provide 8 billion capex, and then from there is an additional 365 megawatt and plus 460 megawatt, and then another 1.5 gigawatt. That's quite huge of, financial, Pak, ya.
It is a huge commitment, and definitely the capital disciplines necessitate us to think on creative financing. I think this is an opportunity now. We have the momentum from the geothermal community that the whole world are pushing the green issue, and I think we should be able to tap and get the benefit out of the available green funding or green financing, and that is actually quite competitive. So that's the area that we need to explore further.
Okay, Pak Ahmad Yunato, let me check. I think there is no other question from the participant. With that, I'd like to, to stop this session. I would like to thank you again, on behalf of the board of Indonesian Renewable Energy Society. We would like to express our gratitude and appreciation for our distinguished speakers who have spent their time with us, share their expertise, knowledge, and perspective on geothermal development in Indonesia toward net zero emission. Once again, thank you very much for Pak Roland Hon, Pak Luis Gutierrez Negrin, and then Pak Jeffrey Karanto and Pak Ahmad Yunato. Give applause once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Sanusi. Thank you, Pak Bawa, for the questions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I would like to close this session. First, we would like to apologize. Actually, Mr. Jose Luis Henriquez, should be the last speaker. But it seems that, Mr. Luis Henriquez was unable to join this morning. There is no, further information from him. So I would like to close this session. And with that, I would like to announce also, once again, thank you for the participation on this session. We have another parallel session at 1 p.m. until 17:30 p.m. on Asia Pacific Geothermal Forum and Asia Western Pacific Regional Branch of IGA Annual General Meeting. You can stay on this class with the same link. And then also there will be Asia Solar Forum. Move to another link. Link will be provided, on the chat box. And then Asia Wind Energy Forum. Move to another link. Link will be provided also on the chat box. With that, I would like to return it to the administration of this convention. Thank you very much once again to all the participation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Terima kasih.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak.
Terima kasih, Pak Sanusi.
Sama, Pak. Oke.
Thank you, Pak Sanusi.
Sama. Oke.
Thank you to our honor sponsor, INDO EBTKE CONEX 2021, main sponsor by Mentari UK, Indonesia Low Carbon Energy Partnership, platinum sponsor by ISED, also our platinum sponsor by the Swiss Confederation, gold sponsor by Oil Palm Plantation Fund Management Agency, silver sponsor by Swedish Energy Agency and Business Sweden, and Bukit Asam.
Will also be in place. To talk about
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through 4 main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
Building new industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believe just now.
100 years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. perfecting excellence in everything we do, and shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
Recording stopped.
Building new industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believe just now.
Years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable. bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
Building new industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believed just now.
100 years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
Building new industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believed just now.
we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believe just now.
Years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believe just now.
Years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believe just now.
Years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believe just now.
Years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believed just now.
Years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
new industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believe just now.
Years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
Building new industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believed just now.
Years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
Building new industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believe just now.
100 years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believe just now.
Years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through four main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
Building new industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believed just now.
Years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward. Perfecting excellence in everything we do. And shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
Thank you to our honor sponsor, INDO EBTKE CONEX 2021, main sponsor by Mentari UK, Indonesia Low Carbon Energy Partnership, platinum sponsor by ISED, also our platinum sponsor by the Swiss Confederation. Gold sponsor by Oil Palm Plantation Fund Management Agency, silver sponsor by Swedish Energy Agency and Business Sweden and Bukit Asam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, good morning, good night, wherever you are.
Selamat siang kepada semuanya.
Selamat siang, Ibu Dini.
Selamat siang, selamat sore untuk yang udah di timur. Kita udah bisa mulai nih.
Silakan Bu Dini, saya sudah standby. Dengan Eka ini apa kabar?
Oh, Mas Eka ya, terima kasih banyak sudah di sini ya. Kita bisa mulai ya panitia ya, saya open. Oke.
Halo, it's Kasumi.
Hello, Kasumi, and yeah, I think all the speaker has been here, yeah. Okay. Okay, I will start the session this afternoon. Welcome to the Indonesian EBTKE Conference and Exhibition 2021.
Selamat datang kepada dalam konferensi EBTKE CONEX 2021.
This event is start from 22 to 26 November 2021. The event is held by the Indonesian Renewable Energy Society or METI in full supported by Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. I'm Suryantini, you can call me Ninik. I'm a lecturer at ITB, and I will be the moderator for this session until 3 p.m. this afternoon. In this session, the session titled Asia Pacific Geothermal Forum with special topic status and updates of the geothermal role in the transition in the energy transition towards net zero emission. We have 8 excellent speakers in this session.
Ada 8 pembicara yang
John Burnell
hebat dalam sesi ini.
And then Eka Satria, the Chief Executive Officer from Medco Energy.
Ada dari New Zealand.
Dr.
Ada dari Medco Energy.
From Managing Director Scientific and Engineering from Kenya. Miss Kasumi Yasukawa, Board of Director of INDO
dari Kenya.
And also representative of JOGMEC. And then
Excuse me, but yeah, I'm a director of IGA and not director of IGA Japan. So please correct.
Okay, yeah,
make the correction.
Yeah, thank you for your correction. Okay, Miss Kasumi Yasukawa is board of director of IGA. She's from Japan and she also representing the Japan oil and gas mineral resources. Yeah.
That is JOGMEC. Yeah, but yeah, okay, all right.
Okay, and then we have also Professor Zonghei Fang from China. He is chairman of China Geothermal. And then the next is Mr. Simon Westerland. And then the next is Dr. Graham Gertzmo from Australia. And the last one, we have Mr. Jose Luis Enrique from El Salvador. The last presenter should be present this morning, but due to some technical problem, he is not able to present the paper, and then he will present at the end of this session. Okay, before we start, I would like to read some important rules for the speaker and the audience. Please mute your microphone when entering the meeting room, and then unmute at a moment you start the presentation. During the session, the audience are expected to mute the microphone until the end of the session, unless you are asked to unmute. The speaker will be deliver their presentation in not more than 15 minutes. I will remind the speaker at about 2 minutes before 15 minutes. The question and answer session will be at the end of the session. Speaker, please wait until the end of the session to answer the question. The audience is expected to write their question at the chat box of the Zoom meeting, and then
Recording in progress.
at the end of the session during the question and answer session. Okay, I will not talk into detail about many things. Let's now start to the first presenter. We have Mr. John Burnell from New Zealand. He is the Energy Future Research Leader at GNS Science New Zealand. Please, Mr. John Burnell, to present your paper, your topic. Not more than 15
Akan
minutes.
kepada Mr. John Burnell untuk menyampaikan materinya, tidak lebih dari 15 menit.
Okay, thank you, Nini. So, kia ora everyone. So, yes, I'm John Burnell from GNS Science, and I'm going to talk today about the status of geothermal development in New Zealand.
Saya akan menyampaikan tentang status dan tentang
So, Aotearoa, New Zealand is a small country at the bottom of the South Pacific. Sorry, excuse me a minute, I'm getting some feedback here. I will just try and unmute that. Never mind. So we're a small country at the bottom of the South Pacific. We're a population of about 5 million people spread over the 2 islands. And the majority of or a large portion of the population live in an area
populasi hanya 5 juta orang.
About a third of the population lives there. In terms of our energy system, we have a relatively conventional energy system. It's made up of a traditional petroleum distribution network with a refinery in the upper part of the North Island. We have a natural gas pipeline around the North Island of New Zealand. And we have a standard electricity distribution transmission network with undersea cables in the North and South Islands.
Sudah ada natural gas alam yang diberdayakan di Pulau Utara juga.
Some important targets that we have around climate change are 2 years ago we enacted a piece of legislation.
Ada 3 masalah penting yang terjadi sebagai akibat dari perubahan iklim.
We have a target of 100% renewable electricity generation by 2030.
Net zero karbon pada tahun 2050, 100% listrik yang berasal dari sumber daya yang terbarukan yang akan diterapkan pada tahun 2030 dan 60% energi terbarukan yang akan digunakan secara keseluruhan pada tahun 2035.
For renewable energy projects, that's not the case in New Zealand, and you have to compete on a basically cost by cost basis for the lowest energy source. In terms of our energy use, about 36% of our energy is used in transport.
Dan sekitar 36% dari energi digunakan untuk transportasi di New Zealand. Dan sudah ada 34% digunakan untuk industri yang berhubungan dengan aluminium dan semacamnya.
Looking at our energy mix, we have
kita bisa lihat ada campuran penggunaan energi yang sebagian besar memang sudah menggunakan energi terbarukan.
40% of the energy mix is from renewables. And you might remember I mentioned that target of 60% renewable energy by 2035. So essentially we need to grow that renewable energy from 40% to 60% over the next 14 years. In terms of most of that renewable energy is obtained in the form of electricity, and in terms of our electricity installations, we tend to average about 5 gigawatts a year, and you can see the distribution of that in the pie chart there. So the largest proportion is hydro at about 55, and most of that hydro is generated in the lower part of the South Island of New Zealand, which is why that transmission network is quite important, because the population density is in the upper part of the North Island. Geothermal is probably the second largest source of electricity generation, so it sits at about 17% of our total generation. And then we have a smaller amount of coal, a little bit of wind, sorry, a smaller amount of gas and a little bit of wind. And again, you'll remember that I mentioned there was a target of 100% renewable electricity generation by 2030. So that means that we're going to have to find a way of replacing that gas and coal generation that we have in here with renewables. So just want to look a little bit about our geothermal systems. So most of the geothermal systems in New Zealand come in this area known as the Taupo volcanic zone. So it sits in the centre of the North Island of New Zealand. And it's a relatively unique area. So there's a couple of areas, the Taupo volcanic zone in Yellowstone in the US, where there are very anomalously high heat flows. And for the TVZ, the source of that is due to the rifting of the area. And that rifting is happening because we're having subduction of the Pacific plate underneath the Australian plate around New Zealand happening. And so what we're getting is we're getting a rifting, an opening of that area in the TVZ. We're getting emplacement of magma up into that area, and we're getting the formation of these geothermal systems. So what we have is we have an area of active volcanism and geothermal activity. We have a number of geothermal fields that we've identified through regional DC resistivity surveys that happened in the 1980s.
Dan ini adalah beberapa daerah yang sudah diterapkan, yang sudah diinstalasi.
Possibly limited or conditional development, which are the yellow ones. And then we have decided that there are some systems that are important that we do not develop, and they're protected systems. So of the systems that we've developed, there are 8 fields that have been developed. They go back to the 1950s. So the very first development occurred at Kaurau in 1957, which was the use of the steam for industrial processing in a pulp and paper mill. They didn't start to generate electricity for a few years. So the first electricity generation occurred at Wairaki in 1958. And that was the second geothermal power plant in the world, and the first that was developed in a liquid-dominated system. There was then a little bit of a gap until we had Ohaki come online in 1989, and then another gap when we had 3 other stations coming online in the late 90s, Mokai, Rotokawa and Nafa. And then we've had a couple of new developments in the 2010s, so Tauhara and Ngatamariki. The capacities that I've listed here are the current installed capacities. So they're not necessarily the initial capacity that these systems have. So many of these systems have had expansions over the years. We have a total capacity of around a gigawatt of generation. As well as electricity generation, we have a couple of fields that have significant direct use of the energy. So one is Kaurau, which I mentioned. The steam was being used for pulp and paper processing and other industrial processes. And then we have Rotorua, which is an urban area with about 100 shallow bores where the fluid is used for things like domestic heating and bathing. There have been some expansions of our systems, as I mentioned. There was a large expansion at Wairaki in 2014, and Kaurau 2008, Rotokawa 2010, and Nafa in 2021. So there's been a little bit of activity and growth in the 2000s, but not too much really. And the reason for that is that demand has been relatively flat. So what we're seeing in this graph is we're seeing dates and generation. So since about 2005, demand in New Zealand has been relatively flat. There are a couple of reasons for that. One is that we've had improvements in energy efficiency, and then the second is that we have had a number of manufacturing companies move offshore. So in that context, what does New Zealand need to do? About 50% of our emissions come from energy, and the other 50% come from agriculture. And the New Zealand government has decided that the burden of energy, of emissions reduction will be taken by the energy sector. And so we need to reduce our emissions in energy. But we have a relatively low level of fossil fuel generation. So we don't have those big targets, or those targets of big power stations that are emitting quite large amounts of CO2. So if we are going to reduce our energy emissions, we're going to have to target transport and process heat. And the most likely way that we'll do that is through electrification. So in transport, it will be battery electric vehicles or hydrogen powered vehicles. In process heat, it might be heat pump boilers, or it might be some other electrical process. So the estimate of what we'll need to do that, to replace the fossil fuels that we're using in transport and process heat by electricity, is that we may need something like another 2 gigawatts by 2035. Now, it's likely that the wind will be a major component of that. We don't have too many options for new hydro developments, but the problem with wind is that it's going to increase the potential for intermittency issues. Now, there is a little bit of an opportunity for growth in the geothermal. Depending on how you do the assessment, you come out with the possibility that you might be able to develop another 500 megawatts of geothermal, but it's all a little bit uncertain. We're not really that clear about how we're actually going to move to electrifying our transport and process heat and still provide a secure energy system. So how can geothermal contribute? Well, one of the things that we need to do in New Zealand is we need to work out how to reduce emissions from geothermal. Geothermal is starting to get a reputation as being an energy source that has CO2 emissions that are at unacceptable levels. So it is something we're going to have to work on. We want to try to improve our sustainable utilisation of our systems. I think there is potential in many of the developed systems to increase productivity, but we need to make sure that we have robust assessments of that resource capacity so that we can do it in a sustainable way. We need to improve the cost of development. I think one of the biggest barriers to geothermal in New Zealand at the moment is cost and risk. When you're competing with wind, the cost of wind is often a little lower and the risk profile is lower. So we need to develop methodologies for reducing those costs and reducing those risks. I think there's an opportunity to look at low temperature resources as well. So as well as the high temperature generation, we can use low temperature resources for industrial applications and possibly industries that have hard to abate emissions. We should also look for new opportunities for geothermal. Can we make geothermal more of a peaker? Can we combine it with hydrogen production? But I think the biggest opportunity is to go deeper. So I mentioned that Taupo volcanic zone is an area with substantial magmatic activity in it. So potentially at maybe 10 kilometres depth or something, we may have magma that is sitting there at 700 or 800 degrees. We know we have circulation of fluids that we see at the surface at 300 degrees or so. So somewhere down in that depth range, we have some hot permeable areas with super hot fluids. I did some back of the envelope calculations, and I think that we might have enough energy there to power New Zealand for hundreds of years. But it's not going to be easy to access these resources. There are going to be lots of engineering and earth science challenges. We need to know how to identify these sources. We kind of think they're there, but we don't really know where they are. We don't know how to image them from the surface. We don't even know how to drill them. Drilling into 500 or 600 degrees is something well beyond what we've ever done before. And at those sorts of temperatures, we're going to need new materials. We're going to need new instruments. We're going to need new ways of looking at the data.
Mr. John?
So in summary, New Zealand needs to transform our energy system. We need to replace the cheap and plentiful fossil fuels with some secure and affordable renewable electricity. But we don't quite know how to do it. And on top of that, we've got some extra challenges that come around from climate change. So climate change is likely to have an impact on some of our energy sources. So droughts will mean that we have less less water available for hydro. Changes in climate may mean that we have increased demand for electricity. So we've got a future where we need to transform and change to renewables, but we're not really clear how we're going to do it yet at the moment. So I see this as a big opportunity for geothermal. There's a need there that needs to be filled. Geothermal could do that, but we're not quite ready yet for it. But if we put in the work and the research and bring the innovation that we've used in the past in the geothermal sector, I think we might be able to make some progress on that. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Pak John, for very excellent presentation. I'm sorry we have a limited time. Please wait until the end of the session for the question and answer. Now we move to the second speaker, Mr. Eka Satria, Chief Executive Officer of PT Medco Power Energy. He was his education background is from civil engineering ITB and then Magister Management from University Indonesia and then also major project leader from MIT at Boston with 27 years of experience. Yeah, very long working experience. Please, Pak Eka Satria, the screen is yours.
Okay, can you guys hear me clear? Good evening.
Yeah.
So, thanks everybody. Good afternoon, dear distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for us, Medco Group, to present our story about energy transition agenda and the importance of geothermals. I think, unlike John, I'm probably going to concentrate more towards our understanding on energy transitions and then from the company point of view. So next. So a little bit about us. I think Medco Energy is an integrated energy companies. I think we have three pillars. We have basically E&P companies, power companies, and also mining companies. We've been operating in the various countries. But predominantly, we are national integrated energy companies. Next. Okay. I think this is important. I think everybody knows that climate change strategies is basically is very important for everybody. I think everybody knows that we need to act now. Everybody needs to act now. I think from the science-based data, it's clear that if we cannot ensuring that the temperature of our planet below 2 degrees, it's going to be a quite disaster. So we like to participate on that one. We also understand that Indonesia have their climate target, and of course the stakeholder expectation from the investor, potential regulators, financial, and etc. etc. But for us, it is also an opportunities. We see that there is businesses that we like to have on this low carbon economic transition. Next. Okay. I think I don't have to go elaborate this one. The commitment is also coming from Indonesian government. It's very clear. President Jokowi has mentioning it several times. And if you see the target that they're going to achieve, one of the principles is to increase the renewable, reducing energy fossils, EVs, and of course, they like to do electrification and CCS. Next. About months ago, Medco Energy has announced our commitment. We have our climate aspiration. The company will achieve the net zero emission by 2050 for scope 1 and scope 2. And we also are saying that for scope 3, it's going to be 2060. Scope 1 and scope 2 is for the emission that coming from our direct operation. Scope 3 is for the indirect operations. You can see the three strategies. One of it is emission intensity reduction, but in the middle is very important because we like to also transition to low carbon energies, and of course we like to make sure that we can manage the physical climate risk. One of it, next. I think Medco Power is Medco Energy platform for low carbon and energy clean investment. In our company portfolio, we have 4 pillars of businesses. One of it is geothermal and renewable. We are saying that in about 5 years, we're going to increase our renewable portfolio from 35% to around 41%, through delivering various renewable and geothermal projects in the next 5 years. Next. We are very serious in solar sectors. We are growing quite rapidly. We are starting this business about 3 years ago. And this moment, we are going to see at least about 1,000 megawatt of capacities to be installed in the next 3 or 4 years. We have started with all the PV installation on our operations. And you can see in Sumatra side, Riau, ELDs, and rooftop. But not only that, we are going to install one of the biggest mining solar PV in Indonesia to basically power our mining operation. We also at this moment is in the discussion with Pertamina, PLN for Bali. And then about a month ago, it was announced that the government of Singapore is giving us the import license for having 670 megawatt power to be exported from Indonesia to Singapore. Next. The next, please. Okay. So, can you go back one more? Sorry. Okay. No. Go back. I think you missed. Satu lagi. Okay. And next one slide. Next. Okay. And on geothermals, which is the topics that I like to go a little bit deeper, is that we would like to also expand our portfolio. Geothermals play a very important role in our companies, as our DNA of the companies is oil and gas. We started with Sarula, Sarula in North Sumatra. Sarula is one of the biggest single contracts geothermals. Learning from that, we are developing at this moment Ijen in East Java. Yeah, we are drilling it at this moment, and also Bonjol. We think that there's a lot of potential also. Yeah, both pipeline green and brownfield, to be pursued in Indonesia. Next. Okay, so but the issues here is this. I think we know everybody that geothermal has a big potential. But if you can see on the right top chart, the progress of the development from 2000 to 2014, and now it's not much. Yeah, I think before GOC ESC established, we have 2,000 megawatt. And at this moment, we can see a very small development because of that. And we are seeing that there are various challenges. Yeah, one of it is about tariff regulation. Yeah, and of course capital investment and long lead explorations. Next.
Eka, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay, I think can you skip this one? Skip this one. Skip this one. Skip. Skip this one. Skip now. I think there's the things that I like. Okay. I think I like to show this to everybody, right? Because the government saying that they're going to make sure that they're going to meet the net zero target. So what sometimes people forget is that geothermal has a lot of advantages. Yeah, if you have the, for example, coal, right, 5.7, but if you apply CCS, yeah, because government is thinking to sink some of the coal, if you put that number, the cost of LCOE is becoming 14 cents per kilowatt hours. Battery, for example, this looks cheap, 4.6 cents, but if you put the battery to make it stable, it's going to be 15 cents. So I think what we are saying here is that at this moment, a lot of developers is suffering. But something that we need to see here is that what is the benefit of geothermals? Yeah, something that we forget. And I think it is fair to say that investors actually want fair returns, but ensuring that there are some investors also come. Next. So I think in summaries, I think everybody is driving into the net zero emissions. Our company is also going into that ways. We think that geothermal should be one of the solutions for Indonesia. But we need to take account all the advantages Of course, John mentioned about technologies to increase success rate and reduce development costs. And we also need to go not only producing the geothermal for power, but we need to also looking to the additional upside, byproduct utilization, power X to improve economics. I think those conclude my presentation, Butini. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Eka, for an excellent presentation. Sorry for the limitation of time. Okay, we have to move to the next speaker, Dr. Peter Ominda, Managing Director Scientific and Engineering Power Consultant Limited from Kenya. I will not read into the detail of the CV. I'm very sorry due to the limited time. So I will give the screen to you, Mr. Peter Omenda. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you very much. Would my presentation be shared on the screen?
Okay. Committee, please assist with the presentation.
While the presentation is being screened, I'd like to say that I'll give a short presentation on the status and scenario of East Africa's geothermal development with a focus on Kenya. And I'll start by giving an overview of the electricity situation in Eastern Africa. Is it coming online?
Committee, can you assist the PowerPoint presentation for Dr. Ominda?
So as they are working on that, my first slide will be showing the map of Africa and basically highlighting the region that I'll be discussing the energy situation of, and that is Eastern Africa. And that area covers 13 countries from the north in Djibouti, Ethiopia, all the way to the south in Mozambique. Or is it possible I can share mine if they can't get it?
Yeah, I think so. Committee, can you open the link, share link for Dr. Ominda? Allow to share.
Is it there now?
Not yet. Can you unshare and then share again?
Is it there?
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, so we'll move to, yes, so this is what I was mentioning that I'll present on Eastern Africa.
In a slideshow presentation.
And here on the right-hand side, I'm presenting about Eastern Africa's population. You can see here all the countries put together have a population of about 37 million people as of 2018 with a growth rate of 2.8%. GDP is pretty low, varies from 750 to 4,000 in 2017. And the energy installed electricity capacity in this region is just 20,000 megawatts, which is very low for the population of that region, considering that the per capita consumption is just 200 kilowatt hours per year against a global average of 4,000 kilowatts. On the right-hand side, you can see the electricity situation that the power is dominated by hydro due to the large power plants in Ethiopia and Zambia and even Mozambique. However, you can see that non-renewables are also fairly significant and increasing over time. I think that's a very important thing, that whereas hydro is increasing, you see a lot of growth in non-renewables. And in terms of off-grid installed capacity, you can see that DRC has the highest renewable off-grid electricity in hydro. All the rest of the countries are more solar and even non-renewables. And what's important is that from 2010 to 2019, we've seen largest growth in solar PV for off-grid and also non-renewables, and that's not a very good trend. I wanted to show one for grid. I think we didn't see this. For grid electricity, we have, oh no, we saw this, sorry. Electricity access rates is fairly low. In urban centers, it varies between 50 and 90%. In rural areas, it's even much lower. And this, as we'll see later, impacts on carbon challenge. Expected energy trends over the years indicates that we expect hydro to continue growing, as you can see on the graph on the right-hand side. Similarly, non-renewables are growing, which is not very interesting. However, you can note that geothermal has been increasing, as you can see in the orange, the shaded area, and that's largely due to the growth in geothermal resources in Kenya. But we do expect other countries to come online. So going into geothermal, this is just to show you where Africa is and where Eastern Africa is. The place with the black dots. That's the East African Rift System, which is considered as part of the global tectonic zones for the world. And here is where we have most of our geothermal systems. And closing in on the East Africa region is that the East African Rift starts from the north and goes all the way to south. In the north, the most important areas with its higher volcanic activities in the Ethiopian highlands, in Djibouti, Eritrea, moving south into Kenya and Tanzania. And then we have the Western Rift, where we have resources in Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, and Malawi, and even southern Tanzania. And what to pick from this map is that most of the quaternary volcanism is concentrated within the rift, and those are the areas where we have highest thermal potential. And here we are stating that in Kenya we have an installed capacity of 865 megawatts, while in Ethiopia we have 7 megawatts currently installed. Currently there is deep geothermal drilling ongoing in Kenya, in 3 sites in Kenya. Ethiopia, there is deep drilling in 2 areas, and in Djibouti there's also deep drilling, and that's a clear indication that there's something happening in the geothermal space in Eastern Africa. Now moving into Kenya, in 2017 or before 2017, only 79% of electricity consumed in Kenya was from renewable sources. And at that time, geothermal was contributing 46%, hydro 31%, and we had wind at 1%. But since 2018, 2019, the contribution of renewable sources has increased, and now we have 90% of electricity consumed in Kenya coming from renewable sources, particularly hydro, geothermal, wind, and solar is also picking up. Kenya targets 100% renewable electricity by the year 2030, and it looks like the country is clearly moving towards that target. And just to give an indication of the kind of numbers we have for Kenya, that's solar, we have 40 megawatts, wind 336, geothermal currently at 865, and there's currently a new plant being commissioned, and that will add another 85 megawatts. Fossil fuel plants are reducing because there's quite a bit of power plants being commissioned, while hydro has remained nearly stagnant at about 800 megawatts. Geothermal prospects occur within the axis of the Kenya Rift from the north to south, and here I've listed the areas where deep drilling has been undertaken. Those are the 4 areas in red, with the power generation occurring at Olkaria. There's construction ongoing in Menengai, small power plant in Neburu, and active drilling in Paka, Korosi. The other prospects have had various stages of exploration, and we anticipate drilling to commence in some of these projects in the next 2 years. And just to have some pictorials, we have on the left the first power plant in Kenya, the Olkaria 1 power plant, still moving strong after almost 40 years of power generation. We have Bulgaria 2 on the right-hand side, and the bottom left, we have the Syrian power plant on the right-hand side, an IPP of the 4 power plant. All these power plants are still operating. And since 2014, we have new power plants being put up at Bulgaria. There is a 150 megawatt Bulgaria 4 power plant. We have wellheads, several wellheads totaling 81 megawatts. And then we have the newest plant of Bulgaria 5 at 172 megawatts that was commissioned in 2019. This is just to show that the prospects have very good outputs. This is one of the wells in Menengai, producing 30 megawatts of electricity from steam alone. And the well was drilled with standard 8.5-inch bore size, and yet can produce this much. So in the Kenya situation, we see the growth increased rapidly from the year 2001. You can see a really sharp increase from 2001, peaking in 2016-2020 period. And this was mainly due to the studies that were undertaken by the government, which classified geothermal as the least source of power, and therefore the government put in a lot of money into the geothermal sector. And then there was participation of IPPs, like currently you have IPPs producing 140 megawatts of geothermal power. And then the DFIs got very interested in the geothermal sector, being the least cost and environmentally clean. And that really helped rapid growth that we've seen in the geothermal sector in Kenya. There are various models that are currently used in Kenya. One is the public sector. That has been the favored one from the early days up to the year 2000, where all geothermal exploration, drilling, and power generation was done by public sector companies. But since then, private companies have come in terms of PPP arrangements, like in Kenya. And then we have, that is, IPPs coming in even from the drilling stage. But lately, we have IPPs coming from even early stages, accepting even to take up greenfields, and that is happening in Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, and even Zambia, where private sector players have been licensed greenfields to develop from exploration to drilling and power generation stages. And we foresee this as a good step towards liberalizing the sector even further and allowing for further growth, faster growth.
You have 2 more minutes.
How do we see geothermal going to contribute? Number one is through resource parks, geothermal village kind of concept, direct use, heating application, many grid and isolated grids. And in terms of direct use, we foresee many financial applications. Already we have, as part of carrier milk pasteurization, geothermal heated flower farm, grain drying, all using geothermal, and this avoids use of fossil fuels or grid electricity. These are an isolated power plant and being used by one of the entities in Kenya for their own use. And some of these we hope will be increased. There is a development on Africa Geothermal Center of Excellence to promote capacity development, because that has hindered growth of the geothermal sector in the region. And we foresee that up to 12,000 people will be trained by the year 2030, not only in Kenya, but the entire region. There are enabling financing strategies that have been put up by DFIs, the government, and we see these as really promoting growth of geothermal in the region. There's power pools that have been set up, like for example, there's this African power pool that connects Kenya and Ethiopia. We are able to get cheap hydropower from Ethiopia and cheap geothermal from Kenya and transmit to the rest of the countries in Eastern Africa. Policies have been set up that is favorable to geothermal development, and we hope that other countries are going to follow suit so that private sector developers can get in and participate. And therefore, in conclusion, we say that holistic utilization of geothermal sources in East Africa will contribute to the achievement of zero emission targets. And I'd like to state that many countries in the region have put geothermal as one of their NDCs, according to the Paris Agreement, and therefore geothermal will be the main driver for economic and energy development in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for excellent presentation, Dr. Ominda. I'm sorry the time is very short and I have to move to another presenter, Miss Kasumi Yasukawa from Japan. She's going to present status and scenario of Japan geothermal development toward energy transition. Yours. The screen is yours, Ms. Kasumi Yasukawa.
Thank you for your introduction. And can you see my slides?
Yeah, excellent.
Okay, then I do the slideshow. Sorry, I cannot. Sorry, I cannot do the slideshow. Just a moment. Okay, thank you. My talk is not so long, and I would like to talk about status and scenario of Japan geothermal development toward energy transition. And this is the content, and this is a map of geothermal power plants in Japan, and we have 20 geothermal power units, power plants with 23 units which have capacity. Each of which has a capacity of 1 megawatt or larger. And additionally to these geothermal power plants, we have 46 geothermal power plants, which are very small. But the total of these 46 small geothermal power plants is 6,885 kilowatts, about 6.8 megawatts. That is additionally. And this is the change of geothermal power capacity and geothermal power generation in Japan. And unfortunately, after year 2000 or so, there is no new geothermal power plants in Japan. And after the great earthquake and the nuclear power accident, there are some small geothermal plants opened. But some of the older geothermal power plants reduce their capacity, so there are some capacity down here and here. And finally, in 2019, we got 2 new rather big power plants. So the Japanese government tried to accelerate geothermal development, and we want to reduce the resource risk. So for the potential survey, the government gives some subsidy for the private sector, and also for development phase, we have equity capital and some other things, liability guarantee and so on. So the government is supporting geothermal development so much. And also for community acceptance, technical advices have been provided to local government, because the local government has the right to give the right of the drilling permission. And technical business program to assist local community is under consideration. In case of Japan, community acceptance is so important for geothermal development, because in many cases there are some local hot spring business people who are not happy with geothermal development, because they think they would lose their hot spring sources. So we need some scientific communication with the local people. So this kind of community acceptance is a kind of big issue for geothermal development in Japan. And due to some support from the government and some efforts by the private sector, we got 2 new geothermal power plants in 2019. And my organization, JOGMEC, provided liability guarantee for 80% of the total development loan of these 2 geothermal power plants. They started operation in 2019. And one is Wasabizawa geothermal power plant, which has 46 megawatts. And the other one is Matsuo Hachimantai geothermal power plant, which capacity is 7.5 megawatts. And this is a map of Japan, and showing the projects, going on projects supported by JobNet. So there are several different kinds of support. One is subsidies for exploration, subsidy project for the private sector, and subsidy project for local government, and other things. Some financial support for equity capital projects and liability guarantee. Liability guarantee is like if the company wants to get some money from the banks, we guarantee the money to the banks. If something happens to the company, we will pay. So then the bank lets use their money to the private company. And so the blue one shows the project was completed, and already we have some power plants showing the blue ones, and the red ones are going on projects in the stage of construction or environmental assessment just before the construction, and all the others are just exploration stage. So these are the projects reached to construction stage. One is Minami Kayabe in Hokkaido. It will be binary, but 6.5 megawatts. And the other one is Api in Iwate Prefecture, and that is single flash 14.9 megawatts. And the other one is Katatsu Muriyama power plant, that is 15 megawatts. And I'd like to show you some emerging technology toward carbon neutral. Japan has a very challenging target to have carbon neutral by the year of 2050. And it's a kind of big challenge for Japan. And this project, Subduction Origin Supercritical Geothermal Resources, is one of the very promising projects which might reduce CO2 emission very largely. At least the Japanese government is taking that way. And a few gigawatts of power generation is expected at one prospect of supercritical geothermal resources. 10 to 100 gigawatts in the whole northern Japan will be expected. Many scientific and technical challenges are going on. Behavior of supercritical fluids, brittle ductile rock mechanics, acid fluid, drain technology in such high temperature condition, etc. So the temperature condition would be 400 to 1500 degrees Celsius. And it might be very acid fluid, so it's a big challenge, scientifically and technically. Pilot plant by 2040 or earlier, and commercial use are expected. So they have target year pilot plant in 2040 and some more real plant by 2050. It is a very big project. And there's another one related to CO2 reduction, that is carbon recycled geothermal power production. This project has been just started, and I got this slide, this figure just from a newspaper. There are many geothermal fields which have high temperature but low permeability. Since supercritical CO2 has lower viscosity, it's just a moment. I'd like to use a pointer. Okay. Since supercritical CO2 has lower viscosity, it circulates better than water, even within lower permeability reservoir. It has the potential to double the geothermal capacity in Japan, geothermal power capacity in Japan. Experimental power generation may begin in 2026, and practical implementation by 2036 is expected. So the circulating fluid is CO2, and so the liquid CO2, the cold CO2 would be injected, and it is heated by the geothermal heat, and supercritical CO2 occurs, and supercritical one supercritical CO2 has lower viscosity, so it would circulate. And maybe some part of the CO2 would be sequestrated as a rock, as a part of rock, and then it makes the power generation. So we are doing some technical developments also for the target of carbon neutral in the future. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Tick, tick. My presentation is over. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. Would you?
Excuse me? Could you say again?
They are having some technical difficulties, Kasumi.
I see. I thought technical difficulties in geothermal technical. Okay.
Perhaps you can stop sharing your own screen. Are you able to do that? I think you have, actually.
Okay, I'm very sorry. There is a technical problem in my connection. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kasumi Yasukawa, for a very nice presentation. Then I have to move to the next presenter, Professor Zhonghe Fang from China. He's going to present status and scenario of China geothermal development towards energy transition. Professor Fang, the screen is yours. Professor Fang? Committee, do you have any PowerPoint slide from Professor Fang?
No, sorry, we didn't.
So, okay, can we move to the next presenter? Professor Fang is not here. Okay, committee, what do you suggest? Okay, we will wait for a minute. Okay. So during this time waiting for Professor Fang, the audience, if you have any question, please write down in the chat box, and we will read your question during the question and answer session at the end of this session. Yeah, we already have a question from Pak Bawa Santosa. I'm still waiting for another question from the audience. Don't hesitate to write down your question or comment in the chat box.
Ninik, I think Dr. Pang might have just arrived.
Oh, just arrived. Okay. Okay. soon we will hear his presentation. Okay, please wait a moment for the audience. Good afternoon, Professor Feng. How are you? It's time for you to deliver your presentation. Are you ready? Will share it from your computer, or you need assistance from the committee?
No, I share the screen from my computer. It's coming. Can you see it? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, excellent, excellent.
Is it a full screen now?
Yeah, it's full screen.
Now it is full screen. So may I start?
Please.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Beijing. This is Pang from Chinese Academy of Sciences. And today I want to inform you briefly about direct use, especially space heating in China. So I will discuss this issue in the following aspects. Basic features of geothermal energy in China and the utilization modes or technologies that we have in China, and the current status of geothermal direct use industry in the country before I draw some conclusions. So as you all know that carbon neutrality is very difficult target for a country like China to achieve, because we have now major emission. It takes, so we have to finish this job in a much shorter time. So for this purpose, we need to develop more renewable energies like geothermal. The geothermal energy in China, in fact, we can classify them into different types according to the depths of formations where the geothermal resources are found. So for shallow geothermal energy, we mean the depth is lower than 200 meters. Usually this has to be developed by heat pump technology. And then if you go a bit deeper to the so-called medium to deep layer, we have the most common geothermal resources, and this is usually between 200 and 4,000 meters. And this is mostly high geothermal type. And then if you go further down to deeper layer, then you will find geothermal mainly in the rocks, because the porosity and permeability of the formations are usually low. And then we have to create artificial reservoirs using the technology, so-called technology enhanced geothermal systems. So for our definition, now we have included in the national standard, included the heat stored in surface water bodies like rivers, lakes, and even the sea. For temperature higher than 150 degrees Celsius, we call high temperature. Otherwise, it's low to medium temperature. And for hot dry rock, we define them according to temperature. There is a divide to set at 180 degrees centigrade. So anything higher than 180 degrees can be called hot dry rock in our Chinese standard. This is a slightly different. So all the types are here. So the terminology, please bear in mind the terminologies that we use in China. The basic features of geothermal energy in China first, it is quite a large amount. We have already assessment. The total reserve is 2.6 billion tons of standard coal. China is a country full of coal, so we always convert into coal equivalent. And if you compare, in 2020, we consume 5 billion tons of standard coal. So geothermal is more than 50% of the energy, the primary energy consumption for China. It's a huge amount. And it's relatively high background because you know that the crust movement in China is very active. So the geothermal background is relatively high. But we have lots of many volcanic activities, but in general, the crust movement is quite active. The geothermal is rather high in background. And geothermal resources are distributed nearly everywhere. So in every sector of the country, you can find some geothermal resources. But the high temperature resources are mainly limited to the southwestern part, the Tibetan Plateau. So this you are all aware. These are the hot spring distribution in Tibetan Plateau, which have not been developed very much. If you look at eastern part of China, we have a special type of reservoir. This is karst reservoir. So karst reservoir is a very special type of geothermal reservoir in China. It is very favored for direct use of geothermal heat from large sedimentary basins. So this is our special situation. And the distribution of the shaded regions, you can find that it's very good coincidence with the air pollution distribution. So it is expected it can contribute a lot to mitigate air pollution. Then geothermal water in large basins, in fact, is very close to the users in the eastern part of the country, where the population is concentrated and economics are also mostly located. The geothermal resources are very rich there. And if you look at hot dry rock or deep geothermal, we usually we have to drill much deeper as compared to that of the USA, for example. So deep geothermal is not a high priority in our country. And they have all different types of geothermal resources in the country. So from hot dry rock to hydrothermal, from high temperature to low temperature, from the depth curves of geotemperature field down to 5,000 meters on your right-hand side in the screen. So these are the basic features. So how have we used geothermal in China? I will look at the temperature, look at the time, so I don't run over time too much. No? So shallow geothermal resources, we use heat pump for heating and cooling, and this you are quite familiar. And this is more than 50% in the country. And then a hydrothermal in a medium to deep layer of geothermal formations, and this is another major part of resources that we have been using. We use the so-called second generation technology. So you pump hot water from the production well, but after use, you have to re-inject into the wastewater into the injection well. And in this way, it is a balanced production and injection. So they don't discharge the wastewater to the environment, causing pollution. So this is advanced technology, the second generation. Currently, we're developing a third generation. So this is for the medium to deep geothermal resources. For medium to deep geothermal resources where you don't find groundwater, don't find a good reservoir, we use downhole heat exchanger. And the downhole heat exchanger The depth is rather great. You know, it goes to 3,000 meters with the bottom hole temperature up to 120. So, and this is becoming popular in China. When you don't have a good well, very productive well of hot water, and this is another choice. Of course, the exchange efficiency is not very high. And finally, we want to integrate the supply of heat together with power wherever possible. We have a high temperature. We start from power generation, and that will be followed by space heating, by even cooling and drying. And after all that, the water is used for bathing, for spa at about 40 degrees. So this is a cascading, is an integrated system to fully utilize the heat in the geothermal water. So those are the technologies. So what is the status of our industry? The space heating industry in China has been very much developed and is very fast growing, and is in many places, mostly in northern part of the country. And the total amount of heat used is the largest in the world, is according to most recent statistics in the last World Geothermal Congress in Iceland. And this has been the case for more than 10 years. And in different regions in China, geothermal heating from the medium to deep layer has increased. It is almost exponential, huh? And looking at the graphs, and this is for the shallow geothermal. It is also very fast growing. It is exponential increase. So I don't have to go to the details. I think you can read the slides afterwards. And I have several examples, but here I just will mention a few of them. This is all big projects like the new Beijing Municipal Center in the eastern part of the city, the new administrative center. The geothermal is used for heat all the office buildings and residential buildings. And in the center now, this is probably the largest airport in the world. This is the Beijing Daxing Airport. And then to the right is in Nanjing City, where the water from the Yangtze River is used for a heat pump for heating and cooling.
You have 2 more minutes.
And this is 16 million square meters, the largest in the world of this kind. So these are a few cases. I'm finishing very soon. And another case is for the medium to deep reservoir in the karstic system. And this is a very famous Xiongan district, and it is part of, this is a new area in construction. And geothermal is heating for 100% of the whole county, the whole city. And this is a heating plant. And a lot of visitors, for those buildings are heated in the central control system. And carbon reduction is always calculated, and this is a major contribution to carbon neutrality. So before I conclude, I will welcome all of you to come to Beijing, to China in 2023. In April 17th, come to China for the Congress. And so, in conclusion, China is rich in low temperature geothermal resources and is fit for space heating and cooling. And China has been the leader in the total amount of heat. And it is now 1 square meter per capita because the population is very high. In the future, more contribution is expected because 40% of heat is demanded in the energy mix and in this heating and cooling. So geothermal has a very bright future in China. With that, thank you very much. This is a big granite in front of my institute with that. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Frank. It's very interesting to see how fast China growing with the geothermal low to moderate enthalpy. Yeah, would like to hear more from you. Right now, we have to move to the next speaker, Mr. Simon Westerland. He's investment manager, Baseload Capital. Is Mr. Simon Westerland here? Professor Frank, could you please stop share for the next speaker?
I will jump off for a while before I come back.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Mr. Simon Westerland, are you here? Committee, do you have any information about Mr. Simon Westerland? Okay, is there any news from Mr. Simon Westerland? Is he here now? Okay, we are waiting for another 2 minutes before we move to the next speaker. Thank you for the committee for the information. Yeah. Okay, since our speaker, Mr. Simon Westerland, is not here, we can move to the next speaker, Dr. Graham Birchmore from Australia. Graham, are you ready with the screen?
Yes, I am. I will share my screen.
Thank you. The screen is yours.
Okay, are you seeing my slide?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Hello to everybody from Melbourne in Australia, where it is now about 6:20 in the evening, so a reasonable time of day. I will give a brief update on Australia's move towards a net zero energy transition and geothermal's role in that transition. I'm speaking on behalf of the Australian Geothermal Association, of which I am a director. I will briefly cover on government policies at 3 different levels of government: the federal government, state governments, and local or municipal governments. And then I will talk about the industry involvement in geothermal development and where we see the future direction for geothermal development in Australia. In fact, most of what I will speak about will be government-driven policies and initiatives. So Australia, up until COP26, only 2 weeks ago, had no definite plan to reach net zero emission by 2050. It was only at the very last minute that the federal government agreed amongst itself to go to Glasgow with a commitment to reach net zero emission by 2050. But that commitment has not resulted yet in any interim target for 2030 or 2040. So at the moment, as a country, Australia only has a stated and committed intent to reach net zero emission by 2050. That intent is based upon a technology-driven approach. In the federal government's words, our Prime Minister's words, it'll be driven by technology, not taxes, he says. So the current government of Australia is against imposing an obvious carbon tax or or any direct costing of CO2 emissions. They will prefer to support a technology-driven approach to driving down CO2 emissions. So this technology investment roadmap for low emissions technologies was released last year, and it's still the most current document for technology support for low emissions technologies in Australia. You have to look very closely into this document to find any reference that could be applied to geothermal energy. There is a particular focus on so-called emerging and enabling technologies. And if you look closely at what that group involves, it includes low emissions heat, which is really the only place that geothermal energy could actually sit anywhere in this technology roadmap document. So it's actually very, very disappointing at the federal level, the lack of support for geothermal energy at this moment. Hopefully we can continue to influence the federal politicians to improve that support at the country level. But at this point, as a country, the government is not providing a lot of support for geothermal energy, or indeed for any emissions reduction. It was only at the very last minute that we committed as a country to net zero only about 2 weeks ago. The story is a little different at the state level, though. Although we don't have a much national drive towards net zero, the individual states, the 7 states and territory that make up the Federation of Australia, have all committed to certainly reach net zero by 2050, but also several of the states have interim targets for more aggressive reductions in the shorter term. Where I am, in Victoria, down in the southeast, the Victorian state government has a legislated target of reducing emissions by 25% by 2020, which we reached, by 40% by 2025, and I believe as a state we're on track to reach that target, and a 50% reduction in emissions by 2030. And other states have also their own targets. And at the smaller government scale again, so just focusing in on my home state of Victoria, many, if not all, of the local council areas, the municipal city governments and councils, they also have their own individual targets for reducing their emissions. And I don't expect you'll be able to read that very small writing, but it basically lists all the different local governments in Victoria and their different commitments to reducing emissions. Now, geothermal energy could play a role at that local government level in many of these local governments, and there's at least one local government about 1.5 hours to 2 hours drive east of Melbourne, where I am, which is the Latrobe City. Historically, Latrobe City has been a big coal-producing area. It's the centre of electrical power production in the state of Victoria, based on brown coal. But that fleet of brown coal mines and generators is now being progressively retired, and at the very latest, by about 15 years from now, the last of the coal plants will close down. So the local government is very interested in other industries, other energy technologies that can bring new industries into the area, and also help re-employ existing coal mine workers and power plant workers. And they've identified geothermal energy explicitly in their investment roadmap to develop new industries in the Latrobe City area. And through University of Melbourne, I'm actually working closely with Latrobe City Council to help develop those new geothermal-based industries. So it's definitely in the investment roadmap for Latrobe City, and that means they will be investing money at that local government level to develop the geothermal resource and the industries that will go along with that. There's already a good example of that. Just earlier this year, the Latrobe City Council opened up a new CONEX centre, and that is with geothermal energy. Both the water, wind energy. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. Can you see me again? I don't know what happened there.
Okay, let's continue.
Hello.
Please continue.
Okay. Yes. I'll just get my screen back up. Am I still sharing my screen?
No, it's now your face.
Okay.
Not your screen.
Yeah. There we go. That should be back up now. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Continue.
Okay. I'm not sure where I dropped out, but I'll just pick up where I was. So, geothermally heated aquatic centre and recreation centre in the city of Latrobe recently opened earlier this year, and built entirely because it made economic sense. The geothermal energy is cheaper than heating these facilities with gas in the Latrobe City area. So they're very keen as a local council to develop more geothermal heated infrastructure. Moving on to industry now, and what Australian industry is doing in geothermal energy. Australia went through quite a geothermal industrial boom about 15 years ago through to about 10 years ago, when many companies were looking for EGS, hot dry rocks, hot sedimentary aquifers, and other geothermal resources to generate geothermal power. The global financial crisis was the key factor in ending that boom in the early 2010s. Most of the companies were raising money on the stock market and through commercial funding. So all that money dried up and the companies could not progress their projects. What we're seeing now, however, 10 years later, is a renewed enthusiasm for geothermal energy. And this company on the screen now, Strike Energy, is one of the first new companies in Australia to pursue geothermal energy, and they are drilling for a hot sedimentary aquifer about 2 to 3 hours drive north of Perth in Western Australia, and looking to produce water in around 160 to 170 degrees Celsius, with a goal to produce potentially hundreds of megawatts of power from that hot sedimentary aquifer. So that's a new entry into the geothermal energy market. Perhaps more exciting, though, is Australia's second richest man, a man named Andrew Fortescue, who goes by the name of Twiggy Forrest, and his company is Fortescue. Now, Fortescue has set up a geothermal group within its renewable energy arm, which is Fortescue Future Industries, and the geothermal energy group is aggressively looking all around the world and picking up licenses in Kenya, in Papua New Guinea, and in other parts of the world as well. So this is a company with very deep pockets, a lot of money, and a history of making things happen. They have, as I say, he's Australia's second richest man. He became rich through mining. So he knows how to run extractive industries, and his involvement now in geothermal energy in Australia is doing a lot to raise the profile and also get investors much more interested in geothermal energy again. So I see a very strong growth in industry involvement in geothermal energy again in Australia. So there's a new boom happening in geothermal exploration. This is the map now of geothermal energy licenses in South Australia. The small red outlines are existing granted licenses, but the darker grey outlines are new applications for licenses, just recent applications. That is showing that there is a growth and renewed interest in geothermal energy, and that companies are applying for new exploration licenses. This is only the map for South Australia, but there are also several companies applying for licenses in Western Australia and in the Northern Territory, and potentially some other states as well. The Western Australian government is going to release a set of new areas for explorers probably before Christmas. So just in a matter of weeks, there'll be new areas offered for geothermal exploration in Western Australia. So we are seeing the start of a new round of industry investment in geothermal exploration, and hopefully as a country we will learn a lot from what happened 10 to 15 years ago, and we can learn from some of those mistakes and do things differently this time, and hopefully develop some geothermal power plants. We're also seeing, however, a growth in the direct use of geothermal energy, and which is paralleling what Roland Horne showed on some of his charts earlier today. A strong growth in ground source heat pumps over the past 5 to 10 years, and a sustained growth. We're seeing more and more interest in the shallow ground source heat pump technologies, and a census of geothermal installations that the Australian Geothermal Association carried out 3 or 4 years ago showed that ground source heat pumps are already the most abundant use of geothermal energy in Australia, about 2 to 3 times more energy used in ground source heat pumps than the next most popular use of geothermal energy, which is in bathing and hot springs. And just speaking of hot springs,
I'm sorry, Graham. I think your time is almost done. Can you go to
this is my last slide.
Okay, thank you.
This is my last slide. So looking to the future, certainly in Victoria, hot spring spa resorts are the big growth industry for geothermal energy in Victoria. We currently have 2 existing hot spring spa resorts, and in the next year, or in fact, this is the new aquatic centre that opened in Latrobe City this year. Next year, we have at least 3 new hot spring resorts which will open in Victoria, and perhaps in 2023, another one again. So we're seeing a very strong growth in the geothermal hot spring market, both in Victoria and elsewhere and around Australia. So thank you. Hopefully geothermal energy can displace gas and reduce Australia's emissions in spite of the Australian government not really supporting geothermal.
Okay, thank you very much, Graham, for a very challenging presentation, I think, because government is not really supporting, but you keep on going with the geothermal idea, yeah? It's interesting.
You do, we're very stubborn people.
Yeah, interesting to see you keep on moving forward. Thank you. I have to move to another speaker. The next speakers will be Mr. Jose Luis Henrique from El Salvador. Is he here? Mr. Jose Luis Henrique from El Salvador.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, okay. If you are ready, the screen is yours.
Oh, okay, I will share my presentation in this moment.
Yeah.
Let me see what. Wait for a minute that I have some. Yes, let me see if let me see this one.
Yeah, we have seen.
Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, we can see it.
I cannot see. Wait for a minute.
Do you need assistance from the committee to share your PowerPoint?
Maybe yes, because maybe I can see now. If you want, I can start now. If you can see my presentation, it's okay.
Yeah, I can see.
Start now.
Yes, I can see it perfectly, Jose.
Okay, thank you, Pan. All right, I will start now. As you can see my presentation, then you can see my topic is the same. It's the role of geothermal in the energy transition. This is for the Central American countries towards the net zero emission. My name is Jose Luis Enriquez, former IGA Board of Director. I am the project manager of Lageo. This is a geothermal company in El Salvador. The content that I will present is some general aspect of the electrical system of Central America. I will show you some renewable energy trends in Central America, the actual installed electricity generation for the in the region, and what is the plan? What is the plan for the installed electricity generation for the next 15 years? That is the idea of the presentation. The general aspect. First, I will tell you the location of Central America. You can see here in the middle of America, and they will be talking about Guatemala. These 6 countries: Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama. All the countries, they have a geothermal energy except Panama. They don't have, they just have a low temperature resource, and they don't have any application for electricity generation. Now the Central American countries, we have this transmission line that connect all the countries. Then we can have energy transaction from each of these countries. You can see here in the blue line that is the transmission line, and Guatemala is connected to the transmission system of Mexico, and Panama, I think, is now the project to be connected with Colombia. This is the maximum regional capacity that we can just transfer from one country to another country. Here, just let me explain. This is Mexico that is connected to Guatemala. Then you can see here the maximum transaction, 300 megawatts. This is Guatemala, El Salvador, going to Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, and Colombia. And then we don't have any transaction with South America. Some renewable energy trends in Central America. Here, mainly I want to show how we are here in Central America. Mainly in geothermal, you can see the red color here. Since 2011 to 2020. This is the installed capacity. Maybe we can see better in electricity generation. What is the contribution of the geothermal in this market? I want to show too that Honduras just started in 2017 with the first power plant in geothermal and started producing energy and to contribute to the system. Panama, as I was telling you before, they don't have any geothermal energy as we can see in this slide, just for the installed capacity and the electricity generation. I like this slide. I want to show this is for the year 2018. We can see here the total installed capacity for Central America for this year is 16,000 megawatt. But beside this installed capacity, we can see the electricity generation, and then we can see the contribution of the geothermal, 7% to the whole market. But Central America has already 76%. All the electricity generation is renewable. This is for the year 2018. I didn't mention any target for renewable in the region because each country has, let's say, its own policy. And then I will just talk in general for all the Central American countries. Actual status of all the installed capacity and the electricity generation for the year 2020, we can see here in this slide for the countries, what is the maximum demand in each country and the maximum demand for the total region. It's 8,400 megawatts. In this slide, we can see, I hope you can see, we have here the countries of Central America countries, and we have here all the resources that we already installed in these countries. The total installed capacity in this moment is 18,000 for the year 2020, and that from that 18,000, 700 is geothermal. This installed capacity is around 4% of all this installed capacity in the region. But when we look at the electricity generation, the countries and the resource, for the year 2020, the electricity generation was around 52,000 gigawatt, and 4,000 of that is geothermal, and it's about 8%. In this slide, I think I want to show you something. For example, this is Costa Rica. Then you can see here the total electricity generation for the year 2020 was around 10,000, but Costa Rica is almost 100% renewable. They just, from that 10,000, they just generate 23.7 from thermal units. And then each country has its own policy, and then Costa Rica is in this region. It's a pioneer in this area, going almost 100% renewable. what is the plan ahead, at least what is the forecasting for the next 15 years in installed capacity and electricity generation. First, I would like to see, for example, if we are in this year 2021, we are in a generation of about 63,000, and then the forecast. This is this is a base scenario, and we are looking to have a forecast energy demand for the year 2035 around 113,000 gigawatts. For that, just to meet that demand, so this is the additional installed capacity that the region will need in all these resources. Then you can see here the geothermal increased capacity that we will need for the next 15 years. They just did here some simulation, different cases. I will point out maybe these first 4 cases. You can see the geothermal is almost 700 to 800 increased capacity, but I would like to compare with this another 2 that is no more than 300 and something, and this another 1, 200 and something. Yes, for the last slide, I want to mention this thing, how to compare these scenarios or these cases. This slide is showing just for the one of the cases, for all the cases, what is the electricity generation for each resource. And this another slide just showing what is going to be the forecast energy from 2018 to 2035 for the case A that they were simulating for the region. And as I was telling you before in one of my slides, if we look here, this is a forecast of CO2 emission in the area. If we look at the case B, with the additional installed capacity of just geothermal of around 700, we will have a CO2 emission around 25,000. But if we cannot meet that additional capacity in geothermal, that is the case E, F, or H, you can see that we will have a CO2 emission around 29,000 to 39,000. So the impact or the opportunity that we have in geothermal to reduce the CO2 emission and to install or to construct all the projects that we have already identified in the area, just to reduce the emission in the region. That is, I would like to finish with this slide. Of course, there are another technologies that they're implementing in the region. Let's say hydrogen systems, electrification of all the transportation or commercial transportation. But I would like just to focus mainly in the geothermal and another source of energy that we are mainly presenting here. That's my presentation. That's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jose Luis Henrique, for the very clear presentation and finish at the right time, 10 minutes. Yeah, thank you very much. It's very interesting to see 78% of energy in Central America is renewable. Okay, I have to move to the last presenter this afternoon. Mr. Simon Westerland. He's already here. I heard from the committee. If you are here, you are ready for the presentation. Mr. Simon Westerland, are you there? Committee, could you assist with Mr. Simon Westerland?
Hello, Bunimi. Could you please read my personal message in Zoom? Thank you.
Oh, Okay. So he's not here, right? Okay. He's not here. He's not ready yet. So I think that was the last presentation from Mr. Jose Luis Enrique. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Simon Westerland still trying to open his Zoom. Okay. Can we wait for 1 or 2 minutes? Okay. Okay, committee, can you give me an update? How should I do? Can we wait or we start with question and answer?
Hello, good evening. Unfortunately, we still couldn't reach Mr. Simon. So please start the question and answer session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the information and confirmation. Okay, we open the question and answer session. Here we have a question from Pak Bawa from Medco. Yeah, the first question is for Miss Kasumi Yasukawa. Okay, how to handle people resistance on geothermal development in Japan, because there are so many onsen in Japan. Okay, Miss Kasumi, can you answer this question? Thank you.
Yes, it's a very difficult thing, but step by step, we are trying to do some mutual understanding with the hot spring owners. And in many cases, before exploration, we have some communication. We need, sometimes I also go, but sometimes, in most cases, the developers, the private sector goes to the local area and they have some discussion with the local people. And when I go there, I would explain about what is the hot spring aquifer and what is the scientific connection. Scientific means hydraulic connection between geothermal reservoir and shallow aquifer. And little by little, we try to explain about scientific thing, and there are some small possibility of some influence on hot spring, but it's not very big, a high percentage risk. And so, and if somebody happens, the developer, the company would give some compensation to the local community, and so on and so on. So by this kind of discussion with the local people, we try to get some permission or understanding of the local people. And it takes time, but there's no other way.
Yeah, how long usually you can assure to the local people that geothermal is safe for their business or for their onsen?
How long what?
How long you can assure the local people?
The insurance are you talking about?
How long you takes time to make them understand about this?
Depending on the cases, depending on the place. So I cannot say. Yeah, normally a few months, but maybe sometimes a few years, and then sometimes in few years the developer would forget about it, but sometimes they continue. So different case.
The same situation in Indonesia. Sometimes you have to take years to communicate with local people. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, and another thing is that not only with the local people, but there's the association of hot spring owners in all Japan, and there are some very strong, what can I say? Some influencer of this hot spring owners association. So we have some communication with the influencer. We mean the government side, like JobMake, has some communication with these influencers. So many years, maybe 5, 6 years, and now we have very good relationship with these influencers. And influencers say that generally geothermal power generation is very good thing. So only if they give some the compensation with the hot springs, if something happens, they would accept. So now we have rather good relationship with them.
Okay, thank you, Miss Kasumi. Okay, I move to another question for Professor Feng. It's a bit technical question. It's about Kars geothermal reservoir, which is very promising in China. Are there any problem with calcite scaling issue, and how do you manage the possibility of removing this calcite scaling?
Yeah, that's a very good question. But fortunately, we don't have this kind of problem up to now, because probably the main reason is that the temperature is not very high. Typical temperature is 70 degrees Celsius. So the system basically is a closed loop. So there is not a strong precipitation of calcite in a system and in a pipeline. So we don't have any of this kind of problem. So we're very lucky. So you see it very clean. There was one time we have a group of visitors from Europe, and they found that it's so clean. Is this? Have you cleaned it just now? I said no. This is not clean for your visit, but it is always like that.
So you are very lucky, China, with the very large Kars reservoir geothermal. Yeah, it's very promising.
We found that it took some time to understand the issue. We did not realize we had such a good reservoir, and it's very thick. It is about 4,000 meters. You know, we have used only about 300 of it, only a top part of it. In the deeper part, there is still more. So it's a huge potential, which is not has been exploited to the extent. So it has a good future. Yeah, we will continue to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, it's very limited time, and there is still much more question for another presenter.
No problem.
Okay, Mr. John Burnell, are you there? There is a question about in Topo volcanic zone. There are still some good prospect, but it's not developed yet. But in other case, New Zealand tried to utilize deeper geothermal system. How do you select these opportunities? Why not just use in Topo volcanic zone with the available prospect?
I think the reason is that we're looking for the future. So I think in the shallower, more conventional geothermal systems, as I mentioned in my talk, I think maybe we have another 500 megawatts that we can develop. But New Zealand potentially, by the time we get out to 2050, may need in the order of 4 or 5 gigawatts more of electricity generation. So we do need to be looking at something beyond what we can produce from the shallower parts of the system, which is why we're looking at those deep systems. And as Kasumi-san said, there's a lot of interest in this around the world too. So the Japanese, the Europeans, various other countries are trying to look at these resources too.
Yes, practically. Okay, one more question is about how ready is New Zealand to implement the idea to electrify the transportation and process heat to reduce emission, because that is one of the priority to reduce the emission, right? So how New Zealand ready to implement electric vehicle or whatsoever?
I think the answer is probably not very ready. So I think that's going to be the biggest challenge, that electric vehicles tend to be more expensive than internal combustion engine vehicles. And so it is quite difficult to transform a fleet that is already existing into a new one. We are starting to put some financial incentives to using cleaner burning vehicles in place, and we'll have to see whether that makes a difference. But it's an ambitious goal, but exactly how we will meet it, I think, is still a little unclear, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I think I have one or two more questions for each presenter. I have to move to another presenter. Thank you very much for your answer. Pak Eka Satria, are you still there? There is one question for you from the audience.
Ya Bu, silakan Bu.
Pak, Medco has a lot of renewable energy business. How geothermal can compete with other business? Because I think it's quite difficult to utilize geothermal with many obstacles. Gimana Pak?
Yeah. No, I think in my presentation, I think it's very clear, Bu, ya. I think we need to see geothermal different than others. We need to look at the overall levelized cost of electricity is needed. For example, yeah, if you look at battery or PV, yeah, yes, I mean at this moment Medco can produce PV at around 5.5, which is one of the cheapest in Indonesia. But if we understand that PV has some intermittencies, if you need to put battery on top of it, the cost would be around 12 to, you need to put another 10 to 12, it's going to be 17, right? Cool, for example, the government is trying to put CSO. Let's say coal costs us 5.5 to 6. If you like to have a clean power plant, you need to inject the carbon, you need to put another 7 to 8, yeah, not to mention about carbon tax. So if we levelize all the costs, actually the benefit of geothermal is very huge and big. I think the question here is that sometimes we don't realize. Plus, if you look at the potential of geothermal, I think the government predicted around 22 to 25 megawatt available. Yeah, and our country is blessed with ring of fire. There are many sources. But I think the key here is very simple. I think the tariff need to be decided based on the fair economic return. So there is no single tariff can be applied. Thermal easily accessed. Probably the price the price could be very competitive. But some geothermal, because of the reservoir risk, the price need to be increased a little bit. But overall, we believe that geothermal would be giving a significant benefit, yeah, in terms of availabilities. It could be as a base load, yeah, compared to other renewables. And then, I mean, the sources is huge in Indonesia. So we need to overcome that issue, Sibu, and we believe that if we can do that and we can see geothermal differently, I think geothermal could be one of the indigenous energy of sources for renewable. We see that at least geothermal, hydro, and PV could be a very big role in Indonesia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Pak. So it means Medco still commit with prioritizing geothermal for the baseload, at least, yeah. Okay.
We do, yeah. I think due to that benefit, yes, of course, we need also a support policies from the government. You know, people need to see geothermal differently in terms of cost, with that, I think a lot of investors would like to invest in Indonesia, especially us, Medco. Our DNA is exploration and productions. We love to invest in geothermal.
Okay, thank you very much for your commitment, Pak. I'm very sorry, there is one more question for Graham. Graham, can you see the chat box and answer the question? And I think it is the last question in our session. Graham, are you still there?
Yes, that's from Alamin. Yes,
Yeah.
beginning of EGS, geothermal project in Australia. Australian government was very supportive. Yes. And there was that bad experience that the Australian government had supporting those projects, which has led to a lack of support now. So the government did put millions of dollars into supporting geodynamics and petrotherm and some other companies, and the government felt they did not get a good return on that investment, which in many ways was unfair because for various reasons. But that's quoted as one of the key reasons that the government withdrew support, is that this previous support the government did not feel that they got a good return on.
Unfortunately, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, the committee has told me that our time is finished, and I'm very happy to complete this session. Thank you very much for all the excellent speakers, Mr. John Burnell, Mr. Eka Satria, Mr. Peter Omenda, Ms. Kasumi Yasukawa, Professor Pang, and then Graham Basemore, and the last speaker is Jose Luis Henrique. It is very honored to be your moderator, and I hope that it will give benefit for geothermal development, not only in Indonesia, but also overseas and worldwide. Thank you very much for all the audience, and I will close this session and return to the committee. Thank you all, and have a good day.
Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Selamat sore Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, apakah suara saya bisa terdengar?
Sudah Bu.
Oke baik, karena kebetulan di rumah saya sedang hujan deras sekali, saya khawatir suara saya akan terendam dengan suara hujan. Baik, selamat sore Bapak Ibu sekalian yang hadir pada perhelatan ke-10 dari Indonesia EBTKE CONEX 2020 yang diselenggarakan secara virtual. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Perkenalkan, nama saya Nuri Nazlia. Saya akan memoderasi panel Indonesia Geothermal Summit yang dilaksanakan pada hari keempat dari konferensi ini, yang mengetengahkan topik Readiness and Lesson Learned of the Geothermal Role in the Energy Transition. Bagaimana kita ketahui ketergantungan kita terhadap energi fosil sangat besar. Akan tetapi tidak dapat dipungkiri bahwa dampak perubahan iklim mengakibatkan kerugian yang masif dan memerlukan komitmen yang teguh. Indonesia telah menyatakan komitmennya mengurangi emisi gas rumah kaca hingga 29%. Serta menetapkan target net zero emission pada tahun 2060, bahkan lebih cepat dengan dukungan internasional. Tidak dapat dipungkiri bahwa terdapat banyak hal yang harus dilakukan untuk mencapai target tersebut. Antara lain, upaya PLN dalam program dekarbonisasi untuk mencapai target yang telah dibicarakan tersebut. RUPTL atau Rencana Umum Penyediaan Tenaga Listrik Hijau dari perusahaan listrik negara untuk tahun 2021 hingga 2030, di mana penambahan porsi sumber energi berbasis EBT di porsi energi fosil, yaitu sebesar 51,6% atau setara 20,9 gigawatt sampai dengan tahun 2030. Total yang direncanakan sebesar pemanfaatan panas bumi salah satu dari energi terbarukan dicanangkan mendominasi oleh tahun. Energi dan sumber daya mineral pun menegaskan akan mengoptimalkan potensi sumber daya panas bumi hingga 10% dari potensi panas bumi Nusantara kita. Center for Mineral, Coal, and Geothermal Resources of Geological Agency memberikan estimasi bahwa potensi panas bumi yang dapat menghasilkan listrik kurang lebih 28,5. Sementara itu disinyalir oleh lembaga bahwa pemanfaatan panas bumi yang dilakukan 7 WKP yang ada di Indonesia adalah baru sekitar 7,5 gigawatt. Dalam hal listrik, panas bumi memiliki potensi yang sangat besar, terutama dalam menggantikan ketergantungan kita terhadap batu bara sebagai baseload. Itu pun diakui hingga saat ini masih terdapat kendala yang dihadapi. Tetapi target itu sudah ditetapkan. Memerlukan komitmen tinggi dari berbagai pihak sebagai solusi hingga target yang ditetapkan dapat kita capai. Bapak Ibu sekalian, berbicara tentang pencapaian target, sore ini kita akan mendengarkan beberapa pembicara dari berbagai kalangan akan memaparkan kesiapan dan juga pembelajaran yang dapat kita petik dalam perjalanan transisi energi Indonesia dan bagaimana peran energi panas bumi dalam target net zero emission. Saatnya kita ucapkan selamat datang kepada para panelis. Saya melihat panelisnya sudah tiba, saya sudah lihat di dan izinkan saya memperkenalkan satu persatu secara cepat sebelum kita masuk ke pemaparan dari masing-masing. Kita lanjutkan dengan tadi. Panelis kita yang pertama adalah Bapak Ricky Ibrahim. Pak Ricky menjabat sebagai Direktur Utama PT Geothermal Energy Persero melalui keputusan pemegang saham secara sekuler tanggal 3 November 2015. Sebelumnya, beliau menjabat sebagai Direktur PT Tuban Petrochemical Industries dan perusahaan penyimpanan aset. Dalam masa jabatannya sebagai Direktur Keuangan, beliau mendapatkan gelar sebagai Postmaster di bidang Reservoir Engineering dari Stanford University, San Paulo, California, Amerika Serikat. Sebelumnya, Pak Rick mengantongi Master Degree di bidang Geothermal dan Petroleum Engineer dari Geothermal and Petroleum Engineering Montana Tech di Montana, Amerika Serikat. Saat ini PT Geodipa tengah berkolaborasi dengan PT Sarana Mundri Indonesia wilayah serta penugasan penting dari pemerintah lainnya. Panelis kita yang berikutnya adalah Dr. Harry Romer. Saya mengatakannya dengan jelas. Dr. Harry Romer adalah Direktur Eksekutif IGA, the National Geothermal Association, yang menjabat sejak April. Lebih dari 10 tahun pengalaman dalam teknologi, geoscience. University di Amsterdam. Dr. Romer ingin agar IGA dikenal akan cari yang puas. Untuk berperan dalam pertemuan aktivitas komitmen yang dimiliki. Saat ini, World Energy Network 21st Century, Sektor Energi di Belanda dan INDO atau Women in Geothermal yang memberikan advokasi. Januari lalu, Dr. Romer dan Steering Committee dengan Coalition for Action dengan target untuk meningkatkan secara signifikan. Panelis kita yang berikutnya adalah Dr. Bagi Chandra Sen. Beliau adalah Direktur Utama Geo Syndicate Power Private Limited. Gelar doktorat dalam bidang hydrogeology dan hydroreservoir engineer dengan ketertarikan pada industri infrastruktur. Chandra Sekar dan commercial geothermal water resources dalam berbagai peran senior management mengelola sumber daya air di India dan memiliki pengalaman bekerja di berbagai belahan dunia. Amerika, Italia, Mongolia, Thailand, Costa Rica, Indonesia, Republik Djibouti, dan Kenya. Dia memiliki banyak publikasi, ada 50 publikasi, lebih dari 100 konferensi geologi dan sistem, maupun pernah atau sedang IGA di Germany, the Pacific branch of IGA in New Zealand, IPG in New Zealand, IEA in Geneva, ICTP in Italy, ICTP in INDO in Italy, Geothermal Resources Council in Amerika, serta sebagai Carbon Finance Advisor. Panel kita berikutnya adalah Beliau adalah sales representative di Indonesia untuk Ingenuity. Stefan merupakan seorang pelaku usaha dengan segudang pengalaman. Beliau telah malang melintang bekerja di isu energi selama kehidupan profesional. Stefan berpengalaman dalam corporate governance, management, international sales, project management. Stefan, energi terbarukan adalah hal yang sangat penting. Keseharian hidupnya dijalani dengan mengandung prinsip-prinsip. Dia memiliki tahunan pengalaman dalam hidup, Stefan juga berkecimpung dalam perusahaan pengembangan biogas, energi dan geothermal ground storage. EBTKE sebagai CFO Quality Manager, Substrate 80, KL Industry 80, Inversol 80.
Bisa dipercepat nggak nulis?
Dan berikutnya adalah Peter Meyer, dan beliau adalah Chief Executive Officer dari Geoenergy Swiss AG. Memiliki master degree di bidang teknik sipil dan diperolehnya dari Federal Institute of Technology. Beliau juga menyelesaikan gelar dokternya dan bekerja selama 3 tahun untuk Anda. Last but not least, Bapak Riza Pasini. Beliau memiliki gelar Bachelor of Science di bidang Gas and Petrochemical Engineering dari Universitas Indonesia. Master of Science di Chemical Saat ini beliau menjabat sebagai Chief Technical Officer dan Chief Operating Officer. Baiklah, saya berikan brief lalu dari masing-masing pembicara. Saya harap Bapak dan Ibu sekalian sudah lebih mengenal para pembicara kita pada hari ini dan juga passion mereka di bidang energi terbarukan. Tiba saatnya kita persilahkan para panelis kita untuk membawakan materi mereka yang semuanya sangat menarik berkenaan dengan readiness dan lesson learned of the geothermal role in the energy transition. Each and every one of the speakers will be given 15 minutes, and I will remind you at the last 3 minutes that your session is coming. First of all, I will like to call Bapak Riki Ibrahim. Rick will talk about readiness of SOE to develop geothermal in Indonesia toward energy transition. Rick.
Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon. Very nice to be given an opportunity to explain to all of you on some of our views on geothermal development from now and this point to the future ahead. And first and foremost, I would like to convey our deepest apology because our CEO, Riki, could not attend and present the material that he should have presented today. Very sorry for that, and I will present the material on behalf of Riki instead. Today he was supposed to, and before that, quick shout to Bu Neni. Hello, Bu Neni, I know you are there. Bu Nini, nice to meet you again. Two of my lecture and also inspirations in geothermal. Today I will present on behalf of Riki a presentation with the title Geothermal's Role on Achieving Energy Mix and Greenhouse Gas Emission Reduction Target. So I think I would like to explain just a very brief information on the Indonesian targets in related to geothermal development, because I believe that the previous panelists have shared this information before. And so before we recently there is a net zero emission reduction 2060. Before there was a 2045 target introduced by Bappenas. So we believe that there are mega trends that several mega trends that will happen in 2054, 2045, and the renewable energy, especially geothermal, have a major role on helping geothermal to get through of those mega trends that it is estimated to happen in 2045. So geothermal, in one word, is also a survival mitigation towards and to face the 2045 megatrend. And even before that, we have a target in what we call a UN document, so National Energy Plan, that sets target of the renewable energy development to 2030, and also including geothermal inside of the target. So if we look into the target itself, we have geothermal have also a significant role to achieve the targets set by the government in 2030. So if we look particularly to the geothermal development plans, then we could see here that it is still, we have still the same assumption that geothermal have 23 gigawatt of potential in Indonesia, either it's potential or it's already a resource or reserve. And until 2030, the government has a plan to develop 8 gigawatts from the total potential of 23 gigawatts, whereas at the moment there is 2.1 gigawatts that have been already have been in operation at the moment. And then if we see the homework that we have to do, we have to complete in order to achieve the 8 gigawatts until 2030. There are several pipelines here. We have the largest pipeline is obviously done by private companies. Almost 3 gigawatts of power from geothermal need to be completed before 2030. And from Geodipa itself, we have around 465 megawatts of pipeline that we need to complete before 2030. And if we talk about the possibility of achieving or fulfilling the total potential of 23 gigawatts, then there is still around 17.8 gigawatts of open area that we need to carry out development. So there is still a large gap between the utilization ratio and towards the total potential that we have. What we are trying to say here is that we also have every party here, either it is the SOEs, state-owned enterprise, let's say the Taminas, the Geodipas, the PLNs, cannot be able to fulfill or to achieve the government's target alone, but obviously the private have a predominant role also to develop 2.8 gigawatt of geothermal electricity at least, and also we need to develop the open area around 1.1 gigawatts here, probably either by through government directly or through SOEs and through the privates. Yes, so to give a kind of picture of sorry, yes. Okay, next slide. And the question is, what is the geothermal role towards achieving Indonesia's target in the energy security and independence? So, as I have mentioned before, that 23 gigawatts are equivalent to 40% of the geothermal resources in the world. And then this will contribute, of course, will have a significant role towards Indonesia's plan to achieve the net zero targets in 2060. But beyond all that, the most important thing is that we could ensure that the energy security and the energy independence can be achieved way before that. So a bit about the net zero energy and the relation towards geothermal. So geothermal itself, we believe that it could replace coal, so it will have a significant part on the coal phase out, and also it will replace diesel power plants in the future. But all will happen gradually, so all will not happen in an instant. So that's the main plan. So we move into the government roles, the support of the government, and what are the measures that are being done by the government at the moment, so that we could achieve at least 8 gigawatts in 2030. So this is GeoNIPA's perspective on what are the roles and responsibilities between government and the developer itself. So from our side, from the developer itself, we need to ensure an optimum kind of development, either it's in the upstream or in the downstream technology. And then also we need to take most of the risks in geothermal development. I don't need to explain to you on how large the uncertainty risk in geothermal, especially in the exploration stage. And also, not only we are a geothermal developer, but again, what is important is that we also have a role, not only pure geothermal technical side, but we also have how do I say, inherent role other than geothermal, being environmental developer and social developer also. So we are not only a geothermal technical developer, but what we have inherently with the licenses and the assignments from the government is that we are also environmental developer and also social developer. And the government itself, we believe, need to provide an optimum amount of fiscal policy and fiscal support. Not only fiscal, but also non-fiscal policy and non-fiscal support. And then for most of the cases where the geothermal developers or the private parties are not willing to do the geothermal activities in the exploration risk, then it is the time for the government to take the risk in the exploration stage. So what do we think about the current conditions of geothermal development in Indonesia? So from the aspect of the fiscal support, we believe that the fiscal support has already, we believe that tends to be relatively close to optimum. So it is already tends to be optimal for the fiscal support. And but still there are still room to improve and to optimize the fiscal support. Especially, we could unlock some potential facilities like the viability gap fund, viability gap fund that is made available for the PPP projects. And probably we could implement that into the geothermal projects. We are aware that the VGF viability gap fund are only made available for the user pay PPP projects. And then, although there is a facility in theory, but most of our colleagues in geothermal have still have difficulties on accessing efficiently on those fiscal supports. Let's say the tax policies, the tax facilities, and so on. And regarding the commercial aspect, the current electricity price policy still does not meet the broad economics of business. So in order to achieve those 8 gigawatts, then not only the economics of GeoDipa that the government should meet, but the economics of all of the involved parties doing the geothermal development has also need to be met by the government. And there are also continuing challenges on this commercial aspect that we believe that there is still room of efficiency and optimization on the investment of the upstream side and also the downstream side. Many good indications that has happened recently on the drilling costs and also the power plant costs that no longer being stagnant, but there is quite a bit of improvement in regards to the total amount of investment needed to do drilling and power plant. And on the social environmental aspects, every year we see the news, we have social issues driven by the environmental propagandas and so many others, social resistance driven because of the lack of education put towards the community on geothermal benefits itself, and it is proven to be challenging, and also land overlapping issues. So the geothermal towards 2030 it will not be much more easier. Most of the fields will be inside the conservation forest areas. So most of the remaining areas, concession areas, will be located in a much more difficult situation. So we need to think a bit more deeply on how we try to look forward on the remaining geothermal projects that will be located in a much more difficult situations. So the challenges of having this condition is that we have uncertainty of development to reach the COD. So if I ask to somebody or someone asks us when will we achieve the COD, then yeah, the uncertainty is still so high, it's difficult for us to answer the question. So the government, I might have said that the fiscal and non-fiscal tend to be already optimal, provided by the government, but the difficulty is that some of the developers, most of the developers have still difficulties on accessing these facilities. So on the fiscal side, we are already introduced by the government, the GUDP, so government drilling, government taking the risk of exploration, and also some exploration fund and facilities have been made available for the developers, PISP and GREM. Again, at the moment, it is still difficult to access efficiently on these kind of facilities. Also, taxation facilities, a government guarantee for the exploitation financing, and also access to concessionary loan. So also on the non-fiscal side, the government has intensively supported us by providing policies for geothermal accelerations and help us in some cases to ensure that we could debottleneck some issues related to permits and license, and also most of the time the land acquisition that in many of the cases is very difficult to resolve. So a bit on the geothermal, geothermal exploration facilities made available by the government. Because GeoDepa itself is under the Ministry of Finance, probably we have also the obligation to explain a bit on the PISP, GeoDP, and GRAM. So basically, all are made available so that the developer no longer need to hesitate on completing the geothermal exploration activities in the near future. So the immediate projects that is under the government drilling facility is the development in Waisano, Nage, Jailo, and Bituang, where GeoDepa side by side with PTSMI and also PTPII are carrying out the geothermal exploration in these areas where we have different kind of roles. Geothermal in the technical side and SMI in the fiduciary and financial side, and PII on the guarantee side. So specifically to the GeoDepa's development, so yes, we are a state-owned enterprise, but not only we are a state-owned enterprise, we are also an SMV, special mission vehicle, where we have additional, not privileged, but obligations and missions on top of being an SOEs, because we are under the Ministry of Finance, and then we have a special mission, not only to get to do development with an orientation of commercial benefits, but we also have the mindset of doing development without having orientation of getting profit, and we are helping the government to on the projects which are not financially feasible, but economically feasible. So in the remaining projects ahead towards 2030, the remaining projects, most of the projects are economically non-feasible.
Waktunya sudah hampir habis, Pak. Sudah lewat malah. Boleh dipercepat, Pak?
Okay. 3 minutes. So in accordance to geothermal projects, GeoDepa's project, we have at least 10 projects in our pipeline in exploration and exploitation. We have, we keep in our mind that we need to achieve 640 megawatts until 2030. And our key initiatives that we are currently implementing during the developments, there are around 10 initiatives. The first one is partnership with private. So we, on several of our pipelines, we do partnership with private. And then partnership with the off-taker itself, with PLN. We have quite a few projects that we are collaborating with the buyer, the off-taker. And also portfolio development. We look at the project not only as a single project, but a collective project, and also synergy with other SOEs in different kind of roles during the development. And we're also optimizing our role as an SMV, and we're also trying to always improve the terms and conditions of the financing that we have, cheap loans and any other creative financing. And we also ensure that we implement an optimum range of corporate sustainability and also other kind of potential development that could enhance the power development itself, let's say fuel utilization. So probably because of the time.
Yeah, well, finished already. The time is up for you. I'm very sorry. Do you have any more slides, or how many more slides, Pariki, or can we continue in the discussion later on?
Yeah. Please continue, because I don't want to take the time of the next panelist. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Pariki. It seems that the role of GeoDepa is not only as SOE, but also you have a special mission from the government as a vehicle, and then you have a very important mission to achieve the target of not only RUEN, but also net zero emission. Good luck for Pariki on your work, but it seems that we need also support, even though the current condition in Indonesia it has been more positive, but you still see some hurdles or challenges that needs to be overcome. Thank you, Pariki, for your presentation and the topic. Let's move on to our next speaker. I would like to welcome Dr. Mary Bromer. Dr. Bromer, are you ready with your presentation? Dr. Bromer will give us insight on the status of the global and strategy of geothermal role toward net zero emission. Dr. Bromer, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for having me here today. Let me switch on my slide. I hope you can see it. If not, please do let me know. It is a pleasure for me to speak here today. And very quickly, I heard the conversation and the introduction, so let's not dwell too long on who I am. But my role is global, and I was asked to intervene here today to give a quick, let's say, overview on the role of geothermal in that global world of getting to net zero, with specific focus on sustainability. Because that is the most important thing on behalf of the global geothermal community, what we want to achieve. As I assume you all are aware of and are directly linked to achieving those 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, for us, number 7, basically clean and affordable energy for all, is the key one that we concentrated on. All the rest will fall under it, we believe, because if we don't tackle energy, it will be very difficult to get into equality and to get into no poverty and to get into this zero hunger. We have a huge task ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, not only to go to net zero, but also seeing that we need to feed a world which is going to be 10 times as large as it currently is. We want to have clean water for all of us, and we certainly want to have food on the table. And if you look at energy, and if you look at how the end-use sectors, and basically the ones who are consuming all our energy worldwide, is categorized, it basically falls under 3 categories. So in order to achieve sustainability, and in order to achieve affordable energy for all, we really need to look at all our end-use sectors and prepare ourselves to tackle from fossil fuel to alternatives. And the three categories, as is constantly being reported on by the International Energy Agency, IEA, or IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, and think tanks such as the Renewable Energy Agency for the 21st Century, such as REN21, it really centers around mobility, transport. It really centers around heating and cooling, so the thermal bit, and of course, electrification, electricity. But if you really look at where most of our, at least half of our energy consumption sits, it's actually thermal. It actually is for temperature ranging from 30 degrees all the way to, of course, a lot of high temperatures as well, 400, 600, 700 degrees Celsius. But if you really look at where energy is used for in light industry needs, in greenhouse agribusiness, and all the associated greenhouse gas emissions that are coming from that, it really is an interesting area to explore for more synergies with geothermal, because it's exactly that what we deliver, and I'll come to that in the next couple of slides. But don't underestimate the need to electrify the world, and I think also for us as geothermal, especially all the wonderful power plants that we have been building in the past century across the globe. We're contributing currently 16 gigawatt electric spread in almost 60 countries, and we should be able to grow that in the coming 3 decades to at least a tenfold, but early investigations also show that we can grow at least 20 times as big. And the need to electrify the world is going to be very pertinent, not only to phase out coal and to phase out oil, and especially diesel, but also to allow and embrace affordable electricity on the grids worldwide. Now, what people want and what people say, and especially how much money gets then invested into the energy, renewable energy world, is still something different. We did an analysis with our partners, especially after the pandemic hit in 2020, and when politicians stood up and say they want to build back better and build back greener, and having specific policies and financial instruments that go with that in order to allow that building back greener and building back better. But the reality is, and this is a scan of 31 major countries of the world, but if you really look at how much energy investment got spent on the renewables, it actually was only 7%. The majority of the pot of money that was spent on getting energy back on grids and increasing portfolios was still about 50% into fossil fuels. So we still have a long way to go in order to be recognized, and this goes not just for geothermal, this is also for solar, also for wind, also for biomass and for hydropower. We still have a collective voice to raise when it comes down to getting the money and getting the capital we need in order to get more renewable electrovolts or renewable heat to grids worldwide. As we are now in the geothermal session, but also on behalf of the International Geothermal Association, we get a lot of questions, of course, from our membership worldwide, and how can geothermal then specifically support that pathway to a net zero or a low carbon, sustainable energy future. And I always say, and attract the funds to do so, because we do need to raise our investors and, of course, the public bodies who are investing in geothermal, such as the World Bank, very strong partner. But to increase that capital that gets spent and invested and lent and borrowed to geothermal community is still one of the lowest compared to our other ones. And the story for geothermal, combined with the need for heat coming from our energy consumption patterns and behaviors worldwide, is, in our opinion, one we should focus on in the coming, let's say, couple of years when we're building the story for geothermal with our end users. And of course, it's for electrification. It's number one. It has a huge priority to get clean electricity on the grids and in the mini grids and offline and small scale. We see a trend within the turbine industry as well, moving away from the flash more to the binary. You see that there is need to do more standalone projects, especially for electricity, and it is in that temperature range that especially the Indonesia, the Philippines, the Asia Pacific, but also parts of Africa and Latin America are extremely well equipped for and extremely well, geologically speaking, situated to deliver on that electrification route. But also let us focus on the mobility and that sector that has a huge need to become renewable in the coming decades, especially through fuels, synthetic fuels, biofuels, the methanol, but also green hydrogen. It is the buzzword of the day. It is listed as one of the key enablers of a green and fair economy in the coming 2 decades, so basically until 2040. There will be billions of dollars spent on the green hydrogen pathways. And I think, and I'm convinced that geothermal should be part of that dialogue. We're able to do it. We're producing already in pilot projects around the world, specifically New Zealand, in Iceland, and there is a lot of work going on in the Central America region on producing green hydrogen with our geothermal power plants. It's exciting and it's something to watch out for. But also more, let's say, low-hanging fruit is the process industry, is the agribusiness, it's the food sector in general, but also all the industries that have a need for temperature to do their processes, to do their CO2 when it comes down to greenhouses and the need for fresh water. It is all that geothermal delivers in that low to mid-enthalpy range. And actually, we can do that everywhere on this planet. So our end users who are in need for heat in that low temperature range could be one of the most promising customers to work with in the coming decade in order to raise the profile for geothermal, but also to get to the goals we want to get to, and that is sustainability, and that is net zero. Because if you look at the heat, and if you look at where it currently is produced from, it's all fossil fuel. 90% of the fossil fuels, of the heat that is in the process industry or in the agribusiness sector is used, is based on fossil fuels. Predominantly coal, but certainly oil and diesel. So if you look at the world and where we can harness the heat, it's, and I think as geothermalists, we're pretty familiar with the heat flow underneath our feet. But I think the connection that we all want to get into is understanding our customers, and it's understanding the ones who want to pay for sustainable heat and the ones who are demanding it to be clean and low carbon. And there comes a whole range of customers here on this picture, and a couple of them I mentioned via greenhouses and green hydrogen. But also look at, for instance, aquaculture and fish farming. It's going to be vital for certain African countries to produce fish locally, sustainably, in order to beat the protein tax that are being lifted in certain borders. But also, if you look at clean cooking, why burn wood if we have a hot aquifer and a simple heat exchanger and heat pump around? Why use diesel to cool down our houses in the tropics when we have a cascaded use opportunity in geothermal power plants? I think I can continue, and I'm preaching here to the choir because I all know that you are very familiar with it, but it is important that we put the spotlight on a continued awareness, education and communication about what geothermal can do and how we can achieve our favorite goal as in sustainability and affordable energy to all. There's one thing that I really like to raise in my final conclusions of a global overview of how to get to the net zero promise.
Dr. Brahma, you have 3 more minutes.
Thank you, thank you. I shall be done on time, thank you. And that is the need to assess local needs and financial needs for small-scale projects. We've noticed, and we're working with quite a few development banks around the world, is that still it's hard to get large power plants financed. I'm not saying it's easy in geothermal, but at least there are structures and schemes and financial incentives around large critical infrastructure and hence geothermal power projects. But what gets less attention and what's really difficult to finance is smaller scale opportunities ranging from a couple of thousand couple of $10,000 all the way to maybe $1 million to run a pilot project on an island, for instance. So at the coming stage where we are within the IETA is something that we want to focus on is putting the spotlight and putting the attention and getting together into an aggregated social impact fund around heat projects. And moving into a benchmark system methodology, of course, to be ascertained by the big banks, but that tackles the socio-economic needs of small-scale communities that want to do a local greenhouse or want to do some low-carbon coffee drying, that are in need of fish farms, and that may want to own and build a community greenhouse project. I want to thank you as audience, but also the worldwide community for all the data that you provide. Without that data, without that intrinsic knowledge of what the status is of geothermal in your respective countries, we couldn't be doing the work that we're doing. But also the science you work on and the benefits it provides to all of us out there, it is important to have a constant dialogue on what geothermal can achieve in your local jurisdictions, in your local regions, but also worldwide. And I also want to thank all of us out there who are lifting us up and to constantly put that awareness around geothermal. I'm sure solar and wind will have more marketing material available to us, but for us it's still very important that we collectively work on shaping the dialogue and how we can help benefit the people, the planet, but certainly sustainability. Thank you for being you, and thank you for supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bromer. It's very uplifting. There's a lot of motivation in your presentation, and we are really sure that we can achieve the target together. To just make sure we need to also involve in all of the dialogues. Thank you. Let us move on to our next speaker, Dr. Varun Chandrasekhar. He will be talking about the topic about the role of India geothermal roadmap towards net zero emission. Dr. Chandrasekhar, are you ready to present?
Yes, I will start
yes,
now.
The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you.
I cannot hear you clearly, Doctor. There's a lot of noise apparently in your background. It seems that there is a technical difficulties in Mr. Chandrasekhar's connection. We still, I'm really sorry, but we still cannot hear you clearly, but.
So, if us to reduce one side,
Can someone help Pak Chandrasekhar and his connection? We still cannot hear you, but Dr. Chandrasekhar, we still cannot hear you. We can see that you are talking, but I'm really sorry that we cannot hear any voice coming up from your end.
Hello, Mr. Chandrasekhar. Would you like for the committee to help you present your video?
Can you please?
Yes. Yeah. I think we can assist you on doing so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, here.
Okay.
Okay, continue. Okay.
Please stop sharing your screen, and then our committee will.
A very good afternoon, everyone. With respect to the chair and appreciation of fellow speakers, let us begin today's discussion. today we'll be discussing about how geothermal can work towards building a net zero ecosystem. When we talk about geothermal, the first thing that comes to our mind is power. Very rarely, or not in every case, is the applications of geothermal brought to the focus, brought to people's attention. It can play a very major role in reducing the power consumption. We, going forward into the 21st century, we cannot reduce the power demand. The power demand is going to go up exponentially. So if we balance, if we increase the generation on one side, and through energy efficiency means of geothermal applications, try to reduce the power consumption, not usage, power consumption in the applications, effectively we can really bring down the overall power consumption, the ratio between generation and consumption. Now, GHP has a lot of applications. Geothermal heat pumps has a lot of applications. In today's presentation, I will be talking more about the applications for the heating cooling space and what roles we played in India, and less about the power, because power is something we have spoken of too often. This is one chart that we have all seen through the last many years, last many decades. We all focus only on the power segment of it, whereas the majority of the other applications dealing with low temperatures, low enthalpy, basic groundwater temperatures is something that's not really highlighted to the society. Barring a few places in Europe, China, US, the application of geothermal is very rarely utilized. India is one such case. It was underutilized for the past many years, but now we are making effort to maximize its usage. This figure is something that quite a few of you would already seen. This is the power scenario of geothermal power scenario in India. Over here, we have two power plants currently under construction. One is the 55 megawatt and 25 megawatt in Andhra. We have 5 sanctioned capacities that's pending approvals at various stages over here for us. Moving forward, where the whole world focuses on this particular map of India, where we talk about the geothermal power generation. What people don't understand is India is also blessed with a tremendous amount of groundwater. This is a map by the Central Groundwater Authority of India. The red part shows where is a water deficit. This is a desert area. A few dots along the South Indian region. Barring this two regions, 80% of India is blessed with abundant groundwater. We have two monsoons, the southwest and the northeast monsoon winds, and we have all our rivers flowing from west to east or north to south. We have at least 5 to 6 perennial rivers that's feeding the groundwater. We have enough rainfalls feeding groundwater. When we talk about the heating cooling space in geothermal, we only talk about the loops or a closed system that is given preference. But there are some places in the world where groundwater is abundant. Case like India, for example, we get a groundwater table at approximately 80 feet on an average. During a peak summers, it falls to 150 feet, sometimes to 450 feet. But we get a good amount of groundwater in the country, and most of the groundwater is range between 26 to 28 degrees centigrade. The beauty of what it is, the flow pattern, the drain pattern across the Indian subcontinent is from the west to east. So the pattern followed by even our major rivers that flows from west to east. So the model over here was, how do we utilize the groundwater to effectively use it to cool the spaces or heat the spaces in India and alternate to air conditioning. Go back to this model, you have to take one step backward and understand when it comes to consumption of power, which component of electricity consumes maximum power. A normal household, nowadays a normal commercial complex or residential complex, barring the heavy industries, the main component that consumes power is the air conditioning. Air conditioning is 24/7, it 365 days a year, it never stops, and it draws the bulk of the power. Our effort over here is to use geothermal to try to mitigate and try to reduce the consumption of geothermal, to reduce the consumption of air conditioning. So just by replacing the conventional air conditioning systems with ground-based heat pumps. What's the difference between ground-based heat pumps and air-based heat pumps? The beauty of ground-based heat pumps is throughout the year we get a constant temperature from the ground. We need to maintain a constant temperature from the ground as against the air. Sometimes the air, what happens is in winter my air drops to -10, -20 below zero. In summer it goes to 45 above zero. So when you analyze the consumption pattern, I'm sure this case would be similar to a lot of places across the world where air conditioning and heating requirements, your cooling or heating requirements consume the bulk of your power. So along with power generation, if we can reduce the majority of population's power consumption requirements using geothermal heat pumps, it will really affect the climate change efforts. Net zero is a model wherein if we remove the most bulking of the items from the grid, the balance of these systems, be it your bulbs, your televisions, your small appliances, can draw power from rooftop solars or rooftop wind as we evolve further. So we're looking at a truly green-based economy going forward. Players and vendors that are authorized by the particular brand itself. We wanted to be a little brand conscious over here, give people a brand of their choice. Over the last 10-15 years, each of these brands have evolved from air-cooled to water-cooled. What we are doing over here is taking the water-cooled equipment of these particular brands and taking it to GHP and making it to ground-based water-cooled systems. So they no longer will have chillers. The cool water going to this particular brands of heat exchangers would no longer be air-cooled or water-cooled system. It will be ground-based systems. Modifying the water-cooled systems into a ground-based system was the easiest, and a lot of support. We are really thankful to LG, Daikin, Toshiba for the amount of support they gave us for the last-minute conversions, additions we needed to do for getting the water-cooled into a ground loop system. This is a traditional example, 495 ton. We did it in Andhra a few years back. This is an old case study I wanted to bring up. This was the traditional loop system over here. We used over here. We used a climate change master, GHP machine. The biggest problem over here was the lack of understanding of how to design the loops, designing the earth, designing the soil conditions, and on top of it, importing the equipment. Climate master needed to be imported from the US, and that became a huge limiting factor for us. Why limiting factor? Supply of equipment is one issue, but at the same time, post-sales is something, and post-sales service is the biggest issue that needs to be addressed. So I wanted to bring this up just to understand, to show this is what we did earlier. The capital cost was recovered in about 48 months, approximately. Beg my pardon. Total cost recovered in 48 months, that's about 5 years. The differential capital cost was recovered in about 11 months. Energy reduction we used climate master was 72% over conventional air conditioning. When I talk about conventional air conditioning, I'm talking about split ACs that draws maximum amount of power. I had to show this in the USD because bulk of my systems were imported from the US. That added to my capital cost over there. So when a capital is very high, the consumer thinks twice before actually implementing it. This is what I wanted to show you. One or two case studies I'm going to show you today is we use LG water cool system connected to this is my borewell over here, a 22-ton cooling system. It cools from about 18 degrees approximately over here. My groundwater temperature feeding my groundwater into the LG systems is at 24 degrees. My depth of my well is about 80 feet. I have an 80 feet ring. My ring well is about 30 feet and a 50 feet ring. Two bore wells going inside from inside over here. The beauty about it is my well is inside the building. The well you see over here is inside the building. I have my pipe running through over here, goes to my VRF, LG VRFs over here. This is my heat exchanger over here. This photo is only showing one heat exchanger. I have 4 heat exchangers over here, shell and tube, coiled. This particular one is providing hot water to the domestic purposes. My main shell and tube heat exchanger is about 200 kgs. That's about close to about 1 ton of heat exchanger below. It's just off the picture over here. The beauty about it is this thing is, since we picked all the equipments from off the shelf within the Bombay market, we want to see to it we don't go beyond the city limits to source our equipments. The closer the sourcing, the easier is to maintain. The whole 22 tons of system covering about approximately 2,400 square feet of office space and 3,000 square foot of warehousing on the first floor was done in 3 months. 22 tons covered the office space, a 30-ton system covered the warehouse above. We were able to do this in 3 months. The equipment was available, and within a span of 6 months post it, we were able to notice approximately about 64 to 75% reduction in the power bills. This proved that off-the-shelf solutions also do work. My second example I really want to show you over here. Okay, I'm sorry. This is the actual numbers over here. This is the projections that we have given over there. The incremental cost should be recovered in approximately 2.3 years, and the payback for the whole thing should be about 6 years approximately. We measured it for 9 months, the reduction in power. It showed approximately 70% reduction in my energy consumption bills over here. These are actual numbers. These are actual numbers as we got from this site. This is a pharma warehouse, approximately 180-ton system, 180 cross 2. My presentation is little, it's not showing up over here. It should read 180 cross 2 tons over here. It was approximately 1 lakh square foot of pure warehousing. They only wanted temperature control at about 24 degrees centigrade throughout the year with humidity control. They didn't require critical cooling, nor they require critical heating. They only wanted their system to be at approximately 24 degrees, 24 or 7, 365 days a year. The maximum variation they wanted was 22 to 24 or a maximum of 25 degrees. So our work was very a lot simpler over here. Design was a lot simpler. We use the Daikin systems over here. Daikins use the clean technology inside, more efficient. They were very quite forthcoming. They were very helpful during the whole installation process. And the interiors, ductings and everything was done by OEM, authorized by Daikin. So anything goes wrong in the interior parts, Daikin was taking it over. Since it was a constant temperature and not too much of cooling, too much of heating, we saw a 50% reduction on the HVAC bills. We put up separate meters only to, as a case study, to put it up over there to show to it that this is the amount of power being pulled by the conventional system, which is used by consumed by the current system. Although the installation of this system took 3 months, the whole exercise took 6 months. There was 3 months before it we installed the meters, so that even the owners could understand how much power was being consumed over there. Post putting it up, what is the savings like? So what I'm trying to emphasize over here is that geothermal is very adaptable. It is very customizable over here. It's not a tech of someone living in a penthouse. It's not a tech beyond reach of a common man. So a simple geothermal can be adapted, oriented to suit every particular needs depending upon location and the geology. Some places may not be having enough water, where we use loops. Some places we have water, we don't need to use loops. So a lot of Southeast Asia countries, being small islands, can follow one of the similar patterns to reduce the consumptions. By reducing consumption, we're reducing the load on the grid over here. So I think already I'm exceeding my time. Thank you very much. I think we wind up.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar, on your presentation. Yes, power demand will increase exponentially, but by technology and innovation, we will be able to save more energy. And these are one of the examples. Let's move on to our next speaker, Stephen Gustafsson. He will be talking about topic on utilizing Indonesia low temperature geothermal. Stefan, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes.
You will share your own presentation in the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. My name is Stefan Gustafsson, and I'm the sales representative of Agenity in Indonesia. I'm going to present a little bit about Agenity first, and then about our ARC system technology, and also about what I think about the low temperature geothermal, especially in Indonesia.
Okay.
Sorry?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, but I haven't seen your presentation on the screen. Have you shared it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it shown?
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Should I go back? You see the full screen now?
Yes, it's pretty clear. It's clear.
Okay. So, Agenity is a relatively small company, but we are growing quite fast. We are doubling the volume every year now, and we are the largest manufacturer in Sweden of arc turbines. The founder, David Frikerås, and who also is the inventor of this technology, has the same background as myself from ABB Stahl, whom today is Siemens Energy. And Siemens Energy are producing gas turbines and steam turbines and have been doing so for over 100 years. So this technology is based on knowledge which is covered for over 100 years. Most of the references again you have is from Sweden and Nordic countries, but this has been a strategy to take the home market first, but now we are growing in the international market. And as you can see, the first references was in 2013. And as you can see in the reference list, the last year we are increasing number of installations. Any heat or hot water, steam from 80 degrees up to 150 degrees, we can turn into electricity. Again, you don't have a large experience from geothermal installations, but our turbine don't know where the heat is coming from. So because it's a closed loop system, so we don't have a contact with the brine system in the well and in the turbine. So this is why we think and know that we can be a very solid partner also in the geothermal business. We see a lot of application for our technology, power plants, industrial waste heat, household waste, and biomass. In Indonesia, we have primarily worked with waste heat from garbage systems, geothermal, and also diesel engines heat recovery. The ARC system is built on skids, prefabricated from the factory, or in containers, depending on what the company wants, the customer. The installation on site is very simple because we have done the cold commissioning in factory already. So it's a couple of weeks, 1-2 weeks to do the warm commissioning, and then we're up and running. We only need to connect the heat source, incoming, outgoing. We need to connect the cooling side, and of course, electric cable to the net. But this makes it a very fast installation on the site and very easy to handle for remote areas and smaller projects. Low temperature geothermal turbine systems is basically 3 loops where we have the water from the ground into the heat exchanger, and we have the brine system cooling media in the turbine, which is going through the heat exchanger and into gas form and expands in the turbine where we generate the electricity, and then back down to the condenser and in the liquid phase back into the heat exchanger again. The boiling temperature of this media, we have cooling media in the turbine, is 15 degrees. This is why we can produce this steam or gas in the system. And the third closed loop system is the cooling, which in this case shows a fan system, but it can also be like water cooling system. Low temperature geothermal is, in my mind, temperature below 150 degrees. Again, it can produce electricity from 150 down to 80 degrees, so it's a very perfect match for our system. And I can also see from the now 2 years I've been working in Indonesian market that we have a good potential with this kind of system. We can boost the performance in existing steam systems by using the water which comes with the steam from the well in separation, or we can use temperature after the steam system to improve the performance from the whole plant. But I also understand there is many untapped low temperature wells that has never been developed due to the temperature range, which is too low for the steam system, and where we can develop this arc turbine system instead. There is another advantage also with the Agenity system is that we have smaller modules, which means that we can also work in an economic way with smaller installation from 1 up to 15 megawatt. Of course, we can also build larger, but we are very competitive in this range, this area. As I mentioned, we are modularized system, prefabricated. This is an advantage when we come to the site. We can build the project stepwise until we have reached the full potential of the well, which I understand from the last couple of years when I've been talking to geothermal people, that it can take up to a couple of years before we know how big the well is and what we can produce from it. So this means that we don't need to overinvest or underinvest in the size of the plant. If you work with lower temperature, you don't need to drill as far as other projects, so we can also lower the drilling costs. We also make a very small footprint in the land, and we don't require much space, and we actually can be just with a hardened surface. Since it's containerized, we need a hardened surface, and then we can place the equipment on the ground. We have a very short time, as I mentioned, on the site due to prefabricated units. We have very low maintenance costs. We need only to stop 1 day per year to do the maintenance. And we can actually also relocate this unit if necessary due to different reasons, if the well is not working or whatever. So the investment is not dropped on this location. We are working with the 2 projects. You can say one project is more advanced and the other one is in an earlier stage. In 9 megawatt project in Sulawesi, and we also have a second project as a performance booster, but this is also in a very early stage, but we are hoping we can develop this project. Let's turn your heat, low temperature heat, into electricity. I can see many other also applications in Indonesia, as I mentioned, with waste to heat and also from industrial waste. But we need to start with somewhere, and we think geothermal is a very good opportunity. We can understand that the cost for test drilling is a hurdle, a problem, which we need to overcome. And we are working with Swedish government banks to look at the possibility to develop something like a test drilling fund for low temperature application, which we think could be helping the industry quite well. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Stefan, for your interesting presentation. And also, we are looking forward to the result of your test. Maybe we can apply it also in Indonesia.
Yeah.
Next, let me welcome Dr. Peter Meyer. Dr. Peter Meyer will talk about the role of geothermal, direct use in supporting geothermal role in energy transition. Dr. Meyer?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you clearly. How are you?
Fine.
Hey. Yes, the screen is yours. Yes, please.
Is this good like that? Can you see it?
Yes, yeah. But can you put on a slideshow for this? Okay.
Is it fine?
Yes, it's fine. Perfect.
Yeah, dear ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the opportunity to give this presentation. When I was preparing for it, I noticed that showing examples from Switzerland might not be so representative for the objective for Indonesia due to the climatic changes. So we prepared actually an overview on the situation worldwide, and I took the help of our collaborator Katharina Link. She was the leader for the direct use working group of the IEA Geothermal in the past years. So I will just take it as a teaser for ideas that you could utilize, I think, in the Indonesian market, in the Indonesian situation for this climates you have here. We have several examples for you out of the experience we have when we went around in the world, also on excursions, and especially also in my role as a board member of the IGA. Some topics have already been shown by Marit Brommer, and also Varun Chandra from India has shown a very nice example before. Now, the direct use applications nowadays have been recently reported at the World Geothermal Congress by Lund and Todd, and you see it's quite a large number of 107,000 megawatt thermics, and the growth rate is very interesting and convincing. Here is a big boom coming, and I think that is also the complete strength when we talk about lower temperatures, how to utilize them. As many of you know already, of course, we can heat single houses and large district heating systems. We have a lot of applications for heat in agriculture sector, in the industry, of course, and balneology and tourism, and of course, cooling. That is maybe a special interest for Indonesia as well, as has been shown for India before. Rather new topic is the mineral extraction. Varun has already shown this diagram, and I think it's self-explaining. I will not go into the details. If I go a little bit, blow it up, you see by yourself the different applications, and I think here the imagination is still open. There might be a lot of newer applications pop up when you're thinking from a customer side and industrial side how to utilize it. Now, coming back to the numbers that have been reported recently, we see at the moment the most important applications are the geothermal heat pumps. It is a very good application, although we always need some electrical power in general to utilize them. So more direct utilizations are for bathing and swimming is also a very important utilization than space heating, greenhouse, aquaculture, pound heating, and industrial. And I think in the industrial part, one should probably do much more and bring it to the industries. I think the topic is to bring this message to the industries, and this is maybe the most important, how to replace a lot of fuel from fossils by geothermal energy. Now this is one example from South Korea. It's a large complex that is being powered now by this, or heated by these ground-source heat pumps. It's a very large thermal capacity. Many boreholes had to be drilled, of course. And it serves not only for heating, but also for cooling.
Another important application is this example from New Zealand. It's the largest direct geothermal heat use in the world. It is for timber and pulp processing. I think that could be also very interesting in the Indonesian context. As an example, there is wood drying. That is an important application. We're also thinking here in Switzerland of this. Then we have the topic of food direct heat for the food drying, and an example from Mexico. And diverse agriculture applications. Here examples from Italy, that is flowers. There we have tomatoes. We have even for the dairy products, for cheese, and even beer can be the brewing of beer can be done utilizing geothermal heat. And I think the ideas will grow and people really realize how utilizable it is and how much economic they can spare and how much the CO2 can be reduced. Here we have glass houses. It's a very important point, especially also in Switzerland. And I personally was surprised that glass houses are also heated in summer here in Switzerland. Even if we have a lot of outside temperature, it is still needed to power these glass houses. Then there is, of course, tourism, and the best example for it, I think, it's the Blue Lagoon in Iceland, with a lot of different applications. It goes into fish farming, and there's a lot of experience around the world. We have also a fish farm here in Switzerland. We utilize heat from a tunnel, from water coming out of the tunnel. Here's some more impressions from Iceland. So I think we put together some of the most important examples. We tried also to make a comparison with the annual savings of tons of oil. We utilized here the data given by this paper of Lund and Todd, and we come up with a different number actually, but it depends on the exact conversion factors you utilize. But if you compare it now with the data we found for Indonesia, you see in a worldwide situation it is a huge amount comparable to at the moment maybe 1/3 of the total oil consumption for Indonesia. So what we want to say here, it's a large amount of fossil fuels that can be saved if geothermal will be utilized in diverse applications. And with this, I want to conclude and thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. A very interesting application for the direct use. As we know, the implementation is very low, and looking at the annual saving of oil, we definitely need to look further on this use for geothermal. Let us move on to the next speaker, Mr. Riza Pasiki. This afternoon, Mr. Pasiki will enlighten us on his presentation about accelerate the geothermal development to support energy transition by smart drilling technology. Pak Riza, apakah sudah siap?
Yeah. I'll just share my screen.
Okay, Pak, silakan.
So are you able to see my screen, right?
Yes, clearly, Pak. It's just, can you do, okay.
All right, thank you, Bu Luli. So great to be here, and I highly appreciate to the organizer of INDO EBTKE for giving me the opportunity to share the KSORK experience in developing geothermal resources in Indonesia. So I'll start with introductions of the projects that KSORK developed in Indonesia. So the first geothermal power project is Sorik Marapi Geothermal, or SMGP. This project is located in Mandailing Natal Regency, North Sumatra Province. So lucky, this is a high enthalpy resource with the reservoir temperature of 240 up to the 325 degrees C. This is the first geothermal project with a high enthalpy that apply the modular power plants. So by having the modular power plant, then we can implement what we call as a staging development concept. For the case of Sorik Marapi, even though the resource is sufficient for 240 megawatt, we don't wait until we finish drilling all of the resource so that the resource is sufficient for installation of 240 megawatt. So as per today, we are operating 90 megawatts coming from the 2 units, each 45 megawatt, while at the same time we continue drilling, development, and exploration wells. So up to now in Sorik Marapi, we have finished 32 wells, consist of productions and injection wells. And these wells is sufficient for us to generate 140 megawatts. So therefore, as we are speaking, we reach 60% of the completion for the installation of Unit 3. So we expect by May 2022, so we can put the third unit, 150 megawatt, online and become the total generation from this resource, 140 megawatt. So the second project that we run in Indonesia is the Sokoria geothermal project. It's located in NT Regency in the Nusa Tenggara Timur. So this is again the first medium enthalpy resource that developed in Indonesia for the electricity generations. So in this resource, the temperatures is the range between 180 to 225 degrees C. Currently, we have completed drilling 8 wells, and these 8 wells sufficient for 8 megawatt generation. However, we only complete the 5 megawatt power plant, and by the time PPA signed by PLN, then basically we ready with push the start button and start the operations. Pure application of ORC power plant. Similar with Sorik Marapi, we also implement the staging development concept to maximize the opportunity of PPA of 30 megawatts by 2025. Speaking about the drilling, of course, every single geothermal project start with the development of the subsurface or the resource. So our business is mining the heat, and unfortunately this heat resource is located underground, so we need the drilling in order to access to that resource. The very first thing before we start drilling, of course, we need to understand the characteristic of the reservoir so that we can identify the accurate well targeting. Because at the end of the day, this drilling program is not aimed to make the hole, but eventually we'd like to have the well, the commercial well, with sufficient temperature, a decent permeability, and the natural fluids. And we have to do that in a cost-efficient way, again, because not less than 40% of the capital costs required for developing geothermal is absorbed by the drilling activity. We do continuous information in order to improve the cost efficiency, starting with the well design, the SOP, the standard operating practice. Of course, we have to update all the time because this is many times site specific. For example, we cannot apply or copy paste, for example, the drilling program that was working well in one field. For example, in Salak or Wengindu, and apply in our field in Sorry Merapi, because that's a site, sometimes it's a site-specific challenge. For example, the current drilling program that we have, we encounter the notorious formation called the Paleosol, as you can see on this picture. So this is a very danger formations in when we drill the geothermal wells. It's easy to swell, easy to slough into the wellbore, and also easy to get eroded, and and as a result, it's easy to get a stuck pipe, and then eventually cause us to abandon the well and burn the money. So the third component is that we need to address when we speak about the continuous drilling innovations is a well component. So we make sure that we have a reliable well, because typically a geothermal well, we design the well for able to operate for 30 years. And not less important is the project execution, starting from the contract and rig selections, and also the campaign strategy. So, for example, if you know that you are going to drill 20 wells in order to provide sufficient resource for 140 megawatts, so you came up with the decision whether you want to do it in several drilling campaign or just one campaign, so that you can maximize the potential volume discount from your contractors. So the rig selections, you have options whether you want to rent the rig or you just buy the rig by yourself. The team, of course, is the key important role. So organization capabilities required, the stakeholder engagements. Many times that the drilling projects has been stopped by the local peoples. So to prevent that to happen, then the stakeholder engagement is required. And the drilling process is really the operations that involve tons of data. So, and at the same time, as a leader, you have to make a very quick decision. And of course, the expectation is your decision is high quality decision. So that's why information management here is really important. So this is the example of our real-time monitoring drilling operations in our Jakarta office. So we can see in real time, can visualize real time, and can analyze quickly, so that we can make the right decision in a quick manner.
Riza, you have 3 more minutes.
Okay. The technology, we apply the cascade organic ORC. So we implement the screw expander. This has the high thermal efficiency up to 81%. And since we don't need the gas removal system, we can save some use of the steam. So steam only used for power generation and no steam used for the gas removal system. And for the power plant technology that we apply on the medium enthalpy fluid in Sokoria field, we use the ORC. We are using the temperature of the fluid at temperature 170 degree, but not for moving the turbine or screw expander, but we use that to heat up or to vaporize the working fluid, and this working fluid that will be working to rotate the turbine or screw expander and produce the electricity. Of course, the challenge is always the silica scaling when you reduce the temperature down to 80 degrees, but with some experience, so we are able to manage the scaling, so that yes, it happened at the beginning, but with the improvement, we can prevent the scaling to happen because of the low temperature. So, so far, what KSOT achieved for the project in Indonesia, we have the high ratio of successful drilling, 97% success in SNGP and 100% success in Sorry Merapi. High cost efficiency in drilling, so in the cost for drilling in Sorek Merapi is about 3.3 million for the average depth of 2.2 kilometer. Compared with our peers in Sumatra, it's about 6.3 to almost $12 million for the same depth of the well. And even recently, we were able to break the record by drilling $2.5 million wells with the 8 megawatt capacity. So this is one of the most cost-efficient geothermal drilling in Indonesia. We also broke the record as the fastest development, COD Unit 1, only required 3 years since we drilled the first exploration well. And for the second unit, so only took us 20 months since we drilled the first dedicated well. And this is the only project that put online during the pandemic COVID-19. We have a high efficiency productions, so steam use is about 9% lower than the typical steam turbine. And eventually, we are talking about the costs. Then the tariff of the gas orca is lower than the regional PPP. So with that, then with current 90 megawatt generation, so as our project in Sorek Merapi can reduce generation costs, electricity generation costs in Sumatra by about $16.4 million per year. While if the SGI produce at 5 megawatts, then we can save the cost by $2.2 million per year. So I think now the world needs the energy that is reliable, green, or cleaner, and affordable. So by the nature, the geothermal is green and reliable, since it is a baseload electricity generation. And thank you once again for the committee for hosting this event, so that the geothermal stakeholder can share the best practice and learn the lessons from each other, so we can improve the cost efficiency in developing the geothermal resource and eventually make geothermal as the affordable energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Riza, for sharing us your best practice, and you have proven that it works, Pak. It works really well. Now we are entering the Q&A session. I see there's some questions that pops up in the chat box. Let me first open up for the first 3 people that provided the question. Pak Alimin Ginting, addressed to Pak Ricky Ibrahim. Geodipa Energy own 3 or 4 geothermal exploration assignment atau penugasan dari pemerintah. What is the current progress of this assignment, Pak Ricky?
Halo Pak Alimin.
Pak Alimin? Ya, dari Pak Alimin.
Halo Pak, sudah lama nih ngobrol.
Kasih komentar sedikit itu supaya orang tahu progresnya.
Oke, silakan Pak Takwim kalau enggak ya, jawab. Oke, silakan Pak.
I will try to answer on behalf of Pak Ricky.
Silakan Pak.
The immediate government drilling projects are Waisano, Jailolo, Nagi, and Bituang. For Waisano and Jailolo, it is pure GUDP. So it is a facility managed by PTSMI from the World Bank's fund. And then Nage Bituang is a hybrid between APBN and also GUDP. So in among the 4 projects, Waisano I think is at the moment in the most advanced stage. Waisano we are it is at the stage where we are prepared and ready to do civil construction for the exploration. But at the moment, there is still some social mitigations that need to be done. So basically, the social conditions at the moment are way much better than when we first entered Waisano, Pak. Jadi Waisano before was managed 100% by SMI, but we helped SMI try to debottleneck the social situation at Waisano. So now we are ready to do civil works for exploration, once we get the approval from World Bank to go ahead. And for Jailolo, obviously we know that it was previously managed by Star Energy. So at the moment we are preparing to do some additional 3G surveys on aspects where the 3G aspects is still lacking. And yeah, that is for Jailolo. So one of the activities are LIDAR. In the previous regime, LIDAR was not made available yet. And for Nage, at the moment, Badan Geology has drilled 2 wells, Pak. Badan Geology has drilled 2 wells, deep stream hole wells. And once Badan Geology completed the 2 wells, then GeoDepa will evaluate the data, and if it's good, we will proceed to drill further 2 additional standard hole or intermediate hole wells in Nage. Bituang not so much have been done in Bituang, Pak Alimin.
Oke, Pak Alimin, udah lebih jelas apa progresnya dan it looks promising, Pak Takwim. We have very high hopes in GeoDepa finishing those projects.
Yes, we are working on behalf of government, Bu Noli, on doing the exploration. So GeoDepa, SMI, and PT IIGF, PTP.
Yes, iya Pak. The support dari GERM juga ya Pak ya, GREM, World Bank. Yeah. Okay, baik. Let's move on to the next question dari Pak Erwin. I know that the question you want to exchange it through emails to elaborate the question, but perhaps Stefan, can you also share with the rest of the participants what is the minimum size of the ORC units again to build, and what is the cost, percentage of efficiency, and hot water sources feed into the hex, and some of the technical issues that you can elaborate this very nice afternoon.
As I mentioned in my presentation, the smallest unit is 50 kilowatts, 100 kilowatt, 200, 500, and 2,000, 1,000 and 2,500 kilowatts. So we have different sizes depending on the application. The pricing depends very much on the heat source and the temperature range we get into the oil turbine. So it's not possible to give a fixed price for a unit, depending on how much temperature we can take out from the heat source. We will increase or decrease the number of heat exchangers. So I need to get in contact with these persons to get them the full information of the pricing. And I got a lot of emails now, so I try to collect them.
Okay, Pak Stefan. Thank you. Another question to Pak Reza Pasiki. Pak Reza, may I know what is the electrical tariff accepted by PLN at KS Orca Geothermal plant? And what is the feed-in tariff given by PLN for geothermal for your project? And how long is the rate ROI for that?
So the tariff given for the Sorik Marapi project is 8.1 cent per kilowatt hour. So this is lower than the BPP of North Sumatra, which is about 10.15 cent per kilowatt hour. And for the our project in South Korea, it's 12.5 cent per kilowatt hour, and this is again lower than the tariff BPP tariff of Flores Barat, which is about 17 point something cent per kilowatt hour. I cannot tell you what is the ROI of my project.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Pak. Is there any more questions from the floor?
But really,
Yeah,
but I have to stop the session because we still have another session after this session. Thank you.
Okay. Unfortunately, the time is not the essence for us. It's time to part goodbyes. But before that, I would like each and every one of you to give a closing statement to end the session. Let me start with Pak Ricky. Pak Ricky, please, your closing statement.
As on behalf of Pak Ricky, the bottlenecking in geothermal at the moment, there is no single solution. So there is no single solution. Each party, either it's the SOEs, either it's the privates, have their own roles, strengths to how do I say, address these bottlenecks in geothermal. So I think the key factor on going ahead is collaboration, maximizing the collaboration between the private and the SOEs, and also synergies amongst the SOEs. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Takwim. Dr. Brummer, your closing statement, please. Dr. Brummer, are you still with us? Dr. Brummer? Okay. Dr. Varun Chandra Sekhar, can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Yes.
So, as I mentioned during my presentation, the demand for energy is not going to reduce, it's going to escalate exponentially. So geothermal should work on both ends, generation and consumption. We should work towards increasing the generation of geothermal energy, at the same time work with the general population to mitigate and try to bring down the consumption using again geothermal energy. So I think geothermal going forward will play a very important role in climate change, and we should all support these efforts.
Thank you. Stefan, may I have your closing statement?
Yes, I think low temperature turbine system have a good potential in Indonesia. I think the funding and the financing is the key thing to go forward. And this is also the reason why we are working with trying to set up this test drilling fund for low temperature or turbine systems, which should help all the industry. And it's should be a good future if we can get this financing system in place.
Thank you. Dr. Meyer, can I have your closing statement?
Yeah, I hope that I could show you that there is a large potential for direct use of geothermal, and I hope that please distribute this message all over and take it into account in all the developments coming in Indonesia, of course, elsewhere as well. I think it is just people don't think at the moment that if, and you need to have this innovative spirit to look for applications. I'm pretty sure they are there, and it is will help in the economics, and it will certainly help for the ecology of the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very true, Dr. Meyer. And last but not least, Pak Riza, your closing statement, Pak?
I think I just like to put high appreciations to Menti and the committee for hosting this event. This is very important event so that we as geothermal stakeholders, as geothermal developers, can share our best practice, and at the same time we lessons from the other developers, lesson learned, so that we can improve eventually the cost efficiency in developing geothermal resource. Because again, geothermal by nature, it is green, it is reliable, but it's not affordable yet. So by having these collaborations, we expect that we can accelerate development in geothermal as the affordable energy, so that we can support the government in meeting the targeted energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the speakers. There are a lot of successful cases where best practices and lessons can be learned. Heaps of technology providers willing to share their technology with us, and funding institutions lining up to provide us assistance. What does it take for us to be successful? It's collaboration and synergy. Thank you very much once again, all participants and all the speakers. A very warm clap for all of you. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Bu Noli.
Thank you, Pak Surya.
Excellent.
Thank you. You too. Have a
So
nice
we would like to
evening.
invite all of you, the participants, mainly from the members of the Geothermal Association around the Asia Pacific, can join here for the annual general meeting. Please, I think I will submit this screen to Jeff Coranto. Jeff?
Yes, good evening, Pak Surya.
Yeah, I think I transfer to you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, Pak Surya. Well, good evening, everyone. And welcome to our annual general meeting. We're glad that you're able to join us this evening. So before I share my screen, may I request the other members of the forum to please turn on their videos so they can be recognized and be seen in the screen. Andrew, Graham, Samantha, Varun's here, of course.
Maybe raise your hands as well, so you go to the top of the screen.
Yeah. Hopefully, Pioneers will be able to join us. Hiroshi and Pazong. Okay. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. Yeah, one moment. Okay. Okay, let me just share my screen and let me know if the presentation material comes out fine. Okay, just one moment. Okay. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to our annual general meeting. This is our 14th annual general meeting for the Asia Western Pacific regional branch of the International Geothermal Association. My name is Jeff Coranto, and I'm the chairman, the current chairman of AWPRB for the year 2020 until 2023. So first of all, I'd like to thank Pak Surya and the rest of the organizing committees of EBTKE CONEX for this year, for hosting us yet again. Last year we had the same annual general meeting after the geothermal session, so we really thank the opportunity to be able to do our annual general meeting tonight. So we'll follow this agenda for this annual meeting. I will be joined by my colleagues who will be presenting several other topics. Graham will be on the Secretary's report, Samantha, Andrew, and then I will be doing the closing remarks as well. So let's start. Mr. Secretary Graham, do we have the quorum for this annual general meeting?
We do. We have 38 participants currently, and 10 is what we need for a quorum, so we comfortably have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Graham. So Before we proceed to the presentation of the reports, I think the minutes of the 13th annual general meeting last year were circulated to the members. If there are no further comments or queries to that, can we move to approve the minutes of the last AGM, please?
Moved. Andrew.
Move.
Yeah, second.
Thank you. Moved by Andrew and seconded by Pasuria and Ibu Nini. Okay. Thank you. So let me move to the presentation. Again, just to introduce the rest of the forum members and to introduce AWPRB to the rest of the attendees who are not very familiar. AWPRB is composed of members from the different national associations. And we are the regional branch of the International Geothermal Association. This is basically founded in 2006 to promote research, information exchange, capacity building, and collaboration in the region. Right now, we have representatives from New Zealand. Andrew is from New Zealand. We have Samantha is also from New Zealand, our treasurer. Andrew serves as our vice chairman. Graham serves as our secretary from Australia. Varun serves as our Info and Education and Audit Committee chairperson from India. Ibu Nini from Indonesia, of course, is our membership committee chairperson. Payunis is part of the forum. Oyama-san, Hiroshi Oyama from Japan is also very active in our forum. And at the same time, the last one we've included here, Professor Pang Zonghye from China, because we invited him as an observer since last year as part of the AGM, as part of the AWPRB membership. So it's been every now and then attending our meetings, our monthly meetings, even during the pandemic. So for the activities, we basically have our monthly forum meetings, and this is done virtually. Even during the pandemic, we were able to conduct quite a number of meetings last year and even this year on a monthly regular basis. We've also had coordinated a lot with the IGA, which Andrew will be explaining a little bit more later. For this year, we were able to conduct our second and third AWPRB webinars, and I'll show you some of those results later on. And then we've again expanded our forum membership to China to include Professor Pang and as an observer, and hopefully this will also expand the membership to other Western Pacific countries like Papua New Guinea. Graham was able to start communicating with them already, but we have to push through with that, their inclusion into the membership for the following years. Okay, so just quickly on the webinars. This is the webinar that we conducted in July. This was focused on mineral recovery, and our friend Michael Sullivan from G40 was kind enough to share their expertise in New Zealand and how to recover minerals, different minerals from geothermal brine. The third, in between, there's Dr. Kazumi. Also was able to present to the ITB workshop that was hosted by Ibu Nini. And then just recently, she also was able to provide us a glimpse of the different support of the different governments all over the region, not just in the region, but all over the world, and how the government policies support geothermal development. So Dr. Kazumi shared that to us last November. And finally, before the year ends in 2021, on December 15, we will be having another webinar to be hosted by Dr. Pang, and he will be sharing their plans, the geothermal plans in China. This is very timely because China is also preparing for the World Geothermal Congress in 2023. Okay, so that ends my sharing of the activities of the forum for 2021. Let's move to the Secretary's report by Graham. Graham, please.
Thank you. If you could just move on. I'm Graham Beardsmore, the Secretary of the Regional Branch. I'm physically in Melbourne, Australia, where it's gone dark now, 9:20, not as dark as New Zealand, which you'll find out sooner. I'll quickly run through, trying not to overlap too much with what Jeff just said. So this is really the activities since the last AGM a year ago from the secretarial perspective. We ran 10 forum meetings in the virtual medium through Microsoft Teams, hosted by GNS Science in New Zealand. Thank Andrew Ray for organising the hosting for those 10 forum meetings. We've compiled all the regional branch records going back to the formation of the branch in 2006. So they've been archived, readily accessible on a shared Google Drive now. So all forum members have access to those archived documents going all the way back to the formation of the regional branch. We've gathered together the forum biographies and photos to eventually go on a website. We're still in discussions with the Secretariat of the International Geothermal Association about whether the IGA will host the regional branch website or if the regional branch will host our own website. So that's still under discussion. The regional branch endorsed the excuse me, the ITB, so Institute Technology Bandung International Geothermal Workshop in Indonesia. So formal endorsement for that workshop, including co-delivery of a AWPRB webinar by Kasumi Yakusawa, as Jeff mentioned just previously. And without repeating too much, we have the ongoing webinar series that's proven quite popular so far. So we're very happy with how that's going, and looking forward to building closer relationships with China in anticipation of the next World Geothermal Congress in 2023. Do I have another slide, Jeff, or was it just a single slide? Yes, okay, one more. So looking forward for the next year, we do want to get that website established for the regional branch so that all members of IGA in this part of the world, the Asia, Western Pacific part of the world, will have a website dedicated to geothermal activities in this region. And we'll start planning for branch activities at the World Geothermal Congress in 2023, and would be happy to hear any suggestions from members about how the branch can be best represented and represent the members at the World Geothermal Congress. We'll continue our webinar series into 2022 and throughout 2022. We have a long list of topics and speakers lined up, which we'll advertise as the time comes. And we'll be looking to endorse a regional conference during 2022 as the official regional branch conference. So I think that's it for the Secretary's report.
Okay, thanks, Graham. Appreciate that. Let's move to the Treasurer's report by Samantha. Samantha, please.
Thank you, Jeff. So I'm the treasurer for the AWPRB, and I'm based in New Zealand. Next slide, please, Jeff. So the association is still in a really good financial position. The bank accounts are based in New Zealand, so all the numbers you can see here are in New Zealand dollars. The financial year we're looking at is a calendar year, and it's a 2020 calendar year. So we almost go back 12 months in the past. So we didn't have any income during 2020 for the association, except interest, which are currently really low in New Zealand. So you can see that the total interest for both accounts only represent $7.90, and our expenses are only taxes that we pay to the bank, and one webinar that was organized in November 2020. And this was the first webinar organized by the association on production, monitoring, and greenfield exploration in the Philippines and Taiwan. So the total spending, total income of our expenditure for 2020 is 136.91 deficits. Or yes, spending. So currently, how much money do we have on our accounts? On the New Zealand, the base account, we currently have, as of the end of the 2020 calendar year, $242, and the internet account is at $13,954, slightly above. So quite a lot of reserve in our bank account at this stage, even though we don't have any income coming in. Last slide, please, Jeff. If we look at 2021 as year-to-date, so when I compiled this report last week, we had a bit more spending. One more webinar had been paid for, the second one, and I'm expecting the third invoice to come in later in 2021, in December, I guess. So we're spending money at the moment to organize those webinars through Experto, the company, and there's some expenses fee because of the rates changes between New Zealand and the Philippines. So we're still really good, though. We're still sitting at 13,700 at this stage, and we'll stay around the 13,000 mark for 2021. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Amanda. So let's move on to the other tasks. Andrew, over to you.
Hello. I'm Andrew Ray. I'm based in New Zealand at Wairaki, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Asia and West Pacific Regional Branch, and I'm just going to talk about the webinars and what we're trying to achieve with them. We've had 4 so far, 5 if you include the one that Kasumi-san did at ITB. I would like to think that we can try and get at least 6 a year. And so we've had 3, 4 this year, so I think that's a good start to getting towards 6. The idea behind them is basically to try and build some sort of communication across the region about activities in geothermal. They're meant to be an easy thing to organise, an easy thing to present. They're just an hour long. They don't have to be an hour-long presentation. They can just be a 20-minute presentation with enough time for questions and discussion at the end. And we have a list of topics on our minds as to what people might be interested in, but we're always very happy to receive feedback from the region on what people want to hear. And also, if you have a presentation that you would like to present, please get in touch with us, and we'll find a slot for you. Especially if you had a presentation for the WGC 2020+1, but you weren't able to make it to Iceland, you might have a presentation up your sleeve that you just would like to put out there. Don't hesitate to get in touch with us. So yes, we've got one more to go. Professor Zhonghee Pang will be talking next month in mid-December about the latest direct use applications, domestic heating, etc., for direct use heating in China, in eastern China. So that'll be very interesting to hear about that. And for 2022, we're going to have a talk from PNG talking about the regulatory legislative environment in PNG for geothermal development, which should be awesome to hear about that, because basically that's what's holding PNG geothermal development back, as far as I'm concerned, in Papua New Guinea. And that will be in the last half of February sometime. So stay tuned for that. Next slide, please, Jeff. So yes, this is just a list of some of the topics we've thrown together. So low enthalpy development for direct use, and we've heard about that this evening already. So that's a hot topic. Geothermal heat recovery, reinjection of spent brine, power generation from organic Rankine cycle and others. Exploration techniques for low to medium enthalpy systems. Acid energy sources and utilisation innovations, conceptual modelling of geothermal systems, and the United Nations UNFC classification of geothermal systems. So this is just a live document that we have, and if you've got a topic that you'd like to hear about, let us know and we'll find someone to talk about it. Or if you have a presentation you want to give, get in touch. You can give it. But not in February, after February. Next slide, please. Oh yes, I just wanted to talk a bit about the IGA. We have Nenek on the forum, so she's our hotline to the IGA at our monthly meetings, but we're also having, we've had meetings with the president of the IGA, Andrea Blair, and the CEO, Marit, just keeping in touch with our activities, letting them know what we're doing, and then them letting us know what they're up to. And moving forward, I think that relationship is going to be quite important, especially with the view of moving towards WGC 2023 in Beijing, and making sure that the region is represented on the technical committees, etc. Yes, that's going to be very important. And that's it from me, Jeff.
All right. Thanks, Andrew.
No worries.
Yep. Well, that basically sums the presentations from the rest of the forum. And again, I'd like to thank the organizers, Pasuria, for continued support to AWPRB and to all the members for attending our AGM. And with that, let's move to adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much, everyone. But before we all say goodbye, let me just stop my screen. So I just have one request to have a photo with everyone, please. And we'd like to also thank, Larry Bairante is here, continue to support us. Toshi-san is also with us. We're glad that you're able to join us this evening. So I just request a quick photo with everyone.
I'm in my pajamas.
Okay, that's all right. You don't have to stand up. You can just take it sitting down. Okay.
You can turn the light off, Andrew.
Please open your camera. All of you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, let me just take it quickly. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you again. And have a good evening.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. That's very quick.
Yeah.
Good luck, Jeff.
It's a tight ship,
Yeah, thank you,
Jeff.
Pasuria. We did not open for
How are you? Larry.
Bye, everyone.
See you around. See you, Jeff.
Bye. Have a good
evening.
thank you to our honor sponsor, INDO EBTKE CONEX 2021, main sponsor by Mentari UK, Indonesia Low Carbon Energy Partnership, platinum sponsor by ISED, also our platinum sponsor by the Swiss Confederation, gold sponsor by Oil Palm Plantation Fund Management Agency, silver sponsor by Swedish Energy Agency and Business Sweden, and Bukit Asam.
The UK and Indonesia are working towards Indonesia's energy transition through the Mentari program. Mentari will deliver inclusive economic growth, electricity access, and support Indonesia's renewable energy ambitions. We work together with the government, financial partners, local communities, and other donors to create jobs, deploy low-carbon energy projects, and fight climate change. The program works through 4 main areas: policy, brokerage, demonstration project, and collaboration and networking. Furthermore, we strive to mainstream gender and inclusion throughout all our activities. Mentari helps to create a future that is built on low-carbon energy and sustainable economic growth, which belongs to everyone.
Innovation and Investment for Inclusive and Sustainable Economic Development project, ISED, is a collaboration between the Government of Indonesia and the German federal government, implemented by GIZ and Bappenas, the Ministry of National Development Planning. ISED's private sector-oriented approach emphasizes knowledge and skills transfer, serving as both a leading character and primary focus.
Building new industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
The transformation will go much faster than we believe just now.
Years ago, we started to explore. We have transformed into a world-class energy company. We proudly present for Indonesia, energy for a better life. Bukit Asam, beyond coal.
Open your eyes. Look around. The Earth needs us to save it from climate crisis. The question is, can we make a brighter future for the world? Yes, we can. From the soil we stand on lies a better solution for mankind. The Earth provides magnificent geothermal energy that is clean and renewable, bringing eco-friendly resources from underneath, transforming sustainable energy for the benefit of society, working hand in hand meticulously, balancing the life of nature, preserving natural biodiversity in its pristine environment, creating valuable harmony that lasts for generations, providing comfort for all living beings, advancing life without leaving nature behind. We connect people and their surroundings while empowering Indonesia's economic growth and implementing new geothermal technologies. Working with the brightest stars that drive us forward, perfecting excellence in everything we do, and shifting the future of humanity one step at a time. We have been making our steps, leaving marks for a better future, and heading for what's next, to make tomorrow brighter.
Recording stopped.